a glittering premiere at the Chicago Theater for Warner Brothers' I'll See You in My Dreams. A real dream has come true, for this benefit premiere launches a drive for a new hospital sponsored by the film star Danny Thomas, here arriving with his family. Years ago, Danny vowed he'd build a hospital if he ever became famous. $32,000 are subscribed, the first of $1 million Danny Thomas tells friends he'll raise for the St. Jude's Hospital of his dreams.
They said it couldn't be done. They said that it was a task which would break my heart. They said it was impossible. At this very moment, as I speak to you, in the city of Memphis, Tennessee, there is being constructed a hospital in the form of a star.
There it is, in concrete, glass, and steel, to offer help to all the children of the world, regardless of race, creed, or economic status.
You and I have vowed that we will do everything in our power, spiritually, physically, mentally, and financially, to bring about the defeat of these catastrophic diseases. We're going to begin with leukemia, and by God's grace, after defeating it, go on to other diseases. That little tiny building has led the world in advancements in pediatric science and clinical care, and now it's going to rise up. You will bring it to the fore through an organization called ALSAC. If I were to die tomorrow, I now know why I was born.
While we're sitting here making this video, there's a family that's walking through the front doors on a Friday afternoon, and they're at St. Jude. When we came to St. Jude, I asked the doctor, "Can you treat my child?" And he said, "No. We're going to cure him."
That gets me every time.
I know, every single time.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right. Well, we're live and kicking on the 10th anniversary Podcast of Hope. Let me bring in the anchors and our first guest. There's the team right there. And our first guest with Scott. Scott, thank you so much for being with us tonight, sir.
Welcome. Glad to be here. Thanks for putting the pressure on me, batting lead off here. I've got the pressure to create some excitement and some energy, and then let the heavy hitters follow me and
right.
really end the day on a strong note. So thanks for the opportunity, and it's great that Geocache Network supporting the St. Jude cause.
Absolutely. And you would know, being an Atlanta Braves executive, you know the opening batter is very important.
That's right.
Got to get him on base because It doesn't do, a cleanup hitter is no good if there's nothing to clean up.
That's right. You got a strong lineup, though. You should feel good. Even if I strike out, you got some great heavy hitters coming up with Tim and Doug and the others on the program. So.
Oh, no, absolutely. But thank you so much for being here. Your lovely wife is watching, so be on your best behavior, my friend.
Well, that takes away about half my joke, so I guess.
Perfect. So we'll kick it off. I got a couple things I do need to say at the beginning. You know how it is at the beginning. So let me give everyone a couple items. If you're watching us live, we encourage you to interact, ask questions in our chat room. And we do have an all-star lineup. So we will get to as many as we can question-wise. We will highlight them. We may not get to them as you ask it, but we can get to them as the hour goes along. We always encourage folks, if you want to split up your giving, that was sort of started years ago. I guess Jesse, almost at the beginning, I think Tom started doing that, and I think it became a thing. But if you want to split it up, you can give away. We will give away prizes every hour, so we can do that. So we will do that starting next week. We'll start the process of giving away all the different prizes. We have a ton of them, and I'll mention a bunch of them here in a minute. And we want to get to Scott because we have some really good questions for Scott. If you don't put an email address when we contact you, or if you don't put it in here, we'll assume you don't want to be part of the drawing because I'm going to need an email address to contact you. So there we go. All right. Well, let's get cranked up. So John and Jesse, go ahead and fire away at Scott.
Before we do that, and I'm super excited to get Scott talking, but we might want to, this could be some people's first time to tune in after all these years. So we want to give a basic idea of what we're doing tonight. If anybody, Gary, do you want to give a basic idea, or you want one of us to do that?
We can. Let me let John do that. I'm pulling up another screen, so go ahead and do that. If you would.
Or John, I can do it if you don't want to. Either way.
Yeah, why don't you do it, Jesse, and then I'll go over kind of the lineup for the night.
Perfect. So we kind of get ahead of ourselves because this is our 10th year doing this, but many years ago we decided once a year we were going to be serious in a podcast about games, and we were going to try to raise money. And that's morphed over the years, and we're hoping to top $100,000 this year. Not tonight, by the way, but total over the last 10 years.
Total, yeah.
But this show, and John will give the lineup of it, and we're starting off with an awesome guest, but this show will be the next several hours till midnight Eastern time, right? Central.
Correct.
No, midnight Central time.
4 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Yeah, so midnight our time then. So we'll have several hours, different guests. This is different than our normal podcast. If somebody's tuned in but has never made a podcast of hope before, it's kind of more like an old school variety show telethon. So we're trying to give, and the number one thing is we're raising money for St. Jude, but because this is a podcast about a game, we've also made it a game. So every hour you give, you're in another drawing for more prizes. We have many prizes. The prize list is long. Gary will go over it throughout the night. There's plenty of opportunity for prizes, big prizes, little prizes, all kinds of stuff, besides the coins, which we'll talk about later too. So that's what you'll see tonight. Every hour is going to be a completely different topic, all related to games, TV, fun, whatever. It's a real variety show tonight. So, John, do you want to give them the lineup now that we've kind of given them a basic idea of what's going on?
Absolutely. And this is one thing, just to kind of add something to what Jesse was saying. This is really the one thing where the geocaching community comes together, for a fundraiser. So, what an incredible opportunity to make such a big difference, especially with St. Jude. And tonight we have an incredible lineup. So, I feel like I got to do it baseball style because Scott's here. And the vibe. So here's our starting lineup for the day. On here we got Scott Waid on leadoff, Senior Vice President, Head of Technology for the Atlanta Braves. At 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, we have Tim Hutchings from Lego Master Season 4. So that's going to be incredible on that one. And then at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern, We have Brian Roth, president and co-founder of geocaching.com. And Brian, it's always a delight to talk to him. At 7 p.m., we have Joshua, the geocaching vlogger, and Solomon Yee from Survivor Season 47. At 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, we have the GTN team. So all of the folks from the Geocache Talk Network are coming on to talk. And at 9 p.m., I know I'm incredibly excited for this one. You know, we got Doug Macrae, so 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern, who Doug's actually the Pac-Man. He invented Miss Pac-Man. And Doug is a prolific geocacher and very exciting adventurer, so you don't want to miss that. And then closing out the night, so our closer for the night at 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Eastern is Coins for Kids. And I'm excited for this one with our good friends Neil Moore, Jason Hailmeister, so Geocaching with Hailmeister, and Patrick Farabee. So we have an awesome lineup for tonight on here, really all-star group.
One other item, and then again, we're going to get started, but if you give $25 or more at any time tonight, you'll be entered into this grand prize on top of all the other prizes we're giving or be able to give away. The grand prize is, I think we have a picture of it, but it's the Ms. Pac-Man arcade game, but it's the IKEA version. You'll have to build it yourself, but still pretty cool. And so that'll be a great grand prize. We have some, and again, we got tons of prizes every hour. I'll mention a couple. We've got a bunch. So just to let you know, there's more prizes and people who have given. It's just overwhelming how many people have given prizes. So let me mention a couple of them, and then again, we'll get started. Cashly, we're going to give a copy of Cashly every hour. Arted Crafted is giving a shirt every hour. get a theme going on here. Oak Coins is giving away a gift pack. They're giving away 5 gift packs. So we have 5 hours. Oak Coins are going to give away really cool coins. A couple of the hours, we've got Space Coast. They're giving a coin pack. And then another big item is Aura Design Group Collector Edition GeoCoin Set. Now, Aura Design Group may not spark the level of interest that you might think of. Aura Design Group, that is Mackie. So if you've ever seen a Mackie coin, then you will understand how great a Mackie coin is. So that is incredible. So
Gary, where would they give tonight if they want to give money?
The place to give is podcastofhope.com. I'll bring up a banner for that.
Yeah, and we do have a QR code in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Mm-hmm. If people are tuning in on like YouTube or Twitch or etc., that they can go and use that QR code for donations.
Exactly. So there you go. So that's really good. So, all right. Let us jump in. And I have a good question to kind of, I think, crack things up, get the show going. Scott, can you share your journey to becoming the position you're in with the Braves? And what are some of the challenges you faced in getting to that point? What stands out?
Thanks again, Gary, for having me on. I will start with a disclaimer. You know, what I talk about today is you're getting Scott Waid. May or may not completely align with all the views of the Atlanta Braves, but I'm here today to share my journey and my experiences along my career path. And it did start with Georgia Tech, where I was electrical engineer. And it's really been a journey for me that has led me through several different organizations, but it's always been at the intersection of technology and business. And how can you use technology to solve business problems? And so half my life I've been on the business side using technology, and I've been, quote, the techie on the business side. And the other half of my journey has been on the technology side, where I was always asking the business question of why would we do this, and what's the benefit from a business standpoint, not just tech for tech's sake. So as I said, I started out at Georgia Tech, went and started with Bell South, and had the fortune to work in some of the new emerging technologies there at the time. Sounds pretty dated now, but data networking, when first data networking was coming about, the internet, I started there before the internet was a business, and I was able to work as bellsouth.net for business was launched. And then when we got into hosting services, I went and worked in the data center side there, and that's where I really got my technology chops, running 2 or 3 rather 100,000 square foot data centers across the Bell South footprint, and then ultimately wireless as well. And we all know where wireless has gone, and that really prepared me for my next step, where I went to Equifax, and I had data and analytics and insights and an international opportunity there, where you really saw the value of this transformation that was happening from analog to digital, and all the data that goes along with that. This podcast is, a second or third generation of that original transformation of data services. And then this opportunity came open with the Braves, and it was a rare opportunity to blend my professional experiences that I just gave you a high level overview with my personal passion for baseball. I've got 2 boys that played travel baseball growing up. I coached them throughout, love the Atlanta Braves, love the game of baseball. And this was just a unique opportunity for me to work in that industry, but also bringing my technology experience and the understanding of how technology can transform a business model, and how a technology can really drive value for a business and an organization. And so the challenges that I face in my job as the head of technology for the Atlanta Braves is really balancing the day-to-day operations with the long-term strategic changes that occur. Day-to-day, I've got to have a network and a capability and a technology that's reliable, that's available, that's scalable, that's flexible. It's just like a utility. It's available for anybody, anytime. But on the other hand, we know change is always happening. We're obviously doing this. I've got iPhone 17s. Wasn't that long ago, 2007, I think the iPhone was launched. So technology continues to evolve. And how can we stay in front of that, taking advantage of those new technologies? But also our consumers are getting much more technology savvy, and they're expecting their home consumer technology experience to translate to everything in their life, including going to a baseball game. So I like to say, when I was a youngster and I went to the Atlanta Braves baseball game with my grandfather, the technology was buy a program and a pencil and keep score. And now when I go, and my kids come, everything revolves around the smartphone, and everything is connected, and they're actively engaged in stats or fantasy sports, or even posting on Instagram and showing people what they're doing at that exact moment. So it's really a dynamic environment that I operate in, again, balancing the day-to-day, getting things done with the longer term opportunities that technology brings.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah.
It's wild how technology just changes everything in our life.
Absolutely.
From sports to games to everything.
And I don't think people think through, people go to a baseball game, they want to see baseball, get a hot dog and a Coke and whatever, watch the game and go home. What's funny, or not funny, what's amazing actually is how much technology is built in to what you have to do, Scott, for your team is amazing. So the funny story we got to start with, this will be funny. So and I think you'll find this, we talked about it briefly, but your wife told on you, this is earlier the year, she's like, and it's hard, I know this has got to be, again, technology is wild, but you got the giant boards, Truist Park, you got these giant boards, and if you have one pixel that's off, everybody notices, not everybody, but, and your wife was like, oh, I'll send Scott a quick note and go, hey, there's a pixel off on the board. It's like, yeah, we know about it. Give it a break, right?
Yeah. That's exactly right. People, the good news is technology is becoming more and more relevant, more and more important in sports and entertainment. But it also raises a threshold. There is no hiding the fact if your main scoreboard goes out. Not only does it go out for the fans there, but then they immediately post on social media. And so those that might not even know the experience or be in the park for the experience are suddenly hearing about it on social media, and then it takes its own life of its own, addressing the communication around that. But suffice it to say, technology is changing everything around the game experience. In the ballpark, we talked a little bit around that, but also remote. So in the ballpark, it's everything. It's from the time you leave your house till you return from the baseball game. So think of that as if you might take an Uber or a Lyft there. It might be traffic patterns. It might be using Waze to get there. And then once you get there, that parking experience and linking digitally your parking experience with your ticket so that you can just show a QR code as an example.
Right.
Or just show your Ticketmaster ticket and so, it's getting to the ballpark, and then at the ballpark, getting into the ballpark. We've got wireless scanners that scan tickets now. Used to we were a paper based, and now everything's wireless. Everything's on the smartphone. And then, going in through the security scanning systems to make sure, because we have to have a safe and secure environment for people to enjoy the baseball game. And so There's been a lot of evolutions of technology around security scanning and all of that. And then the game itself, as I said, used to just have a pencil and a paper. Now you can get pitch speeds, you can get launch angle, you can get all the stats that are associated with the game itself. But then also you have things like the pitch clock has been put in the last couple of years, where you can't just to reduce the amount overall of a game time, they've gone to a pitch clock as an example. And all of the data and the analytics that are available to players and coaches now is just incredible. And that changes the game itself. The positioning of the players, you see that definitely when you're in the stadium, the shifts and all that, but then, and not so much on television, but you hear about it. But on television, you get the view of the plate as an example, and where that ball might be coming over the plate. That's technology, reading that ball real time to see, was it in the little square or outside the little square? Right. And then we can't forget about replay. We've brought replay now into baseball. It's been in football for a number of seasons, and the ability to, in the heat of the moment, have a third party review that from a remote location and judge with very tight camera angles that the umpire on the field may not have, and then be able to make the right call 98% of the time is just amazing. And the fact that the game itself continues, but the other piece is the entertainment aspect.
Right.
People are much more inclined and motivated around the experience of the entertainment than sometimes the game itself. And so creating those, whether it's the large scoreboard or the ribbon boards or the audio or the lighting in the stadiums, that's a innovation that's coming as well, such that you feel the energy, not just of the home run, but then everything in the stadium. For Atlanta, we have a siren that plays.
Right.
When you have a big play, you can do the replay on the big video board. So technology is definitely changing that in-game experience, but it's also changing the remote experience. The people that are staying at their home or perhaps at a retail establishment, a bar or a restaurant watching it, or, again, with mobile devices, you could be anywhere and watching the game. And that's a result of the changes we've seen in broadcast technology, where it used to be linear over the air. And then the reason I'm a Braves fan is because Ted Turner put satellites up when I was growing up, and I could go home at night in southern Mississippi and watch the Braves at night. And then the technology has continued to evolve. You have cable networks. That was great in the 90s and the 2000s. Now we're into streaming. And not only, anybody anywhere can watch just about any content that they choose. And so that creates both opportunities, but also threats around how's your product, your game, how's it going to be interesting and engaging for folks. And so streaming is definitely something that I see is a transformational opportunity that we're right in the middle of right now. From a technology standpoint, streaming obviously, but at the end of the day, it's the network, it's the connectivity, it's whether it's high-speed internet access or your wireless device. That's got to be connected, as I said at the beginning, 100% of the time with little delay, and you've got to have a lot of computing resources to store all of this data that's being generated by sports these days. And how do you process all that data and all of the infrastructure that's around it? But that's all the stuff behind the scenes. That's what any of my technology geek friends that are out there, that's what they're focused on. But it's really the data and analytics side that's really changing the business side. We've all seen Moneyball. That was 22, 23 years ago now. That showed the impact of data and analytics on the baseball side. But now we're seeing that impact of data and analytics more on the fan side, and bringing that into that either in-home experience, because you're watching it at home and suddenly you see all these stats and how that particular at bat or that particular pitch compares historical averages and season averages for the individual. But really, it's about the data and analytics and insights that all of the focus right now is on to create, again, a more engaging experience. And then, I said it, and I'll say it several times, because it is and has been transformational, which is the smartphone. Because now it's the connection device, it's the network connection that people have out there. And through that, they can connect to their social network. So we've got an area at Truist Park. It's called the Chop House. Its target is for the 20-somethings. And they are actively socializing. They're having a great time. They're posting a lot. There may or may not be a baseball game going on, but they are connected with their social networks. And those social networks are connected through our wireless network. So social networks, podcast are another example that we continue to use as another vehicle to attract different audiences. Video consumption, sitting in the stadium, you might be like, hey, I'm in Atlanta, but I'm a fan of another MLB club or another sports club, and I want to see how's my team doing tonight. How's my star performer doing? How's my fantasy doing? And they might be sitting in the Braves Stadium and downloading video content from another club or another league, or even, quite frankly, another continent. We're seeing a lot of Premier League soccer as an example that's being. So, the ability for video consumption and, again, riding over that network is definitely a technology phenomena here of the last couple of years. And then, as they say, there's an app for that. There's an app for everything. And so the app world has really changed the way that people view it. For MLB, Major League Baseball, it's the MLB Ballpark app. That is our single app that is from start to finish. So all of the aspects are all being funneled through. And again, that creates data, and that creates opportunities to create insights into how are people spending their time, how are they getting engaged. And through that Ballpark app, you can do everything at Truist Park, as an example, from pick the seventh inning stretch song to our Napa Cap shuffle to even turning your light on when we do our bullpen. When there's a bullpen change of the visitors, we'll do the tomahawk chop, and everybody puts their flashlight on. So it's a great example of technology in a number of different areas is impacting the in-stadium experience and what people remember, but also the at-home viewing experience and the ability to engage anywhere, not just where you happen to have a television connection.
Yeah, Scott, I got to tip my hat to you, because I work in technology and higher education, and it's like hearing about everything that you're doing and the expectations, the sophistication, the level of it. I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, everything you do to make such an awesome experience for the fans on that one. Because we know so much goes behind the scenes on that one, that when it works, it's magical and it's great. But not everybody always gets to get a glimpse behind the scenes of everything that's involved. So, I mean, hats off to you, man, on everything that you're doing, especially with all those technological innovations to make everything there. Because I just give you the world of credit, on that one.
Absolutely.
I got a question for you, Scott, too, because there was I had to travel to Chicago for work back in the day when I used to have to work. I know it's horrible. But it was close to Soldier Field, and I would get to work and I'd look over. You could see Soldier Field, and they were messing with the video board like for hours. And I asked the people that worked there about Soldier Field, like, oh, it's a new board, and they really test it like every day. They test it over and over again. So, do you guys have like a schedule that? And again, these are things that people just don't think about, that don't have to deal with these things. But do you go through and say, okay, today we've got to go through and test this, do we have to test this board, this this technology portion of it? Do you go through and so that when the time comes for a game, and like you said, these certain things come up, relief pitcher's got to come up. What cameras do we have for that? Or like you said, you got the social media stuff going with the Chop House. Do you keep like a running list of things you got to keep checking on?
Yeah. So there is, it's one of the unique aspects of sports and entertainment is it's different than corporate America, which is where I spent the first, I'm only 25 years old. The jobs aged me a little bit, but no, the first 20 years I spent in corporate America, where I was concerned about month end, quarter end, year end type thing. Here I've got 2 seasons. I go out in season and out of season.
Right.
And in season, I'm focused on kind of 2 areas: home stands and road trips.
Right.
And sports and entertainment, we typically play nights, weekends, and holidays. And so in season, it's about wash, rinse, repeat, operational excellence, 81 times, perfection.
Right.
And so perfection, what does that mean? That means before every game. So typically most of our work happens 4 to 6 hours before the first pitch of the game.
Right.
And so the gates open typically 2 hours before, and 2 hours before is game time for us. Players aren't on the field, but people are in the stadium. They're buying concessions. They're buying retail. They're engaging there. But 2 or 3 hours before that, we will go through every element of the show for that night. And it is scripted. It is timed down to the minute of exactly what's going to happen. And so we'll go through a snapshot of that. So, between the 4th and the 5th inning will be the Napa Cap Shuffle. So they'll put the shuffle up on the board. And,
right.
Depending upon what the entertainment is, the 7th inning stretch, we typically, we'll have a singer sing God Bless America as an example.
Right.
And so working through the different dynamics, and some things are on one board, some things are on all boards. Audio is high, audio is low. So there's a tremendous amount of practice during the season before every game. And, we'll find, as things happen from time to time with technology, things don't work. And then you work around it, and you've got 2 or 3 hours to fix it. Or come up with an alternative, because when gates open, that's showtime for us. And then in the road trips, we've got 81 home games. That means there's 264 days of the year of open programming, theoretically.
Right.
And so we are more and more focusing on that as well. So we're doing a lot of what we call special events outside of the baseball. So concerts are the most visible one. We host concerts at Truist Park. We'll have a corporate outing where they might have a user conference. I spoke at one of our strategic partners last month. They had their annual user conference, 3 days at Truist Park. We might have a wedding. We might have, there's a number of events. And so each one of those events, there's technology involved in that. And so we have to schedule those as well and balance that work-life balance for the employees, because it's literally 24/7 by 365 when you throw in our battery, which we'll talk about later. But that's a retail district that I'm also responsible for, that's connected to Truist Park. And so the ability to really have any downtime is getting less and less. And then in the off season, which is where we are right now, that's when we do our big projects. That's when we do, we talk about the LED boards. Between end of the 24 season and our All-Star game, which we had in Atlanta in July of 2025, I put 11 new LED boards up.
Oh, wow.
This year we're putting three new ones up between the off season. I mean, between end of season and the
Yeah.
next season.
Right.
So off season is when the heavy lifting is done. And then during the season, it's wash, rinse, repeat, operational excellence, because, John might just come to one game and that might be his entire experience of the Braves. And whether that's game 1 or game 81, we've got to make sure that John's experience is as good as any other experience during the season.
Yeah, and you talked about wrinkles because of the various things. Like if you got a special thing going on, it's out of the norm. It's kind of a wrinkle that you had to prepare for. A couple things that always come to mind. Again, I spent my whole career in IT, so this is kind of my view of it. A lot of times is that a couple things in today's world. One is you got a lot of nefarious bad people out there who are trying to mess with things.
Yep.
So I know that you got to go through and keep track of all of the technology and that side of it. The one that really gets me that I know you guys prepare for, but the one that always think of is drones. Most of the time when we see a drone, it's usually a drone show. It's real nice and great and all this stuff. But something that your wife and I talked about it when we were at Bamarama was about the drones, and I was like, hey, wait a minute. What if somebody just wants to do something really stupid and fly their drone into Truist Park and go, hey, look at me. It's almost like the old streakers,
Yep.
So obviously you've prepared for all that. Have you, is that technology for you guys gotten better, or is it still kind of a lot of work to try to make sure that nobody does something stupid at Truist Park?
Yeah. So the short answer is yes, it's continued to evolve, but it's made significant strides over the last couple of years.
Oh, good.
We have a platform that we've deployed for drone detection. It's provided by a third party to us, and
Cool.
It's in coordination and collaboration with Cobb County, which is the county that we operate in.
Right.
And so we have a station, if you will, on top of one of the taller buildings in the Battery, and it's got a 3-mile radius around it, and we can see when drones are launched. Now, there happens to be a Best Buy not too far away, and people love to go buy their drones and then launch them right there at the Best Buy parking lot, and we can see those happen. And so what we do is those that are outside our perimeter will coordinate and collaborate with Cobb County. It is illegal to fly a drone over Truist Park and the Battery, despite how entertaining and engaging that might be. It's illegal to do that. And so we're able, using the drone detection, to kind of, and it is the possibility of nefarious actors and bad actors out there, but most of them are just hobbyists and joyriding people. But the platform we're a part of is a nationwide platform, but in Atlanta, it connects, the major metropolitan area with where we are with throughout the city. So we can track a drone literally across the city and ultimately find where the operator is starting out from.
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah.
That's wild.
So
Scott,
go ahead.
So geocaching obviously is only around because of technology. Now, baseball by far predated all the technology we're talking about, but I don't think you could go backwards now. I think it's really in the fabric of the game. Like, it would be a weird experience to go to a ballpark and have no technology there, right? Like the old school. Right. But kind of looking forward, and this has already come up a couple times in the chat, so I want to get to it. How do you see the future looking? And because obviously AI is the big buzzword with everything else now, and the new technologies that are kind of seamlessly going together, like you mentioned, all this drone, AI, and everything else. How do you see that? Obviously, baseball is going to adopt everything that society is adopting. How do you see that affecting the game and the future of baseball?
Yeah, I would say, kind of in a couple of different areas. Yeah, we absolutely can't go back. I'm like, how many people want to trade their iPhone 16 or 17 for an iPhone 4?
Right.
We're not. And so, and the other piece is my kids, as an example, they expect it and they demand it. And if we're like holding on to the legacy technology oak trees, we're going to lose the next generation of fans. And so we've got to make sure that we stay current and we stay relevant from a technology standpoint. A couple of the areas you mentioned, AI. I think AI is an interesting technology that has applications in sports and entertainment. But I've also been around long enough to know it's not the end all be all, that once we have AI, everything is going to be so much better. We've been active at the Braves using AI for a number of years. We use it in our chat bot, as an example. If you want to interact with our chat bot, there is some AI components to that. But quite frankly, a lot of that is screen scraping of technology that's on a website that people want to know, hey, where's the closest parking lot to my gate where I'm going into, or
makes sense.
I'm in the stadium and I want to know where I can get a specific food, or I want to buy a sweatshirt on my way out. Where again is the retail store? So there's definitely the chat bot aspect, but I also see that we've implemented a fair amount around ticketing, from ticket pricing and analytics, but also using it to identify. Well, take one step back. Back in the old world, when we had paper tickets, if you wanted to sell it, you held it up outside the gate. Now we've got a whole secondary market that has popped up, and there's several ticketing platforms that you can resell your tickets on. But with that comes fraud. And so how can we use technology to determine, actually Gary has a ticket that's for real. He wants to sell it to John, and John is a real person, and he's able to complete that transaction. And so AI can do a lot in the background to help validate that is a legitimate transaction, because if that were a Braves game, who's Gary going to call when he doesn't get the ticket that he was promised on the ticket exchange?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
He's going to call the Braves, and he's going to be upset that I can't take my son and my father to this game that we had been planning a trip for months. And so it's an area that we are very focused on and driving the maturation of that from a fraud detection standpoint. We also use it in our parking platforms to assess the capacity in the parking deck. So then we can communicate to people, X deck is full, go try the red deck or the purple deck or the silver deck. Now, that requires, back to my smartphone comment, but if you got a smartphone, you can get that type of information readily available to you. And then we use it in our inventory management for in stadium. So think of food and beverage, and think of sweatshirts and what's hot, what's not, and being able to predict what the next item needs to be and what the volume of that item needs to be. So we're very early on in the AI journey, and I would say, in baseball terms, we're probably in the second inning, and it's going to be a really exciting game, but we're really just getting started right now.
Right.
Interesting.
I've got one more, and then John, I know you got some questions on deck that we're going to get to. I got one more that I want, and I know not to get into get too detailed on this, Scott, but when your wife told me about that they do this, and I had heard that this was a technology that's really been around, but talk a little bit about how, and I think a couple of us have been to a restaurant that'll do this, but if somebody comes to the game and they have done XYZ, whatever you guys have requested of them, they can literally go into to the concession stand. They can buy what they want to buy the item, and they can just walk out, and it'll charge their account for what they purchased. And I thought, oh my, that's really cool that you could have the account be that intelligent, I guess, to know, that, Gary has showed up, he's got an account, he's got this. So how has that process gone so far, and how do you think it's going to continue?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a trend that's going to continue. And the question before around changes that are going to occur, that's definitely something that is happening, is using technology to remove friction from your experience. Whether that's, as I said earlier, Uber or Lyft getting there, it's the concession experience,
Right.
where we're all used to now, as an example, of self-checkouts, and you don't
Right.
have to stand at the counter or stand in line at your grocery store. You can, if you just want 2 or 3 items and you want to do self-checkout, that's an option for you. We have self-checkout at Truist Park.
That's
When
cool.
we deployed it 2 seasons ago, so the beginning of the 24 season, we're planning for 4 and ended up putting in 40 self-checkout kiosks because
Wow.
people
Whoa.
preferred that, and they were comfortable. So that's an example where bringing the self-checkout concept that was prevalent in grocery, bringing that to the stadium, and it benefits everyone. The fans happy, we're happy, and it's much more efficient in many cases.
Right.
But that's basically the same technology. The operator's just different, and rather than having an operator ring you up and hand you your Coke, you can, in some cases, be handed the Coke, ring it up yourself, and then pay with a credit card. So it's all one process. But what you were talking about also is there's been great advances in camera technology, where the cameras, several, like crazy number of cameras, are watching what's going on in a contained environment, and they can tell if you picked up the 12 or the 20-ounce Coke and you put it back, or you took it with you. And as you enter, if depending upon how comfortable you are, and we'll come back to privacy in just a minute, but if you've done all the steps, you can walk in, and in some cases either put your palm out there or put your credit card in. The gate's open, you go in, take what you want to, and then you walk out, and it will charge your credit card that you've linked to your account.
Wow.
Now that's got a blend of privacy in there.
There is.
And the younger generation is much more open to those types of frictionless experiences, and they're willing to enter their credit card information or do a biometric scan.
Right.
But it's a great example where the technology has come to where you can really literally walk in and walk out and never talk to anybody and get everything charged to your credit card. And the same is true now with gate entry. I talked about scanners.
Oh, yeah.
Now there's technology that can, if you've gone through the process, it can, through facial recognition, it's opt-in, but if you register your ticket with your face, you don't have to find your smartphone and find your ticket and all of that. It'll say, Scott's got 4 tickets. He's got everybody with him here, Gary, and the team, and just walk through. And then rather than having to go through that process. So biometrics and the blending of that is definitely something that is reducing the friction and creating a better guest experience. So everybody's happy with it. There are some privacy concerns there that some people have, but I can tell you that adoption train has left the station. And it's a question of, how fast it will get to mass adoption. But it's technology available and used today in many parks.
Incredible.
Scott, do you see that as the norm in the future, where you just walk up to the baseball game and you're not having to, like you said, the frictionless, that you just walk in, you buy whatever you need, you go to your seats, everything, and without ever having to touch your wallet. I mean, not that anybody carries a wallet anymore, right? But touch your wallet or whatever.
Yeah, and it's cutting out the things that frustrate people. Why do I have to go stand in line and to buy a hot dog and a Coke? Can I have it delivered to my seat? Why do I have to wait in line at parking? Why do I have to go through? So it's all about reducing the friction in the environment, and technology is one of those aspects that can really drive fan and guest experience.
Right.
Interesting. Hey, Scott, I'd like to ask you a question on virtual reality. And you mentioned kind of the sophistication of the cameras right now.
Yep.
And I mean, I just have to envision for like virtual reality, especially for baseball players, like, could like baseball players, do they now or will they in the future, like for a hitter, actually have a virtual reality experience of a pitcher where they're like standing in the batter box, seeing how the pitcher's pitching, checking out the arm angle, checking out the spin. Is that something that's happening right now?
100%. 100%.
wow.
And
Wow.
so that's where, through camera technology, that's one of the innovations I didn't really speak to yet, but camera technology has come. There's actually cameras positioned throughout the stadium that measure every biometric activity that the players do. And so that's used for whether it's player development, coaching, strategy, positioning, reduction of risk of injury. That's prevalent today. But also, from an AR standpoint, it enables us to get a much, basically a 360-degree view of a play. And so while you may be sitting in the right field, right at first base, and you can see every play, there's a play at third base that you don't have a great angle for. Now, using that technology, you can get a virtual representation of that slide into third base, and you can view it through your ballpark app.
Oh,
And
wow.
so
That is amazing.
it's great for the fan experience, but also players are using that because a lot of video now of players has been accumulated, and you can do the analysis, and there is, a bevy of information of in what count against what opponents, what the score is, what's the likelihood the next pitch is going to be a fastball or an off-speed pitch, and where are they likely to throw it. And then on the other side, for pitchers to see this guy, you see it on television, spray charts. This guy is a pull hitter. He's a right-handed hitter. He pulls everything to left field. So maybe I'll pitch him outside because he doesn't seem to be able to hit the outside pitches as well. So there's a bevy of information, and, it's available to players. And, I would say at this point, a majority of them take full advantage of it. But some of the, the more recent technology advances is, you can replicate, I think most people have seen pitching machines, but now you can put a screen up there. So it actually, you have a video representation of the pitcher and exactly what he's going to look like pitching. And then when the arm extends, the ball comes out of the pitching machine, which is there. And conversely with the batter, you can see, not all batters are the same height. So therefore the strike zone differs. And so definitely the use of that in the sport is increasing across the board. And it's, again,
Amazing.
100% technology driven.
Yeah.
Is there any combination of that yet with AI to then examine tells? And I always think of it, and I watched a Greg Maddux video, right? Where Greg Maddux, the story was he was calling his own pitches. And how was he doing that? But it was where he held the glove or how he positioned it and the way he was catching. And it was just fascinating. But is AI coupling with that video technology to really kind of dig in and see if there's tells or indicators, are players tipping their pitches unintentionally or?
Yeah, I would say, every game, those videos are analyzed by people.
Yeah.
And seeing, does the guy do a certain thing when he throws a particular pitch, or does a batter do a certain something? And so, at the end of the day, we're competing on the field and we're trying to get any competitive advantage we can. And so, yes, technology enables that, but it also, a lot of it's just human people watching. And, if you watch enough ball games and you watch enough video, you're going to see, hey, that guy, he shakes his left shoulder when he does
right
different.
So
it's amazing.
Yeah, John, you want to get to some of the questions we had in the chat room would be great right now.
Yeah, let's do that.
We got several in the chat room.
And I know, Scott, we could probably talk to you for hours and hours, so we appreciate all your time. We had one question come in from GSM times 2, and he said, if Scott can talk about how he thinks the introduction of technology is decreasing the importance of the manager in baseball.
I wouldn't say decreasing the importance, but it changes a little bit different as the expectations of the manager. The manager, at the end of the day, manages obviously what's happening in the game, and that can be informed by the data. But there's also a lot of still human interaction. I mean, if you don't want to have the human in it, just go play a video game.
True.
And because many of us do play the video games, we think I can do that. But the manager's role is really around how are you putting the players in the best position to be successful. so that the player can be successful and the team can be successful. So no, I don't think ever we would get away from not having the manager or the umpires. We're going to automated balls and strikes and the ability to challenge that in MLB, but that's not going to remove the umpire. There's always going to be it's an example of using technology to augment the person and the human experience, not replace it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm glad you said that because we preach that message constantly on the show with our game. Technology is a good add-on, but it doesn't replace the joy and the people element in everything.
That's right.
Absolutely. And we got a comment too from Houston, Texas, Dave, and he said a home run off the digital scoreboard can mess up a pixel. And I'm thinking, Scott, like when you see a home run like going towards that scoreboard, do you give a little bit moment of panic on that one when that happens?
Well, I tell you what, if they hit off the main scoreboard at Truist Park, it's going to be on ESPN because that would be a shot to get it out there.
Wow.
So that's more exciting when a home run hits
500 foot.
When a foul ball hits one of your boards behind home plate, that equally. But look, that's part of the game.
Yeah.
That's what we design it for. We design them to take, and really, when we test these things out, you're talking about it, not before every game, but, balls hit it all the time. Batting, you don't see the batting practice. Batting practice occurs throughout. And so, that is one of those specifications we put into the equipment when we're looking for it. And if people want to sell into the sports and entertainment, they got to understand it could be 105 degrees on the field and it needs to be temperature resistant, or it could catch a 110 mile an hour foul ball directly off. And yes, sometimes that happens and you'll see it and everybody sees it. And hopefully we can fix it in game by doing some workarounds, but a lot of times it'll be that way for the rest of the game and then we'll fix it. So foul balls, home runs are exciting, and at least I got something exciting out of it, but a foul ball is equally damaging.
Oh man. And are you able to rate that into the contracts for the people who you buy them from? Like it has to be rated to withstand 110 miles per hour hit?
Yes. Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm going to take a moment. Let me bring in our 5 p.m. Central Time guest. So let's bring Tim in for a minute. So,
Nothing
hey, Tim.
Last minute, huh?
No, you're good. You're good.
You're perfectly fine.
We're wrapping up with Scott, and you guys got to meet. Actually, we had a quick meeting yesterday, and so we're excited, Tim, to have you on here in a moment as we wrap up. What's another question, John, that you want to hit Scott with? And again, before we get to that time, Scott, thank you so much for being on. This has been fascinating. The world of baseball and the world of geocaching, we do merge in this technology area, and so again, thank you so much. Don't give your wife praise for she wanted to give you. She's very proud of you, and she wanted you to join us. So thank you again.
Yeah. Thank you. Glad to do it. And yeah, it's an exciting example. Again, technology that was maybe developed for one use case, but when you apply it to a different one, it's got some pretty cool and engaging aspects to it. So not only for baseball, but geocaching as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That is awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much, Scott. I mean, just in closing, is there a technology that's coming on the horizon that just really, really excites you that we should think of for us who attend games, like in the future of baseball? I know this is visionary, but I mean, really just kind of giving a teaser to folks. Like, what do you think is coming down the pipe?
Yeah, I think it's all about that fan experience and integrating all of the technologies together to really create memories. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't hit a baseball, I don't throw a baseball, but I can help create memories for the next generation of fans. And that memory could be they hit a home run, it didn't hit the scoreboard, but they hit a home run and suddenly the fireworks shoot off. There is a sound, a siren that excites people, and there's flash and there's video of the player running around along with some graphics. And that is what, yes, it's exciting for the player himself, but it brings me into the as a fan into that experience. And if you saw last year as an example during the All-Star game, we recreated the 715th home run that Hank Aaron hit using technology to do that. And if you haven't seen it, go on YouTube, and it's amazing. But you were able to I wasn't at the game, but I could almost relive that experience. And so bringing all of those technologies together for that fan experience, to me, is what's so exciting right now. Technologies can continue to grow. AI is another tool. We talked about wireless, web hosting, e-commerce, all of that together, but to really create and drive around that experience.
Hey, you hit a home run, Scott. That's what they're saying.
Lead off home run. There we go.
That's right.
Okay.
There you go.
Tim, I set you up earlier to say I was just trying to get on base. So the heavy hitters like Tim and Doug are coming later. So
I don't know. We're going off great. Touch them all.
Yeah, great. Well, you guys have a good time, and thanks again for doing this. St. Jude's is a great cause. We'll see you guys.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. Yeah, thank you. All right, we're going to get a top of the hour, and we'll get some updates from everything. So let me do this to start us off.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 10th annual podcast of hope. This year, we are hoping to raise $15,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude. And it's not just about the incredible medical care, it's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
All right. Well, 1 hour down and many more to go, and we're very excited to have Texas Tim.
Texas Tim,
which is interesting. You'll have to explain that here in a minute. But Tim is Tim and Tim were on Fox, the Fox show Lego Masters, and a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Lego Masters, season 4. And you can go back and watch. Actually, today, Tim, yes, I did. I went back and watched part of season 4.
Well, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are so glad that you're here. We're going to do a couple quick resets, and then I've got a lot of questions about how in the world did you guys pull off Lego Masters and being there. I want as much of it behind the scenes as you're willing to share, my friend. So. That'd be great.
To talk, so you'll get a lot.
Oh, that's good. I'm looking forward to that. Let's do first an update. We're working on 15,000, and I know this is the most we've ever attempted. So, fingers crossed that we're going to get this done. But where are we at currently, John? What's the status?
Yeah, let's pull this up, Gary. So right now we're currently at 4% of our fundraising goal. So we've people have donated $610 out of the 15,000. So we got $14,390 remaining to reach our goal. We want to remind people the best way to donate is go to podcastofhope.com, and we do have a QR code in the upper right hand portion of the screen that you can use for donations. And we want to remind people that donations. So we got prizes every hour, believe it or not. And we got some awesome prizes coming up this hour too. So on this one, just to go through, we got Lego Buffalo by Tim. And I know Tim's going to talk a little bit more about that. We got a Lego trackable, swag kit too from Tim. We got an Arted Crafted shirt as well too. A Cashly subscription. So, that is really awesome. GeoCoin, December 2018 GeoCoin Club, Merry Cashmas, and matching path tag with Santa and Rudolph from Epic GeoCoin creator Chris Mackey. I would say one of the best GeoCoin creators out there. And we also have a February 2017 Valentine's Day GeoCoin Club and matching heart, and that's also from Chris Mackey as well. So how it works is if you donate, you're eligible for the prizes for that hour. So I think Tom Brotherman gave his secret technique saying, make sure you donate every hour, to help St. Jude. And really, what better way? I mean, you make a donations for a great cause and you're eligible to win some awesome prizes too.
Well, and we run into this every year, and every year it gets more, but it's a great problem to have. But we get more and more prizes, which means there's more and more to cover, but we get like more and more interesting guests. So it's hard because we're excited to interview the guests that we have. It's a variety show. We have so different guests on normal. Just like the last hour, we after the first couple minutes, we seemed like we totally forgot we're even doing a fundraiser. We forgot to mention prizes. We just got into the guests. So
Exactly.
we're going to try to remember to break in at some point and remind people that we're doing all this as a fundraiser today. But Gary keeps booking very interesting guests every year, and then we're all excited, and everybody is too. But remember, that's why we're here. That's why we're doing this super long show tonight, is we're raising money for St. Jude. It's the one time we get serious a year. So don't forget those. However your strategy is, give every hour, give once, whatever you want to do, whatever you're interested in. But just don't forget the reason that we're doing all this, especially with our fascinating guests, which are so fun to listen to. But so we'll try to do better. And we'll try to remember to keep mentioning that's what we're doing here tonight.
So
You're
we're
putting
going to
a
go
lot
from
on me because I get off on tangents very easily.
We're in trouble, man, because that's my job here too. So
yeah, both you guys can't do tangents at the same time.
We'll take turns getting this off topic. How about that?
Yeah. So we're switching gears. We're going from baseball to Lego, and I think it's going to be great. So again, Tim, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. I was a fan before I even knew we could have a Lego Master on, but I've watched every season. I find the show fascinating.
Well, thank you for that.
So again, I got things to ask, but so what was the process like just to talk to your buddy and say, hey, let's try to be on Fox Lego Masters, and then you find out that you're actually going to be on, you're like, hey, we're actually going to be on this show. What was that process like?
Well, so first of all, I do want to say thank you for letting me be a part of this. It is an honor, and what a great charity. Raising funds for St. Jude's is just absolute thing. So thank you for letting me be a part of that.
Absolutely.
So actually the other Tim, that's kind of how exactly it happened. Season 1, it was new. Nobody knew what it was. And the casting people were just reaching out everywhere. Any club, anybody that had any kind of social media, Lego related thing. And they were sending out, calling and emailing. And so many of us thought, wow, this can't be real. This has got to be a scam. And, finally, it's kind of people started realizing, no, this was a real thing. And my partner, the other Tim, he was the ambassador of our club. Lego, each club has what they call an ambassador that deals directly with Lego. Because if you become a recognized club, there are some things that happen with Lego. And then there's some things that we have to do, to stay recognized. And so he was our ambassador. Cool. And he's put out a thing with the club. Hey, I think I'm going to give this a try. Would anybody want to do it? And I was kind of in a weird place, kind of in between jobs and stuff. And I saw that, and I kind of looked at it, and it actually was a legitimate opportunity to have a job doing some Lego. And so I said something to my wife, and she said, well, that was what she said. Do you make any money at it? And I said, well, I think so. It's an acting thing, And so she said, yeah, you need to go for it. So Tim and I got back with the casting person, and I actually talked to him first, and he the young guy he had found out the Wild West, and being in Texas. I
Right.
was a bounty hunter in my younger days, private investigator, and then he got all excited about all of that. And so we were really well on our way before we even had the application, because there's a pretty lengthy application that you submit with videos and pictures and tons of questions. So that for season one, we went through the process and we did pretty well. You go through a lot of interviewing and stuff like that, and then they did make a determination of I don't know the exact number, but it's
Right.
in the 20s, almost 30 maybe. And so then they have a actual build challenge that you do. And
wow.
so we made it as far. We would have gone to LA that year
Right.
to do that, but we didn't make that cut for
Right.
season one. So then season two rolled around, and I said to Tim, I said, we did pretty well with season one. Do you want to try again? But it was right when COVID kind of happened, and he's like, I don't want to mess with that. And so we didn't do anything. And then when season three rolled around, we actually, the Texas group, we have a big Lego convention that's the entire state called Brick Rodeo. And
Right.
that year we had a bunch of the contestants from season two come to the show. So we got, I was talking to them, and told them what Tim and I had done and stuff like that. So they were giving us all these pointers and things, but they made it sound like you had to be in this marathon shape. And I'm like, I'm a big fat guy. I don't know that. So I wasn't really kind of thinking much. And then they reached out to me and they said, hey, we really liked your season one stuff. Would you like to try again? And of course, then the ego kicks in. Oh, they want me. And so they actually, initially they said something about my daughter doing it, because they had seen her. And I said, well, A, she's pregnant with our grandson, and B, she would never do TV. So I said, Tim and I did really well. I'd like, continue with that. So we tried out, and this time that we became the alternate team. So we actually got to go to Atlanta and hang with everybody. And then at the end of the week got told, well, you were the alternate team and nobody else went home, so you guys won't be on this year.
Right.
And that was a rough day, weekend. But season four rolled around and we gave it one more shot. And we made it finally. Woo! Now, I will say how we made it, what they're looking for. I don't know. It's a combination of building skills, but it's also being very comfortable doing this kind of stuff, talking in front of a camera,
Right.
Being able to show off your personality in front of people and not, be a little crazy and all that kind of thing. So it's a big combination of things.
Right.
But I will say that whoever makes those determinations, they are just either the smartest people on the planet or the most intuitive, because they do such a great job of putting 12 teams together that just become like a big family. I mean, it's amazing how close we become in a short time. And then not only that, all the seasons together. I've got lifelong friends from all the seasons that I get to interact with quite a bit and stuff. And it's a very special family. And then we were already part of the larger Lego community family, which is a very unique thing too. So
Hey, Tim, one thing you mentioned, you said, I don't, what would help people is, and I think that somebody named Christy Lunsford, she commented on this one side too. She says, whoa, you had me at bounty hunter. Do you think it would help people's odds if they mentioned they had bounty hunter experience with applying for Lego Masters?
No, I don't know that helps much.
Just at that.
Because
go ahead.
I just going to say, later on, when we was actually there filming and stuff, I was always talking to producers and stuff. And I've had a very creative life I did a lot of things, and I was telling them about all this stuff. And so one of the times Will came to the table to talk to us, he was like, he said, So I understand you've had a lot of careers and jobs, Tim. And I didn't understand what he meant. And the other
Right.
Tim, he's like, no, he's talking about all your other stuff. And so I said, and somehow we got on the Western channel that I watch.
Yeah.
And he asked about doing because I said there's 3 commercials all day long. It's either walk-in shower, car insurance, or the life alert, and also though a lot of St. Jude commercials. And I'll later on I might mention about that. So I got to see a lot of commercials about St. Jude. But anyway, so Will goes, well, Tim, what commercial would you think I would be good for? And I said, well, you're kind of a macho guy, so maybe the walk-in shower. And so he reached over and he said, okay. He said, if I ever do a walk-in shower commercial, you have to direct. And he shook my hand on it. So we'll see what happens. That kind of all spurred off of talking about my careers and stuff. But
That's
the
great.
bounty hunting itself, I don't know would help.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because Will Arnett, being of course Lego Batman, he is very entertaining. And it's interesting to watch the show. Obviously produced, so we all know that there's so much that goes on behind the scenes, especially when they go, pardon me, that they say, all right, get ready to go, and they go, you have 10 hours to build this. And you're like, 10 hours? And then my brain is like, I wonder how that, I mean, I was like, I actually want to watch part of that 10 hours, and of course they're going to take the parts that they are going to show on TV because they want to, they want to keep you interested. Although I'd watch several hours of it just kind of out of interest. But what was it like when you first start, like the first, like y'all had to build the boat was the first one, right? That was the 1st. Okay. So they get started, and then, I mean, so they're filming all the, what they can, but you and Tim are starting the process of planning and all that. There's a lot of, I wouldn't call it downtime, but it's like you guys are not say frantic, but you're like getting your game plan on, but then they're going to come around and try to get information from you about what you're doing. So what was it like to just start the process of an episode?
Well, so Tim actually, he was the planner, and he had actually put together a list of a lot of different stories or ideas for different builds and stuff.
Right.
And so when it came down to it, he had a lot of great ideas. And then it ended up me figuring out what I could build to work in amongst that. Because truthfully, I mean, we had done a lot of stuff together. We had joined the club at the same time. We
Right.
did a lot of displays together, but we never really built together a lot. So that was usually for us, the stressful kind of hard in the beginning of each episode was figuring out who was, which going to do what part of it. And once we got that, then we just kind of did our thing.
Right.
The boat, that one was kind of unique because it was the first episode. And that's the thing. Nobody wants to go home on the first episode.
Right.
So you really want to, show your best. And of course, we realized right away that we had some fantastic builders that we were competing against. I mean,
Right.
they were, incredible. And I had the only out of all of the people, I only knew one of them. I had met him at one of the brick rodeos a couple of years, and he gave me a hard time because I didn't remember exactly him at first. And he said, oh yeah, now you're a big star, you don't remember the little people. And I said, oh no, because he's a phenomenal builder, and he did really well in the show. But I don't know, for me personally, I never really felt like we would come out on top. So there wasn't that pressure that we had to, just
Right.
win and all of that. I was just there having the time of my life. After struggling almost to my life, trying to figure out where I fit in and what to do with myself. I mean, that's why I did so many different things. I just was enjoying the moment and just trying to have as much fun as I could.
Right. So, and again, people are different in person, but what we see the personas of Will and the Lego masters that are there. So, do you feel like that? And again, I might be disappointed when I ask this question because I've had people tell me about other celebrities that are not what you think they are. Was Will at least somewhat of a genuine person, or was he more of just a I'm here to do this job, and when I'm done, I'm out of here kind of thing?
You know, I never got the impression of that. He seemed very genuine,
Good.
and it very much what you see is what you get. I
Oh,
mean,
that's good.
the way he acts and the talk and stuff, and a lot of what he says never can be on TV. So
Right.
there are a lot of crazy things. Um, but as far as his demeanor and that kind of thing, he was a big part of why I wanted to be on the show. I just have always
Yeah.
enjoyed the movies I've seen him in and the stuff. And he's just a couple years younger than me, but he's a dad. So I thought we'd have a lot of really good interaction, and we did. But for whatever reason, none of it ever ended up on the
Yeah.
show or on TV. So,
Yeah.
but as far
Overall.
as
Yeah.
personality and the way he treated us, he's like a big cheerleader is what he's there for.
Right.
If people are
Yeah. He's
struggling and
entertaining.
stuff like that, he's really good, and I felt like he was pretty genuine about all that. Now, when he didn't need to be there, he wasn't there, but he
Sure.
spent most of the time there. I mean, the judges were the ones that they didn't keep there as long. So
Right.
Yeah.
They're trying to pull snippets. Do you think the Lego Masters are kind of like? I mean, they're judging things pretty quickly, but would they probe you guys for like, why did you do this? Or I know they would give you advice to like, I don't know if I'd go that route. Is that kind of their sort of their
very
role?
much so. And
Okay.
I don't know what the deal was with Tim and I, but all the episodes we were there, they came talk to us twice and didn't come talk to everybody twice. They came to us
Uh,
twice. And every time they did, we ended up having to make some changes. We became the pivot kings, and that's what ultimately the episode we did go home on. We ended up having to change things like 3 different times,
right.
and we just did get it done. Or I mean, I was very proud and happy with what we came up with and what we ended up the end result. But it would have been so much better if we'd have had some of that time we wasted on other things. So
Yeah.
no, they very much are about coming around and making sure that we're, because there are certain parameters you don't always on the show, you don't always get that, but there's usually quite a few rules and specifications that we have to follow for the builds. And so they do tend to keep us on point. One of the big things, the volcano episode,
Right.
initially, and I don't know because I don't hear very well, so I may have missed something too, but it turned out it had to be a real volcano. It couldn't be a something different. Like Tim and I, like
Right.
for instance, Tim and I initially were going to do Houston was underwater, and all the industrial stuff, and so our volcano was going to be a stack from one of the plants. And what the story was a chemical tank was going to rupture in the so
Right.
the lava was going to be chemicals. That's why we ended up with fish people.
Right.
And so they came around really early and said, no, it has to be a mountain. So I was able to pretty quickly turn around and make it into a mountain. But I will say the 2 guys that went home, they
Yeah.
did the same thing. And now a big part of why, because they wouldn't make that change. They just said, no, we want to do what we're doing. And so it cost them in the end.
Yeah. Were there?
You kind of mentioned some of the things that aren't shown on TV, and that's the question I always like to ask whenever we talk to somebody that's been on Jeopardy or everybody knows what I'm going to ask. But
Right.
how, like I've watched several shows like everybody else, cooking shows and all these other shows, reality game shows on TV, and I'm always curious about how close to what actually happened what it looks like when it's on TV. So we watch an episode, it's 30 minutes, or an hour long, and we see one thing like, 5 minutes left, and then they show all this video after. When you actually watch the show, how close to what really happened is it?
I will say everything that we did and our interactions and stuff were all just absolutely true. Now you got a point, and I wonder sometimes they do maybe move the time around, as far as, because I wondered that too, because I spent a lot of time when we were trying to get on the show,
Right.
just watching and rewatching, and because you would see like the builds being at a certain point, and then they would show something else, and then things were a little different. And I also wondered, it seemed like everybody magically at the end of the time frame had their builds done. And I wondered, do they really get, just knowing from building?
Yeah.
Now with our experience, yes, they do. And part of that was because of the Lego spirit. If there was a lot of times that the other teams would jump in and help out.
Right.
So, and that's I don't know. It just, if they like it, if the producers like it that way or not, but that's just how the Lego world operates. We help each other, we support each other. And so that's what kind of happens. I mean, because ultimately, at least with Lego Masters, you're there. Yeah, you want to win the money and you want to win the title and all that. But at the end of the day, your big competition is with yourself and putting out the best build you possibly can. And you want everybody else to do the same thing. And if you end up on top, that's great. If what they did's better, that's great too. So it's, and I know a lot of the other competition shows probably aren't like that because, their main focus is the money.
Right.
But I mean, let's face it, Lego Master, $100,000 sounds like a lot of money, but by the time they take the taxes and you split it between two people, it's not any kind of life-changing amount of money. So that isn't even really a concern, I don't think, for anybody going into Lego Masters. It's more about the exposure and just the opportunity to get to build like that because it's a very unique situation.
Did
Hey,
they?
Tim?
I was gonna say real quick. I'm back on us, and then we'll kind of switch. We'll switch some gears. But I had one more question on the timing of things again, and that I assume that they're gonna did they obviously this is behind the scenes because they didn't show this part, but would they tell you that they're gonna stop the clock at a certain point, give you a break, and then pull you out of the room? And then bring you back at a certain point because obviously you can't work on it if the time isn't running. So did they tell you that okay, we're starting a clock, say, and every episode's different, but again, if you're going 10 hours, did they tell you all behind the scenes, we're going to go 4 hours, then we're going to stop, you're going to get a break, everybody gets to walk away for a while? Did they kind of give you sort of an idea of the actual build time in that kind of thing?
That's a good question. I don't remember specifically. Now, with the way a typical day worked, we had to be downstairs at the hotel by 6 a.m., sometimes a little earlier. And then they would bus us all to the studio. And we would spend several hours in hair and makeup and wardrobe. And so a lot of times it would be later in the morning before we'd even get over there. And they were, with our season specifically, now it sounds like in listening to all the other seasons, it was all over the place with the way some things worked. But we were pretty standard. We had we'd get about an hour, and it seemed like an hour and a half or so into it. And then we would break for lunch right away.
Oh,
and
wow.
that was pretty standard, if I remember right. And then we would go back, and then we would just work until a certain point. As far as your question about, they really didn't. I mean, they just maybe once in a while they kind of gave us a heads up that because that clock. First of all, it is true time. There's no fudging with any of that.
Oh, interesting.
But the clock goes off. They don't leave it on the whole time. So half the time we're working and we have no idea. but you're
Oh,
not really paying a lot of attention to that
right.
anyway.
Yeah.
And I think there was one time that maybe the 1 hour thing.
Yeah, they do the 1 hour thing. That's kind of their famous.
I think they did that one time prematurely because either Will had to be something or do something. So they
Right.
went ahead and filmed that. And
Called
then
it
we
1
went back
hour.
to working and then they did it again to us. But so sometimes there's a little bit of fudging with that a little bit.
Sure.
But as far as the actual, I would say the continuity and the way the timing of it and stuff that you see on TV is pretty close to how it was. And there's nothing, and everything that you see on TV actually did happen. It wasn't
wow.
anything. And they're very good about telling us, be yourself, just do your thing. So
Right.
any of the stress, because I hear this and I get kind of irritated, about how it's about the drama and stuff. I'm not sure what drama people are referring to other than people just being stressed out, tired, and trying to do something in that and their reactions to it. If that's drama, then to me, drama is watching these housewife shows, and the stupidity and stuff that
That's
those
good.
women do, because most of that's got to be manufactured. But
Right.
with us, no, it wasn't. When there was like a meltdown and stuff like that, it was the real deal. And because we didn't seem to, I don't think we had anybody too much, but I know season 3, Michelle, and tacos. Michelle she was really homesick. She missed her little boy and all of
Right.
that. And because we got to hang with them that week as alternate team,
Alternates,
we
right.
got to know them a little bit. And so we knew, Tim and I knew that she was really missing and that. So when that happened and stuff, it was like, that was very legitimate. And it just
Right.
was, things got too much. And then I don't know, I think season 1, the young man that his build fell apart, that from what I've understand, it was just devastating to him and stuff. So, what I guess is drama. It's just people,
Yeah.
excuse me, people just, because we are tired. It's long days and and you don't want to sleep much. I don't know that I slept a whole lot, but for me, I was just so excited about what was going to happen the next day.
Right.
But
maybe
I
they'll
hope
do
I
the
answered that
Housewives
question.
edition next year. They can do Housewives Lego Master next year, maybe.
Now, that
Well,
would
you
be
know what
weird.
the funny
That
thing
would be
with
awesome.
that? So the Christmas special now, they bring in
Oh, yeah.
celebrities to team
yeah.
up
Right.
with one of us. And I
Right.
think out of the 2 of the 3 they've had a housewife on there.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They're
Oops.
readily accessible because there's the Atlanta Housewives. So there's 2 of them have been on there.
They
Oh, my
film in
gosh.
Atlanta. Yeah.
Just incredible. Hey Tim, I gotta just put a shameless plug and then ask a question on here too, because we have these like incredibly cool coins that Don Treadway Lost and Found 28 created to help benefit St. Jude. 100% of the proceeds go, and you can see the cool Lego design on here. And I just wanted to mention that we still have some of these available on our Etsy store on
Yep.
here. So if people want to purchase one of these, you can go to geocachetalk.com, go down to our shop, and then you can click on the link for our Etsy store. And there's still some of these cool ones remaining. And these are special 10-year coins on here that after these are done, they're gone. So if people want one of these, get them. I think everybody that has one in person has just said like, oh my God, these are so amazing and so unique on here. So I just wanted to mention that. But Tim, one of my favorite lines.
Tim got one, by the way.
I do have one, and I love
you do?
it. And I
Tim
did
got him
put
a
the
Lego
word
Color
out.
Factory. Yeah.
So I hope that some of my Lego people actually buy them because I did. I did on my Instagram. I showed a
that'd be
picture
awesome.
of it and said specifically that it was Lego designed, and so I hope I hope that sells out for you because it really is a beautiful coin. I love mine. I'm going to figure out a special display for it somehow. So.
Oh,
They-
that'd be
That
awesome.
is so cool.
They are amazing. I just want to make sure we mention too that none of that goes to us. That goes straight to St. Jude. So
Yep.
it's done around this time. It's a reward for the donation. None of that goes to Geocache Talk. It goes straight to St. Jude. We don't keep anything from that. So
And that coin, if you purchase that coin, you're also entered into we're going to get into later about with Doug Macrae, Ms. Pac-Man inventor. You are entered in the grand prize. So potentially you buy a coin, you get a great coin, and you get a chance, you get one of the entries. So another great thing to do there too. So yeah, like Lost Found's right. We're almost sold out. We're down to a few. So, go out to the Etsy site and you can buy it there at geocachetalkshop.etsy.com. I'll put it up on the screen.
That'll be a fun collector's item for some people because there won't be any more of those. So
yeah,
well, especially Lego people, we're nuts about unique items and stuff. So I really thought they would go quick.
Yeah. Well, and funny is that this was inspired by you, Tim, because we knew, we had talked or we'd gotten in contact, a few months ago, and we were talking about what we want to do as far as coins, and we're like, we're gonna have Tim on from Lego Masters. We got to do a Lego coin. I mean, this is what we got to do. So,
see, now Tim can go flex in front of all the other Lego people and say, "Look, how many coins have been made for you?"
Yeah,
that's right.
Right?
How many coins are you inspired for St. Jude?
Yeah. Where's your geocoin that was made for you? Oh, you didn't have one made? Oh, I'm very sorry.
That's right.
You can buy this one. I got an extra one if you want to buy one because it's but and you probably we've talked. I showed you one picture though. Also, Tim of West Virginia. Tim, he made a Lego. Look like a birdhouse, and he used the colors as a way to show, like, try to figure out a puzzle. Have you ever seen? I've seen some of these, but have you ever seen somebody build a puzzle box with Lego? There's a few of them that have been made like that. Or have you ever run across them?
I am sure there are. Because people, I mean, there's probably not a thing you could think of that somebody has not tried to build or has successfully built out of Lego. And I do know, I would almost bet. I can't think off the top of my head who or what, but I know that there's been, because they really like doing that too. And now one of the things, that 3D art and the optical illusions and stuff, there's a lot of guys that are taking and making stuff like that too. So it's
something that
I'm sure there is.
Yeah. Well, something too, and we'll get back to some other things, but one thing I wanted to point out is what you're doing now. A couple things, because we've been talking, interacting, and different things. There are, I'm going to ask you, get your take on this, but you go to a lot of Lego conventions or shows, you could call them. Are those growing? And how has your experience been with going to these Lego, we'll call them conventions? I don't know what's a better term for that. I don't know.
No, it's Lego convention. There is several different types, and that's where it kind of runs into trying to explain to the public more, and to even a lot of APOLs, they don't understand. Because there's a couple of shows that are geared mainly for the public, and they're like 2-day, just weekend shows. But a true Lego convention is usually 3 or 4 days. It's people that have creations that they built on their own, and we all get together, and then they have classes and they have competitions, ways to win Lego. The vendors usually come in early and they have little perks and sales and stuff.
Cool.
And it's kind of like a big little family reunion every year, because most of the big conventions, there's like 4 or 5 that are the tried and true. There's Brick Fair in Virginia, which I actually helped set up.
Oh, cool.
I've been doing that for about 5 years. It's in Chantilly is the big one. And then we do one in Fredericksburg in March.
Right.
And then the Supreme Lego convention is Brick World in Chicago. It's every Father's Day weekend. And there's like, at any given time, 40 plus Lego Masters there.
Wow.
There's
the Pittsburgh one's big too, right?
Well, it's a newer show for them.
Big. Yeah.
That's a new, it's a friend of mine, actually, 2 friends. one of them was a contestant. Tim Kroll was actually a contestant on season 2. He helped with that show, and it's a fun show. It's a little different too. I mean, it's they usually it's made up of the local clubs of whatever city they're in. Um, but and then they try to do a lot of educational activities and stuff. Like there's mosaic building, there's some STEM
Oh,
class
cool.
things. There's I actually in Pittsburgh I ran the little. It was basically the Pinewood Derby, but out of Lego,
Right.
and so
Nice.
there's those. And then the one I actually worked for 4 different shows this year.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I knew the owners, so that kind of benefited me.
Yeah.
I've been around long enough that I know kind of who is doing what, and they all have their own spatial little twist to them. So I love them all. I mean, and I get asked what my favorite is, and I really don't have a favorite because I just
Yeah.
the people I get to interact with and the different regions they're in, the different clubs and stuff I get to see, I become family and friends. So it's like a little, get together for me every time. And so, and it's just some of them are 2 or 3 days, some of them are 4 days. It just kind of depends on whether it's a fall convention or just for the public. Now, typically they all end up being for the public, and that's because that's kind of how it supports the show,
Sure.
selling the tickets and stuff. But as far as entering any kind of activities and stuff like that in the days that before usually determine if it's a
Sure.
Lego show or not.
And then you're now in Oklahoma, which I don't know why you would leave the great state of Texas, Tim. I'm very disappointed in that. No, I'm kidding.
The grandkids.
That's it with the kids. Yeah, okay.
That's a good excuse. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good excuse. But you have a store. Tell people a little bit about your store in Oklahoma.
Well, actually, what I sell my buffalo kits, and so I'm getting ready to do. I don't have any kind of physical thing. What I'm sitting in kind of ties in with my Wild West thing. I have the privilege. This museum, it's the Woolaroc Museum and Wildlife Preserve out here, just outside of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. I don't know. A lot of people know Frank Phillips, Phillips 66. Bartlesville was their headquarters, and this was his. From what I understand, the museum was created. He didn't want to have to keep going to New York for the big oil convention, so he made his own convention center right here. And this later became the museum, and they've since added on.
Awesome.
And this is my 3rd time to get to display my Wild West build here. I was here last Christmas, and then I'm here this year. They have a lighting thing and Santa, and so the ladies, they asked, if they could put up a little signage and stuff. And that's Frank Phillips right there. He was very much a cowboy and did a lot of Wild West kind of stuff.
Awesome.
So I don't know as much. I'm going to learn more about him because I need to make a little minifig of him to have at these shows.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it's been great. I love this museum. It's one of the best Wild West museums you'll find anywhere. So if you're into the Wild West, this ought to be on your tour.
Yeah. And you mentioned about the buffalo. You're donating, for people that give this hour. If you give this hour, you're eligible to win a couple of the prizes that you're donating. Do you have the buffalo there, or is it? Can we show that?
So I kind of fell down on the job. I was talking and running a little behind, but I think you can see there's a picture of what he will look like. And I'm giving the white one. He's one of my most popular ones. But it's Christmas time too. So white buffalo. And what you're getting is your own kit. I created these. I needed a buffalo herd for my Wild West display. And so about 7 years ago now, I created these buffalo for that. In fact, the buffalo that are here, live buffalo herd that's here at Woolaroc, were my research. I took pictures of them because that's about the time I discovered this place. So I like to give these out, and then you get the whole Tim tank package. I
Oh,
started doing, I've got my little custom sig fig
man, that's
that I
awesome.
sell at the
Oh, that is so
convention.
cool.
Do a little, I autograph the plate on the top. And then our season, we stole from season 2. We do trading cards. So
Nice.
you can start your collection and
Nice.
autograph. And all my social media is on the QR code.
Right.
We love our stickers. So I'm giving you, there's my YouTube channel, Tim's Brick Adventures.
Yep.
There's kind of our official stickers. All of us have something similar to that.
That's
And
great.
this is my own little created sticker.
I love it.
So Tank, little side story. It was Tim and Tim. And so I was trying to come up with something. So, because Tim's a little smaller than me. And so they were kind of big Tim, little Tim. And he doesn't like that very much. And I understand. I mean, who wants to be? So I told one of the production assistants, I said, I need to come up with something. So he actually, typically I wear tank tops all the time. The whole time I lived in Texas, I had tank top and cargo shorts.
Right.
So I wore that to the studio every morning. So he came up, he said, what about Tank? And I said, well, I love that. So that's where Tank comes from. And that's what I
awesome.
became Tank. So that's where that all comes from.
That is
But
awesome.
they wouldn't let me. I tried when I did the show to get them to let me wear cutoffs or tank top, and they said no. So I have to wear t-shirts. So when I do events, I wear my t-shirts. But
and you had to have the overalls on because you guys
I love my. That's my fault too. That is one of the things about the show that is kind of kind of campy. There's some of the people and their outfits, and the U.S. show is the ones that do that. The Australian show, they don't. The people just wear what they normally wear, from what I understand.
I thought it was great y'all did that though.
Well, and for me it was, because I wore my overalls in the very first Zoom call we did. And I think somewhere along the line in season 3, they decided that was our look. So Tim actually went out and got some overalls. He had never worn them in his life. He was a great sport. He started a home inspection business while we were going through the process. And when it isn't 100 degrees there in Houston, he'll wear his overalls to do inspections and stuff. So it worked out really well.
Yeah. Well, one other thing, and then we're going to we have some questions that have been building up in the chat room. So we want to do that. And again, thank you so much, Tim, for being with us tonight. It's been wonderful.
Thank
you. I thank you so much for your support of us and for St. Jude. The little things that you made, obviously, did they? Because you had your little Tim name tag, I guess you could call it, that you guys made for did you make those for yourself? That you asked?
Actually, Tim did those for our Zoom calls and stuff. He did it kind of as a joke, and they ended up, that's what they liked. So we wore them. I don't wear them because for me it just doesn't stay in place, and I was breaking them and all that. And it's great to have a place for my phone. Tim will wear his with his overalls once in a while, but that was something he actually came up with. Somebody did some nice little placards with our names in the dots. Yeah, we got to take them home, and I may try and figure out a way to, because they did. It's a really nice little thing,
right?
But that's where that came from. So
that's awesome, man. And you have a couple last questions, so too, John. Did you have something you want to bring up?
Oh yeah. I gotta so Tim, I gotta tell you my favorite line from Lego Masters, and it's not everybody's favorite line, but I love when they say Lego Masters 1 minute remaining, and I have to admit, I tell my significant other that sometimes when the cooking timer is going down, and she doesn't really appreciate that, to be honest. But I get something out of it, I guess. But just thinking about your time at Lego Master, like what's your favorite line, or what was your favorite experience?
Oh wow, that is hard, because I really did. I enjoyed every minute I was there. I think the biggest thing for it was I got paid to be me. It was so surreal. I mean, I would sit there every morning kind of just looking around and going, wow, this is just fantastic. I'm with a bunch of people that I enjoy. I'm with, I really got close with all the production people. I kind of had a routine. I would go, first thing in the morning, we had a guy named Baker that he took care of us. He made sure we got everywhere. He would be there waiting at the door for us. I'd talk to him for a few minutes. Then the lady that did all the alterations and stuff, she was set up in the back. I got to be friends, so I'd beeline usually back there, and I talked to her for a few minutes. And then the girls, we had a couple wardrobe ladies that dealt with us particularly, and I spend time with them. And then then we went right away. They had a trailer outside with probably 10, 12 beautiful ladies that did hair and makeup. And you got to go sit out there and hang with them every morning. It is the life.
The life of a movie star or a TV star.
It is. I miss those girls. I mean, I had a lot of fun. Got the best haircut I've ever had in my life. Yeah, that's probably that's what I miss the most.
Well, speaking of TV shows, let me bring in our next guest to crosstalk with you, Tim.
Okay.
Speaking of TV shows, let's bring in Saul. There he is. Hey,
what's
man.
up, everybody? Hey, how we doing?
We're so glad you're here. So,
I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, absolutely. And let's bring in our other guest, which is Joshua's here. So,
yes,
hey, Josh.
I'm here. It's awesome to see everybody.
Did you want to ask Tim about being a Lego master at all, or?
I just logged in, so I haven't heard the whole conversation.
Think about it for a minute. So just to let people know, we had to do a little pivot. Brian's going to be on the next hour. Mm-hmm. And Saul, we're so thankful and grateful that we got to have you for this hour. So interesting right now that we've got a Fox network star, Tim, and then we have a CBS star in Saul. So kind of interesting. Completely different worlds, but I know that there's probably some kind of a tie to being on a TV show between the two of you guys, although Survivor is sort of its own weird animal in a sense, but I guess in a sense Lego Master is too, because you're having to build stuff and you're having to compete.
There's a good chance either some of the camera people or some of the production assistants or even some of the producers could have been on it. So I'm pretty sure some of them had worked on Survivor at one time or another too. Those people, there's a lot of them, but there isn't a lot of them, and so they've done a lot of work on a lot of different shows. So I would say, there's a good chance that we might have worked with some of the same production people a little bit.
It is interesting, think about. I know, Saul, you had, there's competition and there's sort of puzzle things that you've got to do at certain times. And for Tim, you have situations where, that you didn't know, or did you? I guess we were pulling back the curtain, but did they tell you anything, Tim, before each of the episodes you were on, what you were going to be building?
No, they did not. I mean, we learned right there a few minutes before they said, get your brick on. So no, we had no idea.
Okay.
One of the things in Survivor that I always think is funny is when Jeff Probst commentates the challenges. And I'm wondering, Saul, this is one of the questions I have for you.
Yeah.
And I'm also wondering with Tim, does that get in your head? Is that frustrating? Is that challenging? And Tim, do they commentate when you're building? Does that like get in your head?
They do a little bit. Will tries to do a little bit of that too, but there's also producers walking around while we're working and stuff, and they actually like quiz us about what we're doing and things like that. And they'll say, well, hey, did you see what they're doing over there? Or what. So they like to, stir the pot a little bit. And fortunately with the Lego community anyway, we all, like I said, we became family very quickly. So we just went with it and had fun with it and stuff. So Yeah, there is
how
a
about
little
you, Saul?
machination if they can.
How about you, Saul? I really want to know the answer to this. How about you?
Jeff Probst is an icon. Everyone on this podcast knows who he is. And when when we're doing a challenge and he starts talking, it's only two things. It's either he's motivating you or he's talking crap because you're not performing well. And when you're not performing well and he is talking crap, it does something to you, like, hey, you got to step up your game.
Okay.
But I'll share a quick story real quick. My favorite moment when playing in Survivor, it was one of the challenges that we got to do where you pick a partner. And is there any way we can change there we go. I'm staring right at myself. I like looking at you.
Sorry.
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, no problem.
It's okay.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm like staring. I'm like, damn, I'm ugly. You know.
No, that's not true. We're all here.
So it was a challenge where you have a partner, and very few Survivor challenges do you have one of those. And it was levels of 3. And the second level was where you had to do a staircase, a puzzle staircase. So the only way you could advance on the staircase is if you fit the step that matched the puzzle piece. And after that, then you went across a very thin balance beam. Well, Genevieve and Sue, 2 women on the in the game, they get to this top of the staircase first because this puzzle out very quickly. And the problem was, though, that they went across the beam very slowly, while myself and Teeny, my partner, and Gabe and Kyle, we flew through the beam at the end, and it was a photo finish. 1, 2, 3, bam, bam, bam. It was intense. And after it was over, Jeff is like out of breath, and the camera's cut, and he loses it. It was one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of in my life. He's like dropping F-bombs, like, this is how let's go. You know, nothing you'll ever see on camera.
Right.
In that moment, it was just, I remember hearing him. I remember everything that he said. And he was just like, I was so proud of that moment. It was so fun. And yeah, just to have, one of the greatest hosts of any show, 50 seasons this guy's been on, it was something I'll never forget.
Oh, man.
That is so cool.
That is so awesome. Well, we're going to hear more from Saul here in a minute, but we're got to say goodbye to Tim. It was a fun time. It goes so quick. I got so many other things that we didn't get to that. Well, maybe we'll have to have you back someday, Tim, because we can talk more about things. But
anytime. Or you can reach out to me anytime too.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you, Brody. And I like the last comment. I'm not gonna hold you to it, but we did talk the other day, and he said you might take your son geocaching soon. So
I would like to he loves that he loves hiking, and we did it when he was a scout. So we did it around, and I would be willing to bet that around here where we live now, that there is some really great spots. So I'm definitely going to investigate a little more.
Yeah. Get out and do some geocaching. If you do, send me some photos, and we'll put those out on our our social media, and let people know that we got a Lego master. He's out caching, and that'll fire him up. So again, thank you so much, Tim, and we appreciate you being on, and thank you for your giveaways that you're gonna get. And I'll get you the names of the folks that win, so you don't need to send them to me or anything. Okay. I'll just get you the info, and we'll get them off to the other people. So
sounds great.
Awesome.
Sounds great.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank y'all, and good luck. And it was a pleasure meeting each and every one of you.
You too, Tim.
Yeah, awesome. All right, well, we're going to reset, and then we'll get. Merry Christmas, my friend. Thanks, Tim. All right, let's do a top of the hour, and we'll get this hour going.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 10th annual podcast of hope. This year, we are hoping to raise $15,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude. And it's not just about the incredible medical care, it's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
Well, let's get a quick update, top of the hour. So, John, tell us how we're doing.
Okay, guys. So the great news is we crossed over the $1,000 mark. So we're currently at $1,140.55 raised on that one, but we still have a ways to go. We're still looking at $13,859.45 to meet our $15,000 goal. So if you haven't donated yet this hour, please donate. You can donate at www.podcastofhope.com. On there, you know, every donation that you donate for every hour makes you eligible for certain prizes from that hour. So we have another batch of really cool prizes coming up this hour, including some geocaching coins on here, arted crafted shirts, Cashly subscription, some awesome geocoins from Chris Mackey as well too. So you're going to want to make sure you donate. And I think on this one, Gary, people can donate still to that grand prize from Doug Macrae. That's pretty sweet, right?
Any donation of $25 to St. Jude through our podcast of hope, you are entered, and you're entered as many. You know, if you keep giving, you'll keep getting entries. But yeah, you could win a Ms. Pac-Man arcade game.
Oh,
full size.
Yeah, it's the IKEA version, but still. It's pretty cool. It is the IKEA. You have to put it together. That's okay, but there's good instructions. It's not that hard to put together. But he's gonna, and we have several prizes. But yeah, those two, that one is the big one for the grand prize. So yeah, excellent.
Who doesn't love Miss Pac-Man?
Right. I mean, Miss Pac-Man. So we're gonna enjoy that time with Doug. So I got one more thing to show, and then we are gonna get cranked up. Talking to Saul, this is going to be a fascinating hour. But I want to play some of these, so let's do this one right now, and then we'll get started.
He is so personable. If you see him at the store, you better say hi, because if you don't, he will continue to say hi and say, "Mommy, why aren't they talking to me?" He is mechanically inclined. I mean, he will, there's a screwdriver laying around, he will have shelves off the wall. He's tried to take door pins out of the doors. Like, he's got his fake tools and he is hammering away.
I worked on my tractor today. I put some new screws in, but my motor wasn't doing now. I couldn't get my motor doing on the tractor because I had a new screw.
To sum up 2019, we started the year off, I was pregnant, and we had sold our home way quicker than we had ever expected.
And we had no place to go. We borrowed my parents' camper, moved in.
Elliot was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia on April 2nd of 2019. He was 22 months old at the time. Got me into St. Jude, and we just kind of felt like we were where we're supposed to be.
I just thought it would be awful, and nothing could be further from the truth.
Elliot looks around and he's like, "There's other kids here."
He's walking up and down the halls talking to everybody. Everybody's got a smile on their face. The staff, the patients, it's a magical place. If my dad would have got what my son has, he would surely have died. If I would have got it, I'd have had about a 50% chance of survival. And now Elliot, my son, has over 94% chance. It's pretty amazing in just a few generations. We don't expect him to remember any of this, which is a blessing in one way. But another way, we're going to feel an obligation just to tell him, what he went through and what he overcame, and how tough he really is. So maybe I'll say, Elliot, you've been through so much. There's nothing in this life that you won't be able to handle.
Hey, Gary, you're muted, my friend.
That's okay.
Hang on.
Joshua, I love Gary's voice.
No. One more quick thing, Josh, and then we're going to get right into the interview. But I do want to point out another item that we've got available. And this was Lost and Found 28 design. These are our coin designer and production manager. So this is our stained glass coin that is available for purchase for $100. Again, the money goes to all the proceeds for that go to St. Jude. So those are available. We encourage folks to get the stained glass, amazing stained glass geocoin. Just beautiful and just so well done. And I appreciate her for making these. So those are available again. Geocache Talk Shop.etsy.com. I'll bring it up here in a second. And but we got to get started. We got to talk about Survivor. Survivor.
boy.
I can't believe when
This is gonna be
Joshua
great,
told
yeah.
me. I know when he told me it was 47. I was like, oh, season 47 or like season 50. It's like I knew it'd been I know there were quite a few, and then if it's like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. So so Josh, tell us about your guest, and we'll get into talking with Saul. This is awesome.
Well, first of all, let me just say I am absolutely thrilled to have Saul on the show. I am a big fan of Survivor. It is my favorite show. I love Saul. I love how he played the game. So thank you. First of all, thank you, because Saul, this has been a very special and busy week for you. How are you doing right now? What is your current state?
Yeah, I'm watching that video, and it's hitting me unlike it's in the moment that's going on right now. It's hitting me more than it would ever in my entire life. So, guys, I just had my first baby.
Wow! Congratulations!
Yeah, thank you so much. A very healthy baby boy. We didn't know what the sex was going to be. We waited till it was delivered. It was delivered yesterday.
Wow.
And yeah, it's we got, his name is Leo Sun Yi. And I just want to say, like, the video that you just showed, he's talking about his son at the end, saying, he's going to be really tough because he's going through this, and he's going to be able to do whatever he wants to do. And I'm holding my son today, and I'm saying, he doesn't understand me, but I'm saying those words to him, as I'm just whispering it to him, like, son, you can do whatever you want, dream big. And I just really appreciated that video. So Josh, I was like, hey man, because the due date was 11/29. So when he said this, I don't know much about what this is like. This is my first one. I'm 44 years old. I'm late to the game. So I was like, I think I should be able to do it, but if it's after November 29th, I don't know what's going to happen. So I'm on very little sleep. If I say something that I shouldn't probably say, give me a break. But it's been so awesome. And to be honest, guys, like after watching these videos, I would, like, if you want to have me do this next year or anything, you can always count on me to do that.
Oh man, thank you so much.
It's so kind of you, and it says a lot about you as a person. This is a major life-changing event, and the fact that you're on a podcast that you don't know who the heck we are, and we'll talk a little bit about geocaching because I'm really curious about that, because I think there's some Survivor crossover with geocaching.
Oh yeah.
But let's get it started. So please just basics, share a little background about yourself. Where are you from? Where are you living? What are you up to these days?
Yeah. So I'm originally from Oklahoma. I'm Sooner born. I'm Sooner bred, and I went to University of Oklahoma. Oh, are we doing some fist pump there?
Boomer. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
Boomer.
Sooner, baby. Yeah, hell yeah. I let's see. I went to University of Oklahoma. My parents moved to Oklahoma when I from South Korea, so I kind of grew up in a Korean home, but in the state of
Sure.
Oklahoma.
Hmm.
So
Right.
that's all I really knew. And then until my senior year, I took a spring break trip to LA. And I remember flying from LA to LAX from OKC and seeing all these lights, and my mind was blown. I'm like, what? There's this other part of this world that I didn't know. So after college, I moved to LA, met my beautiful wife out there, who just went through a crazy time in the past 9 months. And she's originally from Norwalk, Connecticut, which she's running the show. So after about 10 years of being in LA, I moved out to Connecticut. And right now, I'm starting paternity leave, which I freaking love because
Yes.
it's. I started on the due date, so I've had about a week of nothing, and it's been great.
Wow.
That is awesome.
That's an
But
exciting
yeah,
time.
yeah. But Josh, to your point, Survivor is also my favorite show, and so I didn't start watching it though until COVID.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
that
Oh, wow.
it was during a time when, you guys know what I'm talking about. You're like, what can I watch now? I've watched literally everything I can think of. And
Yep.
so I
Right.
turned it on, gave it a shot, and I was hooked.
So you also have a background in poker. I'm curious, as
Yeah.
you were beginning the casting process of Survivor, which I'm really curious about.
Yeah.
Were you recruited? Did you apply and have to go through everything?
Yeah.
How did the poker thing, was that a big
Sure.
factor in you getting on the show? Tell us a little bit about the casting process.
Yeah. So I'll start with poker. You guys ever seen Boiler Room?
I have not.
Anyone see that movie? Okay. So Boiler Room is about
Oh,
these
we're
guys
probably-
who, yeah, it has Ben Affleck in it, Vin Diesel's in it. It's an old one, but it's about these guys who sell and trade stocks. They're in the stock market, right?
Right.
Well, one of the guys that they try to recruit, he runs a casino, and he's like 22 years old. He runs a casino out of his house, and that's kind of what my childhood was like, because like I told you, my parents, they came from Korea, so they were always working. So my brothers and I, we were always alone. Like if you wanted something fun to do, and in high school, you'd go to Saul's house because there were no parents there.
That's
So
awesome.
we literally ran, this broke casino where we played craps, poker, blackjack, and I'm 11 years old. So I was introduced to the game of poker very, very early in my life. I remember one time my mom came home, and there's six, teenagers playing poker with money in the middle of the table, and I'd never seen my mom so mad in my life. You guys know what I'm talking about when your mom. Just think about
Yeah.
that moment for you guys. That's what happened to us. So I didn't learn my lesson, but I got smarter about it. We didn't play poker for money, or we did, but we used baseball cards as poker chips.
Oh.
Brilliant.
So we assigned to all right, I'm betting my Jose Canseco rookie card here. That
Right.
means I'm going all in. So that's how poker got involved, and it definitely helped in the casting process, because in Survivor there have been several professional poker players to have played the game, and very few of them have gone pretty deep. One of them, I think, made the jury. But most of them are pretty early exits. And so the fact that I could add that to my resume while, in the casting process, and explain why I think my game would help me in the game of Survivor, it definitely helped.
Yeah. What was your pitch to the casting producers? Like, what was your kind of angle? What were you going for to try to get across to them that I would be great for this show?
Yeah. So I knew that there's not very many 44-year-old Korean men apply to be on Survivor. So I know I had that going for me. And over the years, Survivor has really had a big time focus on diversity. So that I knew just by putting me in that category, like, okay, I got a shot here. And I remembered when I was making my casting video, I said, okay, I have to do something that catches their eye. Well, I like to cold plunge. I do cold showers every morning. And so the very first part of my video is me in the Long Island Sound on Christmas Eve. The water temperature is like 35, 40 degrees. Maybe so I don't know exactly what it is, but you guys get it. I'm in Connecticut. It's pretty freaking cold.
It's cold.
I have it right in my face, so you can't tell in the beginning that I'm in the water. I'm like, hi, I'm Saul, and I'm your next Saul, Survivor. And then I pan out and I do a 360, and there's snow everywhere. There's cold water, and I think that's going to catch anybody's eye. So that was definitely the strategy, just to stand out, and it fortunately worked out for me.
Perfect. So you get the phone call when you find out that you're cast.
Yeah.
What was your reaction? What went through your mind? Who was the first person you told? That had to be a really exciting moment.
So I might bum you out here, but I will tell you what it was just as exciting was being on a plane, and I applied like the day before I got the message that I'm gonna have an interview. And the text message from Daniel Gradius, the casting producer, his text message saying, "Hey, we want to talk to you." I lost it. I'm sitting on the plane. There's a person right next to me. I start elbowing him. I'm like, dude, look at my phone. And I'm like, he's like, what? I'm like, this Survivor wants to talk to me. And he gets excited. And that was epic. And then the very next day, I have my first interview with him, and it just went so well. And then my second interview with the actual one of the producers went so well. By that time, I literally had a conversation with myself and said, dude, you are on the show. I want you to believe that you've already made it. And
manifest. You manifest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was trying to do that because I knew that I had to have a certain confidence going through this process if I was gonna get on. And it got to a point where I did that so much that I truly more than anything in my entire life, that I believed that I was going to be, like, I had already believed that I was going to be on Survivor more than any job that I've interviewed for. Even though the number of applicants I'm going against is so greater than in Survivor than any job I've ever applied for, I just knew that I was going to get on. And it felt so good when I did get that call to know that, whoa, this happened. And the first person that I told was my wife, of course. And so when I say this might have bummed you out, because I truly believed that I was going to be on, I knew, like when she said, hey, because it was a late text, it was like 9 p.m. I was in dinner in New York City, and she said, I need to talk to you. I need you to be on your computer to do a Zoom. And I was like, hell yeah, this is it. And
that's awesome.
But she's filming me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I had to kind of fake it, like my shock that I was going to be on,
I love that.
Yeah.
That's confidence right there. That's awesome.
And it's not like I was never that guy either. Like, this is just genuinely something that I chose to do. I remember you can't tell very many people that you're going through this process. And my brothers and my wife, they're like, hey, how did it go? How'd the interview go? And it got to a point where, like, guys, who cares? I'm on. I'm gonna get on. And it was that was definitely a unique experience for me.
Wow. So take me back to when you're on the boat, you're not talking to anybody, you're heading for the island. I just want to know what is going through your mind, and particularly like what are you worried about? What are you concerned about? What are you nervous about as you are about to enter this game, and not only enter this game, but be on a game that the whole country is going to watch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the confidence that I had during the process completely went away.
Oh no! Oh no! No!
Well, you're going on this boat, and it is like it's like a hour boat ride.
Oh,
But then
wow.
once you're on the boat and you get on the actual boat that they show in the intro of episode 1, that
Yeah.
part is like 2 hours because they got to reshoot the filming of us like going
Oh.
into the beach, right? And you can't talk. You can't talk through any of this. So
Huh.
you're just kind of like going through all this, and then all of a sudden you go to the beach, and then you see what feels like 1,000 cameras.
Oh my God.
And you've been secluded in Fiji with roughly 15 people for about a week.
Right.
And so
Wow.
the sight of even more than 30 people, it kind of does something to your brain. I don't know. But then
Right.
imagine you seeing 100 cameras, and there's Jeff Probst,
Yeah.
by himself, just got his
Yeah.
hands on his hips. Welcome to, and it's just like boom. And that's when for me the nerves just like, oh my God, it's like I'm about to get asked a question. What am I going to say? And then you start going through your mind, I don't want them to think, that I'm going to be any good at this game, but I want to look good for the cameras. It's
Right.
just a million thoughts are going through my mind.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's got to be such a complex feeling. Yeah, there's so
Very
much
complex.
much coming at you all at once. And so when did you finally feel like you were settled in? Like you head to your beach, you head to with your tribe, you get to know your tribe a little bit.
Yeah.
Was there a sense like was there a time where you're like, okay, I've got my grounding here, I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable?
I didn't feel very comfortable until the time I got comfortable. And are you the only one that has seen the season? Isn't no one else has seen it, right? And that's okay.
No. No. I've watched Survivor for years.
I went out on episode 10.
Yeah.
I was not comfortable.
That's quite a ways in.
I was not comfortable until episode 10.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Yep.
So that's when they say like you should never ever feel comfortable in the game of Survivor, because if you're feeling comfortable, that means you're probably going home. And that's exactly what happened to me. I was at the very bottom of my tribe from day one, and I didn't even really know it at the time. And it was episode 3 is when I realized, oh, dude, you are not where you think you are in this game.
Oh, wow.
And it's tough. It's very, very tough.
Yeah.
When the only thing going on in your life is this game, and it's for $1 million. You think you're at the top or somewhere near the top, and then you realize, oh, you're at the very bottom, that was the case for me. And so I had a lot of losses in Survivor, and it was hard. It sucks. You're not eating, you're not with your family or your friends, and the people that you think are your friends in this game, they're not your friends. So yeah, it's definitely it screws with your mind a little bit.
I'm sure it does.
Yeah, because you don't get to see all the things that we got to see
right
until completely afterwards. So all those little interviews with your competition, and they're like, "Oh, let me talk about this. Let me talk this." You're like, "What the heck? Oh, I can't believe this is going on." You're like, because you watch it afterward, you're like, "I had no idea."
Yeah, that's exactly it, and that's what makes the game so hard, and that's what makes the game so fun, though, is that that you can never tell what people are saying, if it's true, if it's a lie, and it's whoever can figure that out the quickest and the best way is usually the winner.
And to that point, I'm sure it must be frustrating to hear from like armchair Survivor players that aren't out there,
Right.
and they see every perspective, and they're like, "Why isn't this person doing this thing? And why didn't they play their idol? They should have played their idol." Or
guilty.
You know.
I'm one of those. You know, like so I watched. This sounds crazy, but I watched 40 seasons of Survivor in 2 years, and
wow.
constantly. I'm like, it's like I'm an offensive coordinator, or
right,
watching my football team. I'm like, what you doing? It's like it's exactly that. It's like, and then you talk to a coach and they go through the play with you or something like that. Like, oh, my bad, I should probably shut up.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. Go ahead, Jesse.
Joshua almost asked the exact question I've been wanting to ask all the time too, right? Like how. Obviously, you're watching game tapes. Essentially, you're prepared ahead of time.
That's
but
exactly
how
what I
different
would
was
call
it?
it.
Yeah. How different was it
babe,
psychologically?
How
different was it? Do you think?
I'm sorry. One more time.
So you were preparing for this, and everybody knows it's a psychological just torture.
Yeah.
If anybody that's seen the show, right? And I
Yep.
started in the very beginning of Survivor, so many years ago.
Yeah.
And I've heard people say I could do that. First of all, no, you can't. And second of all, but now that you went through it, how you knew it was going to be tough psychologically going on there. How much different was it than what you thought it was going to be?
Completely different. It's one of the things that has really shocked me the most. Like, I thought I was going to be able to go in there and just be this villainous player who has no problem voting people out, and it was really, really difficult. Like when you're living with these people, best friend, and over the past 2 years, how often you've seen your best friend. Let's say you go to dinner with them twice a week for 2 hours. That's 4 hours a week. We were with each other for 24 hours a day for like 3 weeks, right? Like you get to build, you eventually become super, super tight with these people.
Right.
And then you got to chop their dream and lie to their face. And I thought that for me, that was going to be no problem at all. But it was difficult. And I learned a lot about myself out there. Like, I'm too nice, I'm too good of a guy.
Yeah.
So it was definitely a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. I knew, like, the food, I love to eat, boys. I knew that was going to be hard, and it was damn hard. But yeah, that part of it was definitely the one that kind of blindsided me, besides the game itself, the votes. I mean,
you come across, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I got to talk about the food, because I mean, the food would probably like kill me on that.
Yeah.
But I mean, like tell me
the pizza ninja. That's surprising you'd say that.
Yeah, exactly.
tell me how you survived not having pizza.
What does
for all
that mean?
time.
What is that pizza ninja? Why is that the name? I'm curious.
Oh, well, I have this interesting habit of making pizza disappear very quickly. And it's a talent. It's a talent. Not everybody has, And
that's awesome.
In fact, Sal, I'm going to jump on the pizza platform for just a moment here, because if you've never tried pickle pizza, you should, my friend.
Oh God, I should have cut him off before that.
It is an amazing experience.
Okay, I have never done that, but I'm all for it. I will do that. You
should give it a shot.
Is it like a dill or a sweet or what?
Oh yeah, it's dill, and you can get it with like a ranch base or like an olive oil base.
Okay,
and let me tell you, Sal, when you have that, you're going to be thinking to yourself, how did I survive my whole life never having that?
Guys, I'm at the hospital here. I'm at the hospital. We're in this room. I'm going to be here I'm in Stamford, Connecticut, at the Hackett Family Maternity Unit. And
wow!
I'm gonna be here
not
for.
far from. Yeah, now I'll say not far from John. John lives up that way. He could probably drive over and deliver a pickle pizza to you, man.
That's true. I could probably jump on a plane in Buffalo, New York, get a pickle pizza, and then fly it over. But Saul, you got to do yourself a favor. If you're in that hospital, order a pizza, my friend. You've deserved it. You've earned it.
Oh no!
He's earned
So
it, huh?
yeah, no, guys.
He's
What I'm
earned
saying
it.
is like, I've spent probably $1,000 on Uber Eats since I've been here, and it's
sure.
turning
Yeah,
into
easy.
it's turning into a big problem. But
Well,
tomorrow,
hang in
yes,
there,
I'm going to
buddy.
try the pickle pizza.
All
So
right,
yeah,
good.
my bad. Go ahead with you were talking about the food again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
go
going to say, like, on the food on here, like how did you survive? Like not having the food that you wanted for so long. Like, how did you do
Yeah.
that?
It sucked, guys. It really did. There's no sugarcoating it. I mean,
right.
that's why. So that sometimes there's these rewards for food, and it is a huge freaking deal.
Right.
And when you lose those, it is devastating. 9 days I went with eating just coconut and water,
Oh,
and
God.
I looked
No.
damn good. I got shredded. I was
Right.
looking damn good.
Right.
But it is so hard. It's your body kind of gets used to it a little bit. But here's the thing. When I did get my first proper meal in the game was on day 10, and it was a plate of ribs, corn on the cob, the best damn potato salad I've ever had in my life,
Wow.
and sodas. And guys, if go do yourself a favor, go watch it and watch my ass be so disgusting. I'm burping my ass off. Oh yeah. There ain't a single ounce of protein on any of the bones. Like I'm sucking the hell out of them.
Right.
But I remember there's certain things about this experience that I do that I'll just never forget. And when I went 10 days without really eating anything, I grabbed an orange soda, and I just drank like 3/4 of it. And I remember putting
Right.
it down, and my body and my mind just went into euphoria, and I released this like a gorilla. And
That is awesome.
what the edit shows, that that scene later on in the meal, and so
Right.
it's like where everyone's just having a good time, and all of a sudden you hear Saul going up. But yes, it's as hard as it was so good when you got the meal, unlike any other meal I've ever had or will ever have because of that. Yeah.
I always thought that might be a little bit fake for TV. Like, are they really starving these guys? Are they like sneaking in peanut butter jelly sandwiches behind the scenes, and you really aren't getting food?
No, there's no way I can look that good on TV if I'm not eating for 10 days.
That's awesome.
And that's kind of one of the interesting things to see is the body transformations that go for each player every season. So yeah, it's definitely not fake.
Like, do you load up on food and like gain extra survival weight beforehand?
So we were at what's called Ponderosa, which is kind of like the resort where we're all pre-gaming. You know, it gives us time to get acclimated to the time change, to do our wardrobes and things like that. And we get 3 meals a day there, and it's buffet style.
Oh wow.
And your boy Saul, especially on the last day, doubled up on every meal.
Pounding it down.
Enough to a point to where every single person in the game that was watching me, they're like, damn, Saul can eat.
That's funny.
Because we kind of don't know what to do. It's like, should we not
eat
eat
away.
so our bodies can get used to about what's about to happen, or should we go big, that way we can have more energy? And they were like, well, we know what Saul's doing.
I want to go back to I would like to go back to you. You mentioned you're going to go into the game. You're going to be villainous. You're going to be ruthless. And I agree. Like, you came across as kind. You came across as calm. And yeah, and you had some really challenging relational moments. And I want to talk a little bit about your tribe mates. I think the one moment of your season that really stuck out to me when your friend, well, I don't know. Again, I don't know who people are inside the game or outside the game. That's a whole nother subject. But your friend Rome was following you around to make sure you weren't finding idols.
Right.
Tell me about dealing with that situation in the game.
It definitely took a lot out of me. And just for you guys, like, just give you a little bit of background. Rome is, in my opinion, like the most obnoxious Survivor player in history. And
I would agree.
He was on my tribe. Not only was he on my season, he was on my tribe. And not only was he on my tribe, he hated me the most. For no reason. And it like this was the most challenging part of the game, was not to lose it. Because if you lose it, then a fight happens. And when a fight happens, you come off as a person who can't control themselves, chaotic player, and a chaotic player means I can't trust that player. And so that's what was going through my mind the whole time. And there were many, many moments where I had to step away and just go by myself and go meditate and do my thing, get my mind right. And it took so much of my energy away from the game, but I did it. I'm proud of it. And I got through it.
Yeah. Did you ever talk to him? Have you ever talked to him since?
We talked a little bit after the season aired, and then we don't talk anymore.
You're right. I didn't think you would.
Do people? I'm sure there's a variety of answers for different contestants or castaways. How personal do people take it? Yeah, I'm watching this season and it's like somebody gets voted out and sometimes they're like, "Hey, good job, guys. Good play. You got me." And then other times they're like, "I'm not even going to shake your hand."
Yeah. It's obviously going to be different for everybody.
Yeah.
I took it quite well. And it was always just a game for me. But I'm also 44 years old.
Yeah.
And there are people playing the game that were 24 years old, So some people had a little bit. I think at the end of the day, everyone gets back to the norm, right? It's just a matter of how long does it take you to get out of that, at least for my season. Now, there are other seasons where there's still beef with people. But I'm lucky to be on season 47. We are all incredibly close. I have friends that I'm going to have for the rest of my life.
That's cool.
Hell, like 7 of them came to my baby shower in Connecticut.
Awesome.
Some of them flew from Chicago, Detroit.
Awesome.
It's like I'm blessed, but it's different for everybody. And everyone normally gets there. It's just, how long does it take you?
Yeah, I'm sure. As who are some of your castaways that you're most closest to? I think you're pretty close to Teeny, who is a great player. Genevieve was on your tribe, and Genevieve remind me, Genevieve was the winner. She was the winner, right?
No, Rachel was the winner.
That's right. But Genevieve is going to be on season 50. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Yeah. So Rachel and I are close. Teeny and I are close. Genevieve and I are close. Gabe, Andy, Sam. So right before I had the baby, my last trip was with Sam, Gabe, and Andy. We all hung out for a weekend in Nashville. Teeny and I are real close. Caroline, like I said, came to my baby shower. without me, Rachel doesn't win $1 million. So of course, she's going to be indebted to me.
That's right.
So we're pretty tight. Yeah, we're all pretty close. Sierra's a great friend. I think most of the people who made the jury of my season, we're all pretty tight.
Do you spend a lot of time with them? Obviously, at Ponderosa, once you're voted out, once you're in Ponderosa, it's not clear. Are you guys allowed to talk to each other then, and talk about the game? Or I know that could be maybe a little bit interesting because you hold the keys to the winner, and I don't know if it doesn't seem right that people would lobby or tell us about what is it like? Well, you get voted off, you're with those people. What's that look like? What's the conversations like?
This is it's like you're in high school again, and all the stuff that you've heard, all the rumors, all the gossip.
Right.
This is where you get to do some fact checking and to find out if it was true, and then you get information that you just had no freaking clue that what was going on. And you should be doing that because you're right. Like this is where we're deciding who's going to be the winner, and this is where you get that information to help you make that decision. And I'll tell you this: every time somebody came back to Ponderosa after being voted out after me, there was some things that I learned where I'm just like, "What are you?" It's
wow.
So yeah, that was fun. The anticipation of okay, what am I going to learn next? It was it's a lot of fun. That's what at least when you make the jury that you get that information, and those are cool moments to have.
I'm sure. Well, let's get to geocaching. First of all, Saul.
Yes.
Obviously, you've heard of geocaching because when I reached out to you, you probably saw the geocaching vlogger. That sounds interesting. What's geocaching? First of all, do you know
on the money, dude.
Do you know what geocaching is?
I did. I'll be honest. I did not know until you hit me up.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, that's cool. So geocaching, obviously, high-tech treasure hunt game. You find containers. That you do it on an app, and it's a lot of fun. It's a worldwide scavenger hunt game. And I think, as I watch Survivor, it is very similar to finding hidden immunity idols in the game. And a lot of times when I see them hidden, they hide these things in plain sight. So I don't think you actually found a hidden immunity idol on your season. But
thanks for the reminder.
Sorry about that. But tell me about the process of wandering the woods and looking for them.
Yeah, so you don't want to be that guy to well, first of all, geocaching, I'm down. I want to do this. It sounds so
I'll
fun.
take you.
All
I'll
right.
take you.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Yeah.
I would love to do that. I saw some of your videos. It looks so cool.
Cool.
So yeah, what you don't want to do is you don't want to get caught looking for an idol, which is kind of stupid because it's like we're all doing it. We all know that we are all doing it. But if you get caught doing it, you're playing too hard.
Yeah.
You're looking for an idol, so we can't trust him.
Right.
It's like, okay. That is like fact in Survivor, but it's a dumb fact. I don't like it. It never bothered me when anybody was looking for an idol except for Rome.
No, right. Of course.
Yeah.
We felt the same way.
Yeah. So I did get caught. They don't show this, but I did get caught. I thought I was being so sneaky. Guys, you're out there. The game started. The energy is like going through the roof, and it's like bucket list to find an idol and like to have that moment. And so when we're building our shelter, we all kind of go off on our own to gather bamboo and gather wood for the fire and everything like that. And there's a freaking cameraman on you, and it's like, oh, I want this moment so badly. And I remember like, just kind of trying to be sneaky, and I didn't realize it at the moment, but Keyshawn, he saw me, and he told everyone that I was that guy, But you just got to be sneaky about it. Can't be gone too long when you're getting firewood. You got to announce what you're doing to everyone.
Oh my
so
gosh.
everyone knows what's going on. Like, hey, where are you going? You know,
Yeah.
I'm either going to fill up my water or I'm going to get firewood. That's really the two things that you're doing.
Or to go to the bathroom in the ocean, right? Most people go to the bathroom in the ocean. Is that right?
You go to the bathroom in the ocean, or you can take an LD or a land dump.
Okay.
There you go.
Now,
Well,
here's the funny thing about that, guys. It is freaking hard to go. It's called an aqua dump.
Mhm.
It is so challenging. You guys ever had to take an aqua dump
No.
in your life? Okay.
No.
It's so hard because you got the waves crashing.
Right.
Okay. And you can't like really hold on to anything.
So much going
you
on.
know?
Yeah.
So
There's no seats out there.
and you're kind of already constipated because you're not eating anything. The only thing you're eating is coconut. So if you are fortunate and blessed enough to aqua dump, it ain't gonna be a good one. Okay.
Right.
So at a certain point, you're just kind of like, this sucks. I just don't want to do it. Well, my friend Kyle, who he's, for example, let me tell you about this guy. He's building his own home with his own hands. He ain't hiring anybody to do this. He lives in the country of Michigan.
Right.
Anyways, he's like, oh, you're going in the water? I'm going in the land. I'm like, are you serious, dude? He goes, yeah, just dig a hole. And okay. So I dug a hole, I squatted, and I'm like, oh my God, this is actually pretty nice.
Compared to less going on,
compared to
right?
the ocean. Yeah. So it just sounds so weird, guys. I loved it so much. I got to a point where I tried to convince my wife that we changed toilets in our house to where I just squat instead of sitting on the toilet. And she, as you can imagine, she shut that one down real quick.
I'm so shocked.
We are not doing this.
Yeah.
That's hysterical.
That's
so
funny.
Well, back to the thing though, is geocaching, Saul, you're gonna love because there's a lot less pressure and there's a lot less people watching you. So
that's true.
And toilets.
This is true. Although sometimes you do have to also be stealthy because sometimes geocaches are hidden in urban areas and they're hidden in plain sight, and we can look a little bit suspicious. So sometimes we don't want to get caught either. So there's a skill there that geocachers have that would suit searching for hidden immunity idols.
He's learned some skills there.
There you go. Another part of geocaching, and we're just tying it in because this is a geocaching podcast, is we have a certain type of geocache called a gadget cache. And essentially it's a puzzle box. It's like a escape room, but it's like reverse. You're trying to get into the geocache through, figuring out the puzzle.
Right.
Survivor. Puzzles are a huge part of it. It's like a part of every single episode. How did you go into it nervous about puzzles? Are you a puzzle guy? Right. Tell me about the puzzles.
I'm pretty good at escape rooms, but I suck at puzzles. So I'm on, like I told you guys, right? I'm on Survivor before I'm officially on Survivor, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna go prepare to win this game. So I've never bought a puzzle in my life, and I go to Walmart and I go to the puzzle section, and my dumbass buys the 1,000-piece puzzles. And I put them on. I remember, like, I've never been more motivated to prepare for anything. So I pull the puzzle out, I empty the box, and I like start to go, and it's like 20 minutes, and I don't have a damn piece connected to another piece. And I'm like, I remember I'm just like, babe, talking to my wife, should I like focus my energy on a different weakness? Because I kind of feel like I'm wasting time right now. So then I buy, there's a Survivor player named Carson, who he has his own puzzle company of past Survivor puzzles. I buy those, try to put those together. I'm looking at the freaking box with how it's supposed to be together and the pieces. Now, give me a break on this one. The pieces that are supposed to go, in the certain spot, they don't technically fit. You got to like punch them in there, for them. So that, but I didn't know that at the time. So I'm just like, I'm getting, could you imagine the frustration there? You're looking at the picture, you got the piece, and you're like, it won't go in.
It
So at
should
that
fit.
point, I'm like, at that point, I said, no puzzles for me. I'm not even gonna try.
It's funny you say that though, because one of my favorite parts of your season, however, is when Rome is trying to do a puzzle and you're just standing there going, nope, Rome, that's not it. Nope, next, that's not the piece. Next, nope. So you knew a little bit. But it didn't. You knew what it didn't fit. That was
right.
sure.
Well, that was like, you got like a 5-year-old, trying to put a triangle in a square hole. You're like, hey, bud. Hey, buddy. I don't want to be rude here, but
yeah, it ain't working.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's funny.
We do have a show. We have a show, Saul, you can watch called Puzzle Talk. It's one of our network shows. So that's what Tom wanted to
help you
point
get your
out.
skills up.
There is a place.
We just crossed 6,000.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
Did you see that?
Yeah. Why don't we do an update real quick? Look at that.
There we go.
Oh man, yeah, guys. So the great update on here is we just crossed $6,000. So
wow,
it's been awesome. We've gotten a lot of donations like coming in the past time. So Saul, whatever you're doing, man, you're gonna keep donate the money for St. Jude.
I know you have you have a child to go see, but hey, we got a few more hours, buddy. You can kind of come along and I'll get somebody to come over there. We'll take care of the. I'm sure that the child.
The best excuse for anything is, hey, I'm doing a podcast for St. Jude.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yeah. Who's gonna complain at you?
Your boss calls you. Oh, hey, sorry, can't make it in today. Got to do a podcast for St. Jude.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Yeah, I just want to put out a challenge here because this is a good point. This podcast will actually be posted later on an audio podcast.
Yes.
People search the word survivor all the time. If you're listening to this, let this be your sign to donate to St. Jude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you're a Survivor fan, donate to St. Jude. This is your sign. And I'm so grateful that Saul is here. I have one thing to share. There's a really amazing place for geocaches. The guys in here know about it. It's way up north in North Dakota. It's my friend Chad, and this is actually a new shirt of his.
That's right.
That's awesome.
If you hide it,
they will come.
There's a bigger story behind that, but I was watching an episode of Survivor, and I was watching the snake game where you pull the ropes and the ball goes up the snake, and I showed it to this guy right here, and he literally made a geocache where you had to get the ball up, and then once it got up to the top, it revealed the code. So I just thought that was really cool. I was geeking out. I just had to share that.
It's the Disneyland of geocaching.
It is.
Gilby, North Dakota.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
The meal that I was explaining to you guys, the ribs and everything, that's where I didn't find an idol, but I did find an advantage. At that meal where we're all there. There was I think 6 of us eating, and everyone's looking for it. But I ended up finding it when everyone was asleep. That's another one of those moments where I'm like, oh, that was so cool. Yeah. So I'm not complete. Cool. I'm not a complete idiot.
That is cool.
I was gonna say, was there times when you would wake up and you'd like look around, you're like, huh, and somebody else would be awake and they're looking around at you, you're like, oh yeah. Both staring at each other.
It's like anytime it's like you have to go to sleep together at the same time, because if you don't, what are you doing?
Yeah, where are you doing?
Going?
Where
are they
Who
going?
are you talking to?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah. So Survivor's tough like that.
So we're getting close to the end here. I have a couple other questions that I just have to ask. If you were invited, Saul, would you ever play again? Would you play the game again?
100%. Survivor it's the most fun I've ever had in my life. I would absolutely do it again. I hope I get to do it again. I think about it all the time. I prep for it like I am going to play. And it's just, I wish everyone on the planet Earth got to play Survivor. because it was just the best. I mean, we think about like every day we get up, we go to work, we do our thing, and for 26 days I got to just have fun every single day and not have to worry about anything else at all. And there was some parts, where you're thinking at home, but a majority of it is just having a fun time. And yeah, who doesn't want that?
There were a few times you didn't look too happy, though.
Yeah.
True. Fair.
Yeah.
So
but overall, you enjoy it. Obviously, you enjoy it. I mean, there was
yeah. What major thing would you do different if you were back on the show?
I would treat it like I was pretty naive out there. Like I said, the first time that I realized that I was out of the game, or I'm sorry, at the bottom of my tribe, it took me like 5 days to figure that out. And then when you get voted out and you get to replay things in your mind, it was like, oh my gosh, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. And I didn't pick up on any of them. And so I would just be a lot more mindful of that. And I think the more information that you have in that game, the better player you're going to be. So that's probably it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Brian, Saul wants to go geocaching. I think that's a good idea.
Sounds fantastic. Congratulations on the birth of your son, Saul. That's wonderful.
Thanks, Brian.
I've been listening to the podcast for the last 55 minutes, and the story's fascinating. Thanks for sharing with
yeah,
everybody.
of course. It's
Cool.
yeah, it's so it's surreal, guys. It's like
so
yeah,
cool.
it's I'm holding him for like total of like 6 hours today. And for those 6 hours, I don't even think about anything else, not picking up my phone or anything at all. It's just awesome.
That is awesome. All right, Saul, I got 5 quick fire questions, and then that's all I got. So here they are. Who is your favorite contestant right now in season 49?
Rizzo is Rizzo's helped me, like in that like the Rizzo, it comes off as an arrogant guy, but he truly just I think if everyone in the world like truly believed in themselves and believed that they could do anything in this world, like it would be a much better place. And he speaks it, he acts it. I've met him in person, and it's just who he is, and I love that about him.
Awesome. Who are you most excited to watch play in season 50?
Oof. I have to go with my own homegirl, Genevieve. Yeah. Genevieve is a very good friend of mine. And I'm excited to watch her play. Yeah. Even though she's the one who got me out of the game, I'm still pumped to watch her.
Awesome. Coconut or rice?
Oh, Korean baby rice. Let's
There
go.
you go. There you go.
Jesus.
Fire making.
Got any more brain busters for me?
Sorry. You said you weren't a puzzle guy, so sorry. Fire making, love it or hate it?
I love it. And I learned to make fire preparing for Survivor. And it's when you're on the jury watching it, it's so intense. And if you're only watching on the screen, I get it. I get it why you think, oh, this is. But if you're there, it's like I'm not a big hockey guy, but people always say when you're watching hockey live, it's awesome, which it is. It's kind of like that. I would say fire making is like watching hockey live.
Wow.
Well, Saul, it has been so wonderful to talk to you. I have so much gratitude that you spent some time with us on the day after your birth of your child, which says a lot about you, a lot about you as a person. And I just wish blessings upon you and your family. And just thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you guys for having me. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I truly wanted to do this. One of the things that I didn't mention tonight, one of the things that I learned about Survivor is that all of us are capable of doing anything that we want, and we're all blessed. And sometimes there are people who need help, And if I can do that, then please ask me, because I love helping people. It makes me feel good. And, you know, very serendipitous, I think, of having my first kid and then doing a podcast for charity for St. Jude. So thank you guys. It means a lot to me. So like I said, I'm down to do this anytime.
Thank you, Saul, so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Saul. Appreciate it.
And let me know how I can go geocaching.
Oh,
there you go.
I might fly over there just for that. That would
Just
be
for that.
That would make a great video for the geocaching blogger.
It would.
Get the free app and take a look, and I guarantee you there's caches all around you.
That's right.
Yeah.
You
All
don't
right,
realize
guys.
it's like immunity idols. There's immunity idols everywhere around you. It's just amazing.
And it is an awesome thing as your child grows up. It is an awesome thing. That's how I got started to take your,
Oh,
take your
cool,
kids.
cool.
It's such
Yeah.
a fun thing to take
That's
your
a great
child
idea.
to do. Yep. So
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys.
All right, we're gonna get a reset and we'll get an update on everything. And so again, thank you, Saul, so
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
Yeah,
We'll
thank
get
you.
we'll get a reset and we'll go from there.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 10th annual podcast of hope. This year, we are hoping to raise $15,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude. And it's not just about the incredible medical care, it's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
Well, before we get to some great questions for Brian, let's do a few updates. So, John, where are we at?
Oh man, Gary, yeah, let's update it right now. So guys, we've made some great progress over the last couple hours on here, where we're just over 6,000 at $6,095.55.
Wow!
So we're at 41% of our goal. So I mean, that was awesome to see everybody donating the past couple hours.
Yeah.
But certainly we gotta still close the gap to help out St. Jude with $8,904.45 remaining.
Yes.
So we encourage everybody to donate at podcastofhope.com. And just to remind people, each hour you donate makes you eligible for some cool prizes for the hour itself.
A ton of prizes.
Yeah.
We have so many.
I'd say, Gary, we should cover like what prizes we're offering this hour.
Yeah, let's do it. We got a bunch.
Yeah. So I mean, just to go through, on this one, we got some really cool prizes again. Some more great geocoins on here. I think we got a premium geocaching membership as well too, thanks to Direwolf. So big thank you to Direwolf.
Yep.
Space Coast, big thank you to Space Coast for donating a swag pack, a really great swag pack. Arted Crafted, they donated an awesome t-shirt for people.
Yep.
And we got a couple of Cashly subscriptions, as well too. So those are always great. And I think we got a book coming up too, the publish button, for both the book and trackable on that one. And a really cool triple sling green bag, or a triple sling green geocaching bag. Man, that's a tongue twister.
The published book, I think, has a nice forward in it. I forget who did that.
Yeah, who did that?
Oh, it was Brian. Brian did that.
Oh,
that was a fun one to read. Especially knowing so many of the folks in that book. It was super cool. Get to hear the origin stories of so many of the community volunteers. And yeah, when Marla asked me if I would write it, I mean, it's an honor. Yeah. So really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, so many, like I said, all that. We got Macrae coins, which is, one of the premium, coin designers. Again, just a reminder as well that one of the, another premium coin designers, our own Dawn Treadway, Lost and Found 28. She made, of course, the Podcast of Hope stained glass coin. It looks better when you put a little light behind it.
Oh yeah, these are incredible.
So that coin is available. Obviously, that's perfect.
That's beautiful. That's a
yeah,
really
and then
coin.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, isn't that great? That's such a I always love to see some great geocoins, and obviously we have a few. So you need to grab one because when they're gone, they're gone. We're not remaking. This is the 10-year Podcast of Hope, the butterfly, but it's Lego. So, in honor of our Lego master we had on earlier with Tim. So these both are available. The thing also is if you buy one of these coins, you're also entered into Doug Macrae's giveaway. The grand prize of his giveaways, he's doing 2 or 3 giveaways, but the grand prize to that is a Ms. Pac-Man video game. Yeah, big time. So definitely do that, and all the proceeds for this, the money that goes for this goes to St. Jude, and that's just a great thing. So we appreciate that. Got one other quick. I'm going to show another quick video, and then we're going to get in with Brian. And we got a lot of good questions for Brian, and we want to hear about what's going on at HQ. So here we go. One more video, and we'll get started.
Keegan is a little ball of fire, and the fire comes out the top of her head with her red hair. She just loves life. She was barely a year old, and each night she would wake up and she would be screaming in pain. So I would ask her, "What is wrong?" And all she would do is just pat her leg. And after 6 months, and it was 18 doctor's visits, she was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. The main thing that I wanted to know was, is this cancer curable? And is she going to survive? Keegan, in the very beginning, she was weak, she was tired, she was sick of feeling the pain that she was feeling. It's awful to see a child go through it. I remember when Keegan had been through 4 weeks of treatment. Keegan's oncologist told us that any adult would have already given up, but Keegan hadn't. She just fought right through it. When you're given a childhood cancer diagnosis, hope is lacking. But coming to St. Jude, they were my foundation for getting my hope back and knowing that Keegan was going to be okay. Seeing the transformation of Keegan over the last 2 years has been such a joy to see. From the very beginning, where she was pushing around a little stroller with her fluids in it. Now she is the child that's running the halls laughing and just having a blast. She puts a smile on, and as long as she's got her princess shoes or her princess dress, she can face the world and show everybody else what true strength is.
Such a great video, and our hats off to St. Jude for letting us peruse their brand website, and then it's just like, you can use any of this you want, it works out great. We appreciate them that we're able to partner with them, and they're so great at doing what they do. So, Brian, we're excited to have you back. It's always great to have you on, and I appreciate so much. There was, people don't know this, but there was a little bit of a twist and turn we had to go through. Saul just having a baby, and Saul was like, I really can't go. I mean, I've got to get in and get out. And we're like, oh, somebody get a hold of Brian. He says Brian might be able to be available. But we're like, should we bug Brian about that? It's like, well, Brian's a good guy. He'd be willing to maybe make a little bit of a switch. So
that was an easy one. I was at home getting ready to walk to HQ, which I did this evening, and
yeah,
I said to Heidi, at first I heard from Gia, and then I heard from Joshua, and I was like,
yeah,
I just said to Heidi, hey, I need to push this back. We don't have anything else going on. She's
an
like,
hour.
absolutely no problem. So it worked out great. Yeah,
Incredible.
There's not many things that would have stood in the way of making that one happen, especially for a brand new dad who's a little tired. Like that's absolutely understandable.
We'll make it happen. So yeah, thank you, Ken. Yeah. All right. Well, it's been I think a great year. We'll get your perspective on that here in a moment. But I always like to start off by going all the way back. And I know we've talked about things that happened, and when things began. Is there anything when you look back that really kind of puts a smile on your face on the very beginning of back in 2000? Is there something that you chuckle at or think about that you're like, man, that worked out, but it almost didn't? Or is there anything that comes to mind that you think about?
I mean, there's so many aspects of it,
Yeah.
So many individual things had to come into play at the right time in order for Jeremy, Elias, and I to be at the same
Right.
place, to have a buddy bring the GPS in. And so there's so much of it that's like happenstance or luck or the universe putting things together in the right sort of sequence.
Right.
And I think about that every now and then, because of course my life would be different. Jeremy and Elias, I mean, I probably wouldn't have met Heidi at a geocaching event if we weren't doing that. And who knows what it would have been. And so some of the moments that I look back on is like in the really early days, getting to know Jeremy and Elias as these like just wicked smart guys that were super technical and like working at a .com that was at the time had everything. We're trying to build this business and build websites and serve customers, and like so here we are learning these lessons. And then I think I've shared this with you guys before, but like in the evenings we would stick around after hours and we would play Tribes, which was like this player versus player combat game, and those guys used to just whoop me all the time. Because I always thought they were just orders of magnitude better, but it was always fun. We always had a lot of laughs, and there were a bunch of people around. And it's one of those things where like when you figure out that you like to hang out with people or play with them, and then you get an opportunity to do something, that's maybe a little bit more important, or just take a shot and like try something. Oh, well, let's see how this goes. This game looks cool. Let's support it. It's a chance for us to do a little bit more together. And starting from that foundation of like getting along and having fun together, and then building on something that has become what it has become, not solely through our own efforts, but through the, this global community. It's fascinating on so many levels. And so, we had our company holiday party last night, and I think we sort of have this thing where like Podcast of Hope is the night after the holiday party. And so, I
probably not the best timing.
Well, it's all right. I'm tired for a different reason than Saul. So we got in at like 1:30 in the morning, got home. But it was an opportunity. Here we are at a holiday party, and it's 25 years. And at all the holiday parties, I get to, Jeremy and I'll get up and say a few words. And I got to talk to not just all of the HQ lackeys, but their significant others, like their spouses, their best
Right.
friends, people who are, and just get to kind of express gratitude, just to say, like, take stock of, like, look at what this has become through not just our efforts like, like you folks, but everybody, and just
Right.
to be a part of it, and to see, like, the photographer that we have at the holiday party. She's really wonderful. I think she's probably done the photography for our last 10 holiday parties.
Wow.
And she said to me last night, she's like, "It's so amazing. Like, does anybody ever leave? Because I'm seeing the same faces year after year." And I said, "Isn't that cool? Like, isn't it special that, like, in the same way as, like, the core in the very beginning, like, we like to spend time together, like, we
Yeah.
like to work together, we're having fun together, building something special." Here, this group of 3 has now become a group of 95, at least at
Sure.
HQ, and, not even including the 100 and something lackeys that have come before,
Yeah.
upon whose shoulders we stand, and all that. And so it's there's a lot to laugh about. There's so many stories, and it's sometimes it takes just something to jog a memory, and you just sit there and smile and be like, I can't believe that here we are, here we are leveraging this platform for additional good. Like,
Yeah.
the stories that you chose from the St. Jude's library, those
Yeah.
are powerful. I mean, you're talking about children who, no child deserves to have
Right.
to face the kind of challenges that they're facing, and yet through this platform, through the work that you folks are doing, and the audience and everybody who's giving in support of this, we have the ability to impact those children's lives in a
Yeah.
positive way. And
Yeah.
it's another facet of positive impact created by this game. And so, we can laugh about it, we could celebrate it, but we all know, all of us know that, wow, this is important, and it's cool to be a part of something meaningful.
Yeah, that comes up. I was at an event a few weeks ago, Cito, and you're out and we're doing the usual highway cleanup, but it gives you a moment to stop and think about the fact that how geocaching has impacted really in so many different ways, and something as simple as that. We're all out there doing this. It's like. It makes you sort of remember some of the things that of what geocaching, some of the great things that we do. And I know you said before, Brian, that you go to, I know it's treated differently, but you go to geocache, you go into HQ, you're going to go in, you got work to do, but yet you're able to, and you've mentioned before, it's like getting to the Christmas or the holiday party time is really kind of a neat thing. And I know you've said before that you'll kind of step back, look, and kind of watch the moment with everybody there, and it really kind of gives you a great impact to see everybody and how your community has come together with all your
The internal community,
Yeah,
as
right.
part of the broader community. It's
Right.
funny, I hear from, like, last night, I heard from a couple of different spouses
Yeah.
of lackeys, and they
Right.
said, you know, I go to my own, I don't want to go to my own company holiday party. Like,
Right.
nobody wants to go to the holiday party. Like, people don't, they'd rather sit in front of a television and do something different. And here, all these people are, like, having so much fun together. And they're like, do you know how special this is? And I'm like, I really do, because you can feel it.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful aspect of what we get to do is to get to do it surrounded by people who are awesome and who care and who are, understand what the mission is and why the work is important. And so that's to get to see it recognized by the people who are like, and I'll always say to them, like, you're family, you're part of this family. Like, we'll look forward to seeing you at all of these holiday parties. And it's just special. So I know that there's a whole bunch of questions, which is awesome. I'm happy to answer anything, of course.
Oh yeah, no problem.
At some point before we are done,
Okay.
I I guess the best way to say it, Jesse told me to use the language that I have some beans to spill. I have some, because often you guys will ask me like, oh, well, what can you tell us about what's coming next? And there's something that I haven't. Yeah, there you go.
Oh no, really
Tom.
Nice.
But it's not often that I can talk about stuff that we haven't publicly talked about.
Right.
But
Right. True.
once we get to you'll understand why I was able to sort of get alignment in order to be able to share a little bit of it. It's not groundbreaking or anything like that.
That's very kind.
Yeah. So whenever we're ready, just say, "All right, Brian, please spill the beans," and I will share this little tidbit, which I think.
Nice.
At least for some geocachers, it will be some positive news. I know for me, it certainly is.
Yeah, Brian, I am so excited for this, and bonus points if it involves pizza. Just saying.
Oh,
oh gosh.
Oh God.
Okay, wait, here's the part about pizza for me tonight. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So, as I said, I walked down here from our house. It's about 30 minutes.
Right.
Heidi is going to walk down here. She's going to time it so that, about when we're done, she's going to show up at the office. I can go let her in. She's bringing our dog. And, our dog has a prey drive, so we can't let her off leash in a lot of places because if she sees a bunny or a squirrel, we're in big trouble.
Right.
So we can bring her to HQ on the weekends. All the doors are closed, and she gets the zoomies. She runs around like it's going to be super fun. But right across the street is a pizza place called Tivoli. And they have a fantastic pepperoni pizza. I cannot overstate this. And they also do a really good Caesar salad. So I said to Heidi, like, hey, walk in with Daisy. We can let her run around. I'll order a pizza and a salad. And then we can eat. And then we can walk back up the hill. We all get some exercise, maybe burn up some of the pepperoni. But tonight, for me, I'm having pizza. So there you go.
That is awesome, Brian. I appreciate that because, when we had Pizza Talk, and a big thank you to you for contributing to Pizza Talk, and Annie loved too, and then I think it was phenomenal timing because Emily was then outside of HQ that next day, and the universe brought you all together, and then Emily, enjoyed Tivoli's pizza based upon your recommendation. So
funny.
It's amazing when the pizza universe comes together, my friend. It really is.
Listen, when any of you guys come out here, say the word, and we're going to walk over to Tivoli, and we'll get pepperoni, or if you have a different preference, we'll make it happen. So that invitation is on the table.
Appreciate that, my friend.
Now, we do have tons of questions for the night, but I've got to share an update because this has become kind of a every year thing right around Christmas time that we do. So this is one that Brian, I believe you'll appreciate because of who you are and how you do your thing. So you met your wife in geocaching, so you'll understand the family aspect of this. We've been doing this for many, many years. My daughters have been. Now, I didn't start at the beginning of geocaching. I came in later, or whatever. But for my daughters, there's never been a time where geocaching wasn't part of the family. Right? They can't remember a time like that. So they started as little bitty kids,
which is wild.
They are both now adults, and one of them graduates from law school this month. So super awesome about that, but I know there's a tie in there too, but that's not even the real thing because that's becoming, and people know about that. It's exciting. I'm super excited about it. I'm super proud of my daughters, and they've come full circle. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. But the kind of the tie into all of it is they've come full circle. They were little bitty. They grew up through geocaching. It's always been a family thing that we did. She went to college, law school, very busy. Can't really geocache unless we get together or whatever. And then I get the call again. She got married, and I get the call, and she's like, "Oh yeah, her husband." She's like, "He doesn't even know about geocaching." So they got into it again. Hopefully, in a couple of years, I'll have that third generation of geocachers. And to me, it's so crazy that the community we talked about already, but as a family legacy now, it's been around long enough to become a 3-generation family legacy for a lot of people, and that's just how could We're not going to get into the year 2000 again, right? But there's no way anybody could have anticipated, you guys could have anticipated this would become a generational legacy hobby for people that long. And for me personally, in my family, it's now done that full circle. And it's so awesome to get to report that back and have fun with that and
it's
moving
so
forward,
wonderful
right?
to hear it, right? It's so wonderful to hear it.
So cool.
We get to meet geocachers. Heidi said to me very late last night, she said, it's so interesting. Like some of the people that work at HQ were probably born around the time that like selective availability was turned off, and I'm like,
That's
come
right.
on, don't tell me
Yeah.
that. You know,
Yeah.
like,
How old are we now, right?
that hurts a little bit. But you know, so Nicholas, our younger son, is he turned 20 yesterday. And you know, he's a product of this game, because had I not met Heidi, like, we wouldn't have had, you know, a child together. And he was on the rock climbing team at college, and they went on this trip out in they were down near in Nevada, down near Las Vegas, some special climbing place. And he calls me the second day out, and he's like, Dad, he's like, my hands were hurting so bad. He's like, I'm off. He's like, I'm looking for a geocache, and I've been out for a couple hours on my own now. And he's like, this is so awesome. He's like, I know I've been doing this for my entire life. And for me to see, like, oh, he's choosing to do this on his own in his free time. Like, talk about, like, you know,
Oh, gosh,
warming
yeah.
my
Awesome.
heart. I was super proud and super excited. And so, you know, for the game that we're co-creating to have an impact on the next generation of people that we care about, and the generation after that. And ideally, you know, we set this up in such a way where it's available to the folks after we're gone, and let that legacy live on and continue to spread positivity and impact, and get people outside into nature. Like, if that's our collective legacy, well, then that's work that's worth doing. It's work that doesn't feel like work, but it's sure worth doing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's funny how I was just thinking about something we're going to be doing next year, but because of geocaching, you know, we had talked about, you know, and you know how it is. It's I get tickled when people get fired up about some little aspect of geocaching. You know, like, I'm so glad that people are excited about certain things. So one of the things that got us excited, of course, is, well, we got to finish Jasmer. Well, the fourth loop of Jasmer, you got to go to Stockholm, Sweden. I mean, that's where you got to go. And so I think Jesse's like, well, let's just go. Like, okay, let's do it. So here, you know, we're in the middle of, you know, planning for the worldwide cache cruise to take us to Stockholm, and we actually got that set up through Celebrity Cruise. So, of crazy things, Celebrity Cruise Line has an official excursion to take us out to the match stash in Stockholm. So it's crazy to think about the fact that we have got all that set up, and we're all fired up about a cruise. And when we tell people about that, they're like, "Oh, you're going on a cruise? That's awesome. What are you going to do?" "We're going geocaching." Wait, what?
When is the cruise? When are you going?
It's in June. Mid-June we'll be going.
Yeah.
And we've got quite a few caches. What are we at?
Yeah, there's
now?
a lot going. Yeah, so
150.
Yeah, we
people. Wow.
We started off thinking, you know what, we'll put that out there and see if we can get a group together. Who wants to go, right? Safety and numbers and all that other stuff. We thought maybe 25 people would.
Yeah,
it's a crazy, you know, it's a big trip, right? Yeah, there's about 150 people going with us now, and we're like, this is going to be the most unique experience we've ever had. This is going to be a fun time. Like, how often do you get to do something like that? You know, that's over a game. This is a game that we all have in common, and we're all going to go travel around the world and do this game together and be on the ship for 13 days or so together, or, you know, 11, 12, 13 days, something like that. It's
well, and how crazy
insane.
we're talking, like 25 would be like success on that, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
And now we're like doing monthly Zooms, like talking about, like, you know, all the trip and everything like that. And just like, it's incredible, the energy of so many people who are so excited.
I'm wondering out loud if there's something, if you're going to be on a ship for 13 days, if there's something that we can do with Adventure Lab. Because, you know, there has to be something that we can do that, you know, obviously there's geo fences and whatever, but like you've got a ship, and if there's sort of clues and some adventures, like we've always thought about doing something like that, but maybe a cruise with 150 geocachers on it, you know, if it's something fun for everybody to do, maybe we can talk about that offline.
Okay,
Any options, but why not?
Very cool.
Incredible.
All right. So what questions
All right.
do we have? What other questions?
There we go.
We could talk for hours. I know.
I know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I guess the one thing that in my mind comes up, and I guess I'll go first. You guys jump in, but something that I'll be completely honest with you, Brian. When I first heard that it was coming out, I was like, "Oh boy, this sounds really great." I'm really excited. I'm really excited for this, and I kind of played that a little bit as for fun, but I joked about treasures, and I said, "Gee, is there?" And I made the jokes about, "Is there a ketchup packet? Can I have that as a?" And I actually joked, and the used restaurant napkin. Can I get that as one? But what's funny about that is, once it came out and once the ball started rolling, the process started going. I sent them a note and I said, "Oh, I've found all the treasures right now. Where are you guys at?" And they're like, "Hey, you're not the one that's supposed to like this." I thought you said that. Like, no, I have changed my tune, man. I am on board.
You turned on a pen, Gary. You turned on a pen. I was like,
yeah.
I'm loving this treasures, and you're like, I don't know, John. And then you went all in, Gary. All in.
I am. I tell you what, I am all in. I am fired up for birds and all sorts of crazy stuff going on. Plush animals, man. And when they come out, I'm like, our group of casters were like, "Oh, right, we got some more to find. Let's go." So, what are, based on that and all the things you've probably heard from people, how do you feel like Treasures has gone so far?
I'm so glad you asked. And I'll tell you why. Because right now we've been spending a lot of time trying to understand how the community feels about treasures. And the development that we've done with this feature set was done in a different way than a lot of other features that we have built. And what we haven't done so much historically is sort of iterative development. I think we talked about this a little bit, where we, rather than go off and try and plan everything that this is going to be and try and answer every question and every nuance, and then first start to build it.
Right.
We said, all right, we have an idea. What's the kernel of that idea? Let's put it out and let's see what people think, and let's learn, and then let's adapt, and let's put the next version out, and let's put the next version out. And so, we had talked last time, most recently, about collection choice. And collection choice was a solution to a challenge that we had, where there were so many collections, and people were like, "Well, how do I make sure that I get the right treasure for the when we spoke last, and this is we're getting into spill the beans territory, so it's related to treasures. Okay, so here we go. When we spoke last, there were so many people who were saying, like, it's a lot of work, and what we've been learning, and we've been learning from surveys and on the website and in the mobile app, but we've been learning that, like, hey, a lot of people are really liking treasures, and they're trying to complete all of them. Some people are easily, they're happy to tell us, turn it off, this is not geocaching, I don't like this. And in the middle are a lot of people who say, hey, I really love this, but have FOMO. It's so hard to, like, make sure I get the right treasure, and if I log a cache and I find out that I didn't prioritize the right things, and so people are doing all this work to try and make sure that they're getting the treasures that they want. And from our perspective, what we're learning is, and we talked about this again last time, and people were like, can we just evaluate, like, all the collections that might be available so that we can get the treasures? And what I explained is, there's a real technical limitation to us being able to do a database call to check every single treasure against any cache as it's being logged at scale. Well, with some assistance from AI, and a lot of work by Sean Boots, who's the primary engineer on treasures, he figured out a way to do this. So within,
there we go.
I'll say it's probably within 2 weeks, and as always, that comes with the caveat that I might be
Yeah.
wrong.
Right.
But in approximately 2 weeks, give or take, we're
Sure.
going to release a new change to the feature, and what it will allow people to do is prioritize. You can say, I'm going to prioritize. If the premium members could prioritize up to 5 collections,
Oh, wow.
and then anytime you log a cache, we're going to check and we're going to say, does it meet the first collection? Does it meet the second, third, fourth, fifth? And
Okay.
if it doesn't, we're going to check all of the other collections.
Oh,
And
wow.
if there's a treasure available that you would have otherwise gotten, but you just haven't prioritized it, you will be able to get that treasure. So
Oh, wow.
people
Okay.
won't have to work as hard to maneuver it to
Yeah.
make sure that they get a treasure and whatever. And it's something that we're excited about.
That is awesome.
It should make it a lot easier. And I think that honestly, it's going to address one of the primary challenges that geocachers have been facing with the latest version of the feature set. And for us, we're excited to see what people think. If it does it really make it easier, I would be really surprised. I've played around with it, and it's like, oh, this is exactly, I'm not having to do the work that I really don't want to do. This makes it easier.
Right.
One of the options, if for folks who are like, well, I only want to get treasures that I'm deliberately looking for, we actually have a switch that you could say, don't change this. I only want my prioritized treasures to be considered. So sort of building that flexibility for maybe people, I think a small group of players might want to play this way, because I don't know about you guys, but it's too much work. But for the majority of people, just to know that well, I'm going to be able to get the ones that I'm going for, but I'm not going to miss out. And what could be cool is collection that you haven't necessarily been thinking about, all of a sudden, well, now you just got one in that collection, and maybe on another random cache, you get another one that's like, all right, well, now I need to complete this collection. Now maybe you can either prioritize it or deliberately focus on it. But we really wanted to build a little bit more flexibility into the game. Thankfully, we solved that technical issue, which last time we talked, I didn't know that we would get to a solution on that. And so super excited. It will be at least feature set changing, if not game changing, for those folks who like treasures. And ultimately, we want people to have fun. We want people to have fun with the treasures and collecting the new ones. Here's another question. Oh, I'm delighted. We want people to be happy. We want people to enjoy it. And so hearing the challenges of folks who are like, this is just too much work. It's like, and especially like last time, feeling like we don't have an easy solution here. It's an interesting aspect of pressure. This, as much as this is the greatest job I've ever done, there are days where it feels like work. And when your, I say customers, when your community friends are suffering something that nobody should want to suffer, it's like, how can we fix this? How can we make it better? And when you find that solution, hey, I get to spill the beans. I'm super excited about it. We have a treasures committee that meets every Friday afternoon, and I said, okay, folks, I'm on the podcast of Hope. What do you think? And the biggest thing that I got told is, okay, you could say this, but don't promise a date, because we might not hit.
Right.
And I'm like, they understand. Everybody understands. We're doing our best and all that. And then, so here's another question. And I'd be interested in feedback from you guys and also from the audience. But part of the feedback that we're getting on treasures, some people are saying, I completed them all. Give me more. How many more? Throw more collections at me. And of course, other people are saying, please slow down. I can't do them all. You're killing us here. And so, we've got both sides of that. It's a great example of going to be able to make everybody happy at the same time.
Right.
But with this new change to the feature set, maybe, given that it will be less work to do, maybe the more collections won't feel so difficult. Because I'll tell you, part of our goal is we want to put so many collections out that you can almost not complete them all. And I know that's a challenge, and some people will say, hold my beer or whatever I'm going to do
Right.
to it. But and we know that they will do it. But the sort of abundance of having an abundance of collections that people can choose from and decide to go do. You know, if I sign, we launched in March 17th was Treasures. If I join geocaching now, and you know, after my first 3 finds, I get to play with Treasures. I've got a lot of collections to choose from, which is great. So like those people are going to be like, oh, I don't expect to ever finish all of these, especially as a newbie, except for, you know,
Right.
maybe a very select few. But for the folks who have kind of kept up, you know,
Yeah.
we're at this point now where the signal from at least some members of the community of like, please slow down. What I'm hoping is
Yeah.
that with this update, people don't feel like we need to slow down, and then we can dial it up. And so I think, you know, in the near term, we're probably going to try and just manage expectations with that, because we don't want to frustrate anybody, but trying to find the right balance is something that we're focused on with the Treasures feature set. I'm delighted that you're coming around, Gary.
Yeah.
And really, like,
I am.
as we release these updates, we're going to be asking for more feedback. So if you see on the Treasures page, there's always sort of tell us how
Right.
you feel about Treasures, like let us know. And what a lot of people would be surprised about is that oftentimes some of the feedback that we get, we've got folks here who are, you know, when you do a survey, it's like you don't expect to hear back, but we're responding and we're asking questions, not of
Right.
all of them, because we do get a lot of feedback, but every now and then it's like somebody said something and like, we want to learn more about that. Tell us how you feel. Tell us, because the more we can understand like what is needed, the better the next version of the Treasures feature
Right.
set can be. So it's super exciting. I
Yeah.
can't wait until this change comes out. You know, should be somewhat soon.
And this is awesome because I'll tell you this. It was like, and big shout out to Fish and Gal. I was at a holiday party earlier, which I mean, awesome for geocaching, right? Because it's like we're having holiday parties, all these people getting together. And, you know, this topic came up talking to a few people, and it's just, I like Treasures, but, and I think this is awesome because I think this totally fulfills, you know, the need for people out there. And I think there's some great comments in the chat room too, Brian, for people taking through kind of like looking at the different style pacing on this one. But I know me personally, I'm excited, man. I love Treasures. If you need a guy's face eating a pizza with a quote that on a billboard, you let me know, man. I'll be there for you.
Well, but you know, we talked last time about having potentially a series of treasures based on the geocaching podcasts and the vlogs and things like that. And I brought that back, and I do think that that's a opportunity that we will want to get after at some point in the future.
That's awesome. You know, if like all of us, and obviously we share our opinion very publicly, right? But I think I was kind of with Gary at the first. I always think it's good when you add something to the game, right? There's so many people out there. And as we talk every year, like you'll never be able to make everybody happy. And like, we kind of compared these in the beginning with souvenirs. Souvenirs are for certain things. And like you've shared your challenges before, you want to make souvenirs attainable to most people. Well, and we talked about before too, like this audience too, but like us and people who've been around the game for a long time.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to get excited for some of us about souvenirs. I'm talking about outside geographic-based souvenirs because I think it was your turn, but like a power user, you're going to get them just by your everyday activity. We're already going out there caching and traveling states and everything else, and you've done all these things. But I was really impressed when I saw that your team was adding to the difficulty of these. Like you won't accidentally, and I hate to use that term because that sounds terrible. We're going out caching on purpose. But you accidentally get souvenirs sometimes. You're not accidentally doing these. And when you added that challenge, I think you've added something for the people that have been caching for a long time. And I think it's cool that y'all were able to figure out how to do that without, because you've got to keep it to where it's available to a lot of people, but you also want to try to dig into that other end too. And I think that's what really won me over for Treasures is you added like, it's got to have scenic. It's got to have the scenic attribute on. You're like, okay, that's totally different. And
we heard from some power users, but we heard from some really engaged players who said, give us more goals, give us more things that we can, more ways that we can play the game. And we want some collections to be hard. And it's interesting because, we release a hard collection and we hear from a bunch of people who are like, I don't have those caches in my area and it's just too difficult. And like, and what we're trying to say is like, it's okay if you don't get them all.
Well, sure.
Some people will, some people won't, but
Right.
there's a lot of completionists within the geocaching community.
Oh, gosh, yes.
And so putting
Absolutely.
something out there in front of them that's not easy to complete, I think, to some degree we have to expect that those players will be a little bit frustrated, but it can't stop us from kind of pushing the envelope of how we can challenge people to play the game and to make it more fun and engaging. So we're doing it. And and now with this change, maybe if you go and you're finding the caches that you normally would, maybe you end up with one of those harder to find treasures just by being a regular geocacher. And you could always turn that off if you don't want it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So let's switch gears again for a moment. And, over the past relatively few years, and you know how technology is, it just changes, rapidly. Josh or Jesse and I, jumped on the AR bandwagon and got, we have the first AR in Texas, and he had the first one in Colorado, and it went the way it went, and I'll get you to comment on that. But what's interesting is that those two guys got so into what y'all call VR, right? With
virtual reality.
So they started doing virtual reality, and it went gangbusters. So it's just a different way of looking at it. So based on what we've experienced, AR kind of went the way it went, and and John and Jesse could talk a lot more about VR. But what are your current thoughts on how we got to where we are, I guess?
I mean, the AR stuff that we worked on was an experiment to see, like so many of the things we do, like, will this work? A, do people like it? B, like, do people like it and actually do it? And as I'm sure many of you recall, if not all of you, like, we ran into some challenges. HP reveal got pulled. The technology platforms that we were using, what was it? Google's library of AR art, went away. And so, here we were, like, making this attempt to say, all right, we can't go build a content library like that scale. Certainly this was pre AI. Maybe now we could build a content library, but build a system to allow people to incorporate AR models and then deliver an AR experience within the geocaching app. We were looking at kind of build, it's like build or buy, and it wasn't really buy because so many of them were available for free. So we said, oh, well, this will work and this will work, and we kind of put the pieces together, and then all of a sudden, like, well, this piece is now gone and this piece is now gone, and finally it's like, all right, this isn't practical. And there was sort of limited engagement with it because it wasn't easy to build an experience. And really complex puzzle caches or things like that. You need the people who are willing to create. And if you can't give them a good tool set for doing that, you can't really expect that they're, again, how much work do you want to put in front of people? The goal is to make a platform that makes the creation of experiences easy. And with the tools at hand at that time, we really just weren't able to do it. Now VR, I'm a fan of VR. I have an Oculus at home, and I've played miniature golf with friends on a space station, and they're across the country. And it's, I mean, what fascinating technology. And then it's like, well, can we do something like that with geocaching? I mean, I would imagine you could go play geocaching within a VR experience. It kind of defeats the purpose because you're inside and, like, really, trying to do the opposite of that. But also, do you really, when you're outside, do you want to put a headset on? I mean, I could
No.
see it. I could see it as a, maybe if you're in a certain spot and you can kind of see through to your
Yeah.
surroundings, and there's like an overlay and whatever, that could be cool. But
Right.
building an experience like that, again, publicly available tools are still mean that you have to like practically learn to like code in VR, and I'm using the wrong words for it, but like
Right. We know what
it's
you mean.
not
Yeah.
so viable when we try and think about it practically. That said, we're constantly evaluating, new tools. Like I think we talked a little bit about NFC, with Adventure Lab and some of the stuff that we're testing. Right now, we've got at HQ, we have an NFC triggered Adventure Lab that the lackeys are testing, and the
Very
goal
cool.
is, if the technology is compelling and feels like fun, then how do we put it in the hands of event hosts, for example? How do we put it in the hands of partners? One of the challenges with NFC and Adventure Lab is physical placements we really limit with Adventure Lab because there's no review process, and we want to maintain relationships with land managers and other cities and towns and etc. But when we put them into the hands of sort of managed experiences that are done in conjunction with the local area or a sponsor or something like that, it's what can this technology unlock with this platform?
Yeah.
And then I think, depending on how that goes, of course, we're going to consider, can we bring it to geocaching? Is there some fun aspect that we can do? And that's a lot of the excitement around here, is just thinking about like, what can we do next? 25 years, great. We hit the milestone. We can all celebrate, but that's now history. And what does the future look like? And how do we make it special? How do we do more? How do we, deliver more value to the community? How does the community build more value to share with one another? As we continue to go forward and solve that, the game gets more fun, and even more nuances and facets pop up, and people could start out and say, well, I really don't like this. And some of them will come around and some of them won't. And that's
true.
That's how it works. It's
It's
a fun process.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So John, we're kind of rapidly running out of time, which is always crazy. But can you go through the start questions? We have some. Again, every hour we're making notes so that when we get to a chance,
absolutely,
the chat room can then ask as well, because we want them to be involved as well. So John, what do you want to do there?
Yeah, and a great comment we want to highlight by Joe Macrae here, saying she's walked this incredibly hard journey and can testify that St. Jude is amazing. And I mean, that is awesome to hear from people, the value that St. Jude brings to people's lives and the journeys that they go through on that, especially through challenging times. So thank you, Joe, for sharing that one. GSM times 2, Brian, he says you're his favorite podcast guest. He is the perfect ambassador for geocaching.
You are too kind. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I'm doing what I can, but these guys are teeing me up with good questions and stuff, and there's so much fun stuff to talk about. So thank you.
Well,
thank you.
Since the questions have been so easy, I'll throw you a hard one.
Do it. Let's go.
You won't be surprised because I ask it every year where it goes.
This was not a shock.
You don't have to even give a spoiler. Just tell me they're not going anywhere and they're still going to stay on the books. And 1 year we'll get back to them, because I have to ask it every year. So
and then Brian, Jesse's going to ask the follow up with like augmented reality implementation and where I go. And you just know.
Hey, we never know what the future holds, right?
We don't know what the future holds. I'll say, there's no active discussion about doing anything with where I go right now. I think that there's some technical thing that we have to do with the account logins and stuff, but that's like tech debt stuff. But otherwise, like, we're not touching it. I think, I don't expect that we're doing too much with it anytime soon. And for those Where I Go fans out there, I'm sorry. There's just only so much we can do, and that's a pretty complex one. I think if there was more pressure, like really, and I think you guys did the episode of like what is it, to like be a lackey for a day. something like that a while back. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember who was saying, like, just
Oh, yeah.
either make it
We
good
did
or
that.
just shut it down. And I was like, well,
Yeah.
you know, you
No,
sure?
no,
'Cause
that doesn't apply to where it goes. Do not shut where it goes down.
That's what I was saying, and Jesse did not like that, Brian.
It
Just
was
saying.
what
John
you were
seriously
saying.
Yeah, it was me. It was me. That was me.
So listen, I listened, and I can't disagree. You know, again, at some point, if we're not going to fix it, what are we doing? You know, or because so many of the where I goes right now are just repetitions of other where I goes that are out there. It's limited. You know, having legacy cache types is difficult because every newcomer that gets really into the game is like, oh, but I can't get that one. And you know, bring back virtuals, bring back webcams, we're not at the bring back where I goes yet, but
no.
Yeah, it's a long-term possibility. So we'll see. You know, again, no conversations about that right now.
No. I assume there wasn't. I mean, it's an outdated. It's awesome. I love it. But the reason most where I go people love it is because it's so hard to do, which makes it hard for most people. But people get into things because they're hard, right? That they find the challenge and they do it, and it's kind of one of those love-hate things. Like there's many other things, but love-hate things and. So I always got to ask about it, but no, it's just like webcams, like you mentioned. There's issues. There's a reason why they're going down, and there's privacy issues, and there's everything else going on. And some things just after 25 years, not that close, anyway. But after 25 years, you've got to modernize with the times, but y'all are bringing new things out faster than old things are going away. So I think that's what we all got to remember, right?
I think that's true. And I'll say, what I'm seeing here that is so exciting is we're shifting the way that we work and we talked about this a little bit, but like AI is a force multiplier. If you take an engineer who can, is very talented at writing code and building things, and instead of spending the time to write that code, they become more of a director, and they're saying, go write this code in this way, write this code, debug this, QA this, adjust this, as long as they're leveraging the skills and expertise to manage that, AR tool set. And there's a variety of them out there, but the ability to move faster, to produce more in a shorter period of time, it's here. Like it's truly game changing. I mean, we all know because anybody who's played with it, you get that aha moment. But for engineers, for people who are thinking about how things get built, asking questions about marketing and community perception and things like that, to have a tool set that allows you to do that so much faster in real time, like we're adapting the way that we work. And there's a sense of excitement. There is a sense of, wow, so many of these ideas that we've wanted to work on that felt like, oh my goodness, we're just never going to get to this because there's so many other things that are high priority. Those things are starting to feel like, oh, maybe that's not so far out. Like maybe we can do this, that, and that other thing that we've really wanted to do. And so I think, if we get this right, and that is of course the goal, and we're working towards that, I think that the community will see over time an increase in the pace of sort of goodness that's being brought to the community. And as always, we will get some of it right, we will get some of it wrong, and we will try and learn, but rapid iteration, leveraging, force multiplying tools is really powerful. And so for us, in the spirit of service and trying to do good and expand the value of this game and the community and the strength and all that, to now have access to something that is this game changing, plus sort of the wherewithal to say, as a company, we're going to look to adopt this responsibly, and we're going to try and make ourselves more effective as a company. The end result of that, assuming we get it right, is, hey, all of the people that we're serving are going to be happier, and they're going to have, this game will be better in ways that maybe we haven't even thought of yet.
Yeah. This was kind of interesting. This is a question about Earth caches that I think is really good, because it gets into an aspect of the game that I don't think we've really discussed really with you, and that is expanding Earth caches, expanding it to do other things like water, ecology, environmental. I've seen also people have asked about botany within earth caches or weather. So, what are your thoughts on sort of taking earth caches and expanding past the geology area of it and put it into plants and weather and all these other kind of areas, water, some of the things. Do you think earth caching could go that route someday, or do you think that that's not really an area for that?
I'm really like the farthest thing from an expert on earth caches. Like really, I would say most of the folks in this audience probably know more about like the possibility of that happening at HQ than I do. At the same time, we have some very passionate earth cachers, earth cache, advocates and enthusiasts here at HQ. And what I would say is like that's a good idea. Send it in, send it to our send it to our community engagement team. It will be looked at, and let's see, if it gets into the hands of people who want to explore it further. It might be a yes, it might be a no. I really don't. I'm not almost not qualified to comment on
I
that.
understand. It's interesting though that people are asking those kind of questions. Go ahead. What you got to do, Jojo?
Yeah, Brian, we got another one. I mean, I love pizza, I love geocaching, I love treasures, and I love attributes. So I love this question from Owen, or this request. Please make adding at least 2 or 3 attributes to a cache required, just like picking a size before submitting a new cache. And I kind of like this, and I was going to say earlier about the treasures that were attribute based. It's very interesting because I'm hearing people talk about attributes who don't normally talk about attributes.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
And so many people I've heard from are just like they don't even think of attributes. So I kind of like this, bringing up and talking about it. But yeah, I think if there's any way to encourage or just like require, or during the review process, like a prompt, like, hey, is there any sort of attributes you feel like you should add to this? Because I know even for me, as like somebody who does work on trails, I just always think like, how can we inform people what kind of experience that they're having? But I'll get off the attribute train and off that.
It sounds like a great idea to me. I actually just wrote it down, and I don't know if we've considered it before, but I'll talk to the folks who would be interested in, I'll ask the folks here, like, is there a reason that we don't want to do this? And if there's a reason that and if there isn't, then it's like, well, what's the appetite to do this? And then where does it fall in the priority stack of work that we want to do, which is a very long priority stack. But if it gets in there, like we were talking about earlier, with an increased speed of development and being able to bring features to market, it's altogether possible that we do it. I could see, attributes are really useful. Thinking about it as like a brand new, first time cache hider is doing this, like, why not ask them to consider, hey, even if there's a call to action that like, do you know about attributes? Please consider which of these might apply.
Yeah.
If we get more throughput, it helps us understand the nature of each geocache better. And then, the searching and sorting so that you can find, like, if you're interested in a particular type of cache with a particular attribute, well, then that makes it a whole lot easier.
Yeah. And I hear this comment. I see
bring in our
somebody named Bounce on here would like to see some kind of rewards for earning favorite
Who's that?
points and
Hey,
motivate
Chad.
people to make better
Who's that
caches.
guy?
Yeah, we got some new folks.
We're starting to bring in our next hour, but we want to. Yeah, the next hour we got the whole team going to be on with us, so it's going to be great.
It's going to be a great hour.
So
That's true.
We wanted to cross talk with them. So I know you appreciate Brian, and I think Brian appreciates all of
thank you for coming on again.
Of course. I'm excited
So
about your treasures announcement. When you popped me on the screen, I was busy. Brian, I had to make a list of all these different things that each treasure is about. And I'm going through my finds from this morning to decide how to bounce my treasure collections. So that's what you caught me doing when you put me on air.
It's so much work, right? Yeah. And it doesn't have to be that way. Thankfully, because we were able to solve that technical challenge. So, give us a bunch of time, and really, when it comes out, play with it. I trust that many of you, if not most of you, will, and then let us know what you think. Does it work the way you expect it to? Are we missing an element? Is there a way to make it better? Because even though we don't respond to every single bit of feedback, we're reading every bit of feedback. We are reading it. And so that helps with our decision making and helps us to see ideas that the geocaching community as a whole bringing ideas to the table gives us a better shot of getting to those ideas, because we're only 90 something folks here who have are focused on different areas of the company and the community, and to have some suggestions on how we can make it better from the people that are living with it. It's super helpful.
Yeah, well, thank you you for being so responsive. Yeah.
My pleasure. I mean, that is the point. And when we get more feedback, the plan is to be responsive, not just on treasures, but throughout the ecosystem.
Yeah.
And Brian, thank you once again for coming on the show. And you and Heidi and family have a most wonderful happy holiday.
Yeah, happy holidays to all of you. Again, thank you so much for having me once again. Like Saul said earlier, I will do this every year. I don't even know how many years it's been, but it's been a few. It's a real treat, and it's really important work. And so even for Heidi and I and our family to be part of it, to help support this in any way, it's something that is it's really meaningful. And so thanks for doing what you're doing, and thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian, so much.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you. All right.
Cheers.
Appreciate
Happy
you.
geocaching.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's get a reset. We'll see where we're at. So let's do the reset here.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 10th annual podcast of hope. This year, we are hoping to raise $15,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude. And it's not just about the incredible medical care, it's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
Quick video, and then we'll get to the team, see what everybody's thinking. All right, here's one more.
Legacy is what you leave behind. We're all here for a short while, and what's going to be your mark? What's going to be what you're remembered by?
My grandfather was very much a believer in the American dream. As a Lebanese American, he was very proud of Danny Thomas and his mission of wanting to cure cancer for children. As a fellow Lebanese American, he very much wanted to help Danny Thomas to get St. Jude established.
It always struck me that once I found out about just the legacy that my great-grandfather has left behind, you may never know what impact your actions today will have on the future.
My wife and I, we were in dental school in Memphis. We actually used to go volunteer at Target House the whole time we were over there volunteering. I never imagined I'd be back a decade later with a child that was receiving treatment at St. Jude. James was diagnosed at 3 months old with neuroblastoma. We went from thinking we had a healthy little boy to all of a sudden finding out that, he had this super serious cancer. And it was heartbreaking.
That's the last thing you want for anybody to ever have to experience, is fighting for the life of your child.
At 3 months old, he had chemotherapy, and that was until he was just under a year old. And at that point, he was in remission.
Went that way for a year and then relapsed February of 2023. And here we are finishing up treatment, hopefully.
Having a child with cancer is an extremely tough journey.
You would think that would give you a very pessimistic view of life, watching your child suffer through the cancer and the treatments. But instead, it's like you find this goodness. You see more of it than you would ever imagine. You meet so many people from completely different backgrounds, don't speak the same languages, but we all want the same thing. We all want our children to live and have long, meaningful lives.
The research is extremely important, and anything we can do to support research and find more cures is worth it. The treatments that they're developing here get shared with all the doctors to treat children worldwide.
It's contributing something like one more piece of the puzzle to curing this horrible disease.
St. Jude is huge, and it's a world leader in cancer research and finding cures for catastrophic pediatric diseases. It's huge. Danny Thomas, a Lebanese American, I see his name and I'm proud, and it gives me great hope too, because what St. Jude has done is tremendous, and it keeps growing. And I think that's the strength of faith and charity from so many people that share that mission and believe in what he set out to do, that it does keep growing.
My great papa would be so proud of James because he's such a fighter. And it makes you think about what kind of legacy you're going to leave behind. Make it meaningful. Make it impactful.
Gary, you're muted. There you are, man. There you are.
So give us an update. Tell us where we're at and how we're doing.
Yeah, let's bring it up, Gary. So on here, we are so close to $7,000. We're sitting currently at $6,990.55. So somebody please help us go over that 7,000 mark to donate to St. Jude on that one, and that'll put us closer to our goal. So right now we're $8,009.45 from our goal on here. So we appreciate everybody donating. Every hour that you donate makes you eligible for some really, really, really cool prizes. And this hour, Gary, and all, we got some great prizes. We got oak coins on here, gift pack, arted crafted t-shirts, Cashy subscriptions, and Gary, I think we got some Jasmer Loop coins too, right?
Yes, we do. Not only do we have Jasmer Loop coins signed by the man himself, Chris Mackey.
Oh, one of the premier coin designers. Very cool.
That's right. That's cool. We have a lot of great giveaways this hour. A lot of them are obviously related to the team. And most of the teams here were missing. Derek wasn't available, and Dawn, our production manager, is in the background, and she's keeping me on track. She's down the hall, and she's keeping me on track of what we need to do. So I think she's keeping you on track too, John.
Yeah, absolutely. And good news on here. Captain Armadillo first spilled the beans in the chat on this one, that we just crossed $7,000. So keep those donations coming for sure. And podcastofhope.com, and there's a QR code in the upper right-hand window that you can use too.
Awesome. Yes. And anything you give $25 or more will be entered in to win one of Doug Macrae's big prizes. A couple first and second place prizes, and the grand prize is Ms. Pac-Man game console. And so that will be awesome to get that. Can you imagine getting a Ms. Pac-Man?
Is it a
So
full-size
console?
Yeah, those are cool machines too. If people don't know what they are, my brother loves those machines, so he buys them. And the ones they're talking about, you buy them and you put them together yourself.
Yeah,
so
they're not
it's
hard.
a kit that puts it together.
Yeah,
and they're not the exact same thing as the ones like you would see in a video arcade place. It's a home version of them, but they're not hard. But you're geocachers, you can do it. you've done hard things, right? But that's half the fun is getting to put that thing together, and it's not like you're coding anything, but you're putting it together.
No, sir. I put it in the back of the Tahoe, and I head to Chad's house.
Well, that's smart too.
And then Chad would make an epic gadget cache out of it.
Right.
So, John, just for you, before we get started, the girls made me homemade pizza tonight. So, just in your honor. So
that is awesome. That is awesome.
I've been trying to shove it in my face every time we go to a commercial.
Every chance we get a commercial, right? Well, there'll be more commercials.
Good. There'll be more pizza eating too. So.
Oh man,
yeah.
Before
we get into this, I do want to make a quick note because this is I love this. Look who's with us tonight, Captain John. Is with us tonight.
John. Good times.
Getting people out to the Maroon and all the other good spots. So that's really everything on Lake Lanier.
Captain John soon, hopefully.
Very good. One of my favorite memories. Yep. I'm in the Captain John Club.
Me too. I got the shirt that's got the whole
I've got the shirt.
the whole Lake Lanier geo tour, and he'll take you to all of them, and it was I got to do that tour, and it was tremendous time. And I think we would talk to Captain John about Podcast to Hope. He's like, I'll jump on and catch that. It's like, well, here he is. So
there you go.
Yeah, if anybody is ever wanting to do any of the caches at Lake Lanier,
I volunteer to take one for the team and go out with him because the only one I've done out there is Marooned. Is the only time Cheryl and I had ever been on a jet ski before. That's a whole 30-minute story, but
right.
I haven't done the rest of them, so I'm willing to go out there. And
it's a fun day, without a doubt.
I'll join you, Tom.
There are some great caches on, other than obviously Maroon, but there is not a better guest in the world than to have Captain John with you out there. I mean, it is a first class chaperoned experience out there. So I'm just so glad that he's along for the So all right, good deal. Yeah, thanks for being with us, Captain John. This is just a great time. Still brings a smile to my face. That was such a great experience. So all right, well we got most of the team here. Like I said, we got people that are not available to be on, but that's okay. I actually talked to Derek today. Looking forward to hearing more about things. He's had some tragic things happen where he had a fire and some other things, but he is still working hard. And I'm losing my voice. Hang on.
As Gary coughs, we still have some of these sweet coins available.
John Nut is so big, it's covering your whole face. I love it. I love it.
So big. It's kind of like if it was any larger, we'd have to put it in pizza sizes.
Yeah, right?
It really would.
Can you hold that one square higher?
Oh man. Right here.
No. Move up a whole square.
I
know.
Yeah.
You're trying to solve code there, Tom, aren't you? You're trying to crack the puzzle.
I'm in recovery mode. Sorry. I'm going through. I got my little lozenges, so I'm keeping the show going as best I can. So anyway, all right.
Let me throw this out. And my co-host isn't here tonight because he's taking his wife to the airport, which is not down the street from his house. So
right. And then we're missing 3, but we're doing good.
And in one sense, unfortunately, I'm here.
Still waiting for a baby.
Yeah, I know. You're still waiting on that baby.
And I'm ready to go over to her house and with a plunger and let's get this over with.
Don't.
Yeah, we almost didn't have Saul. So
Yeah.
so to pull the curtain back on that, we're trying to get ready for the show, the opening with Scott Waid with the Atlanta Braves. And I get a text from Josh. He's like, "Hey, can we move Saul and Brian? Can we swap them?" And I'm like 5 minutes from the show starting. I'm trying to juggle everything. And so I told Josh, I was like, "Hey, buddy, I don't have time to try to work on this for you. If you want to try to call Brian," and so he's like, "I'll start with Gia." So he got a hold of Gia, who Gia then got to Brian, and then Josh finally got a hold of Brian. So, and then we were in the middle of one of the, I think we were in the middle of Tim, the Lego Master, and he sent me a note. He goes, "They're going to swap, so we're going to swap." So it worked out, which is great. But yeah, there was a lot of behind the scenes. It's the whole thing with the duck. The duck's just swimming along just nicely, and underneath he's paddling like crazy. Yeah. That was we were paddling like crazy. So,
well, that confused the heck out of me because my wife is a great Survivor fan, and she's not big into geocaching, so she really didn't want to listen to the podcast of Hope. Right. And I said, "Wait, Saul's coming on. It's not Brian. Wait a minute. When am I coming on?"
Yeah. Yeah, really. I hear you.
Like the schedule changed, and I didn't hear a word about it.
Yeah, we kind of. I mean, it was just so last minute. It was crazy, but all right. Well, here we are. Another year, almost in the books. I'll just tell you my perspective. I think you guys did an amazing job, guys and gal. Did a incredible job this year. The shows have done tremendous. I've heard great things. I've been able to do some traveling and doing a bunch of caches. I think I'm up to 27. Do I have? Am I the winner? I have 27 cache odysseys. Who can beat me? Who's got more than 27? 27. Come on.
Yeah, you got me beat.
How many do you have, Emily?
3.
3. Okay, she's got a ways to go.
I got 2, but they're really
maybe
far
2.
apart.
I just have 2. Never mind. Can't count your own, right?
I think I got 3, maybe.
Well, no, technically you do, Emily, because if you when you finish all 49,
right. Yeah,
you get credit
as the owner, you get credit, right?
Yeah, you get credit. So it's technically.
I certainly have.
Whoa! You don't get credit until you found all the other 49. Then you get credit for number 50.
I agree with
throw that out there.
There you go.
Fair enough.
Now, I'm not in the running anyway, but I just wanted to throw that out there to throw a wrinkle in.
That was good.
Wait a minute. You throw a wrinkle something in Jesse? No.
Yeah, shocker.
Come on.
Shocker.
Yeah, and Doug Macrae does not count in this.
No.
No.
Oh. Karen Peters got 22.
Nice.
I got to say, of any of the guests, though, on the podcast of Hope tonight, I think Doug is in the lead. Just saying.
Yeah, we're not competing with Doug.
No.
Can't.
But since you brought up Cache Odyssey, obviously it's been a huge success this year. I remember sitting at the very beginning. We were talking about this, and we were kind of talking as a team,
right?
And we thought, and I think the question came up a couple times. We were thinking, like, are people going to go out and do all 50 of these? And then we're like, oh yeah, that's right. Geocachers are insane.
Yep.
And so quickly, we've had more than one person find all. Like, I know many cachers that spend their whole geocaching career and have never been to all 50 states.
It took me
These
10
people
years
did
to
it
get
in
to
less
all
than a
50
year.
states.
Yeah, went to all 50 states, and more than one of them have done that. And we kind of talked about on the show or whatever, but to me, that's just an insane thought that it hadn't even been a year. They have not been out a year yet.
Oh, not yet.
Well, Poanne, I think it was like 6 months. Last
yeah.
Oh my gosh,
yeah, Annie went nuts.
And Team Sanu did it, so they're on the books for all 50. So, but yeah, great job for everybody who's involved in all of that as well. So it's been an interesting year. I like to get y'all's. Oh,
I only have 2.
You have 2.
I missed the one at Woodstock because we got so busy doing other things. We didn't get that one while
it was
we were
right there.
Yeah.
It was
And I
right
don't
there
even
in
have the one.
Morgantown.
I don't even have the one in Texas. I have
Oh,
Delaware
yeah.
and Hawaii.
Who had that one in Texas? Really?
Somebody who lives 300 something miles from me.
Oh, some guy.
Some
Some guy
guy.
did it.
Well, I got to tell you guys one thing too.
Ticky
Looking at
Top.
the Cache Odyssey leaderboard, I don't know who's looked at that recently. We
Right.
now have somebody who's at 49, who's just one shy.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
And that is
Wow.
Phil, Little Black Dog, on that one.
Yeah, I talked to him this summer. Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Phil on that one for being one away. How cool is that?
We have he's at 49. We have somebody at 43, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that are above 35.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
It is. It's been a great journey, I guess you could say. I mean, we've had, and the interesting thing is that I've talked to people who I don't really normally, would converse with. That's some guys that, when I talked about the CEDO earlier, I was at. I didn't know these people other than I got to meet them. They're Arkansas cachers, but I think I don't know who. I guess I brought up or someone brought up that Cache Odyssey, and it seemed like every time I run across, I guess I would call them random, but geocachers I really don't know, but they're like, oh yeah, I got 3 and I'm looking at this, and all of them are like, seem to be into trying to find these Cache Odysseys. And so the one though I do want to mention and hear more about is Chad's, because I've heard so many incredible things about Chad's. Is there? You've had a sort of up and down process with that. HQ kind of gave you a hard time about it a little bit.
Right over here, actually.
Yeah, I knew you were trying to
Going in my
redo it.
front yard.
Right.
I just got to dig the post holes and activate it.
Okay.
So.
Very cool. Yeah, we've had some interesting processes. The Georgia one went through some redo with construction and other stuff going on, and Hawaii's had to move a little bit. So we've had some struggles. I got to find the one up where that Tim got to do or put together, and it's fascinating. I always love talking to the people that are hosting the Cache Odysseys, because their stories are all incredible. I mean, they really are so thrilled for the process, and so many of them, to Jesse's credit, are love the fact that they're wheelchair accessible or handicap accessible. And so I think it's been very meaningful for people to have those out there. I think it's
wasn't that great
hopefully.
when you visited them? I mean, I approached them and the director of the library said, absolutely, providing the city gives me permission. And it was like 24 hours. And he said, yeah, we're in. And I said, now this is a 3-year commitment. He goes, well, does it have to stay where it is for the 3 years? I said, no, you can move it around the library because it's a letterbox, and I'll just change the instructions if you have to move it. They have no plans to move that. It's been a great draw, and people love it. The people inside are great. I've left quarters. This box requires a quarter to get into it, not a nickel, not a dime, not a dollar, but a quarter. And so if you don't bring a quarter, you really can't get in. If you use any other coin, you mess it up. And I've left quarters at the desk so that the librarian, and when I go in and do maintenance on it, which I've done a lot more than I really expected, I clean out all the quarters and I make sure that the librarians have 4, and then the rest of them are going to be donated in a couple of hours. And I've got like $15 out of that cash this year.
So they don't get their quarter back after they put it in?
You do get your quarter back if you look for it. So it drops through and it drops into a little tube. And if you don't check the tube, I have found 3 or 4 there. And sometimes gravity will just take it and shoot it through the tube and it'll fall into the bottom of the box. And people don't look in the bottom of the box to see if their quarter came back, and it's a quarter. So for most people,
yeah,
no, Josh.
Joshua wants to use the path tag.
Will not work. It must be. But you do get
well,
it back if you want it. If you don't get it back, then it goes to Podcast of Hope.
And again, it's funny. Joshua mentioned something, but so many of these have been tremendous. Joshua's is so much fun. It's amazing to I really, again, don't want Jesse's head to get too big right now, but you know, his thing he talked about, and the thing we talked about when we were sitting around with the discussion about it was, what do we tell people to make? And he goes, we're not going to tell them what to make at all. We're just going to say letterbox hybrid, regular or large, terrain one. It has to be a true terrain one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing if you really do get out and get to do some of these. You know, Emily's is completely different than Chad's, which is completely different than Tim's, which is, you know, they're all have their own little unique things. You know, my highlights and we'll move on to other topics, but my highlights are South Carolina is amazing. If you get a chance to do the South Carolinas,
that one's fun.
I was blown away by what they did with that one. And so I'm looking forward. I haven't found Oklahoma of all places, but Oklahoma is supposed to be cool. And of course, the one that our group that we go that's really a standout is Wyoming. So put Wyoming on your list. It is a tremendous Cache Odyssey. So anyway, we'll switch gears, but I did want to talk a little bit about Cache Odyssey because I think it has been a very successful process, and a few that have kind of had some road bumps, but overall I think we've done really well. And I think the thing about it too is that HQ has really taken notice of it. Gear Guru has really spoken highly of what we did to create Cache Odyssey, and I think it's been a very successful process. So, oh yeah, Owen, his is incredible. Missouri, I mean, that's another highlight. So anyway.
Well, and I just got to add a few things Cache Odyssey wise. I mean, like, big shout out to all the hiders, because I mean, really, that project was so successful because of the all-star hiders that we had.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, it just reflects in the quality of the caches. You know, looking at it right now, we're actually only 100 points away from 6,000 favorite points.
Wow.
For all of Cache Odyssey. And it's crazy when you start looking at some of the ones like Super Nate. Big shout out to Super Nate down in Tennessee, because
that one's
look
awesome.
at that. His is the top favorited letterbox in Tennessee.
That's so cool.
When you start to look at a lot of these Cache Odysseys, a lot of them are actually the top favorite letterbox in the state, or within like the top 5 or top 10. You know,
and they've been out 6 months.
A year, just a year now. You know, and they're
a year. Well, not even a year yet, right? Was it December?
Yeah, December 29th is when they first published. Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so we're right there at a year. That's crazy.
Yeah, and Jedi Trash Panda brought a great one up. Little Black Dog told him he's getting his 50th Cache Odyssey today.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
So, and he should already have that, because he did not come to Cache Fest in July when we were there. He was supposed to go on the island top and didn't make it.
Oh wow.
So,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, big shout out to Phil on that one, Little Black Dog. That is awesome.
That's a fun project, and it's nice to have added something positive to the community, right? That people are really looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess let's kind of go around and get updates on how we felt like the year went. And we'll start with let's start with Challenge Talk. I've heard so many good things, and we'll get the update from Tim and Emily. How do you guys feel like it went, and how do you feel like the future is looking for Challenge Talk?
Well, we're addicted to geocaching, so I think it's going great.
Right, of course.
I think our community is great. Every time we put something out to them, they're on board for the challenge as well. And so that's what we're all about. And I love it. And I am challenged by it. The community is totally outdoing me. That's for sure. So it's great to see. And it's great to always have that motivation. And I have to say, having Jasmer B on was the highlight of my year. So
That was awesome.
Yeah.
We've had some great guests. I think, from
Yeah,
different
that's great.
podcasts that I've been on and I've listened to, I think Emily is just a wonderful partner to have. And we've now done enough shows together where we really gel and we rarely talk over one another. And there's like no silence, that everything is moving along fairly well. So I'm really happy with the way, Challenge Talk is going, and look forward to the guests. The mission that we're on right now, I think, is going to be really exciting for people, because we plan to bring all 7 year 2000 months and kind of review the caches from each year. And so I'm
And
putting together the June 2000 right now. And
right, for Tuesday's show. And some of our listeners are super experts at how to access some of these harder year 2000 caches. So we're going to bring in what their expertise, especially when they're local, and whether it's weather at Potter's Pond or something else. We're excited to hear what everyone's expertise is that can add to the conversation.
Yeah, it's been, like I said, it's been great. You guys have really knocked it out of the park. It's an interesting topic, or interesting aspect of geocaching.
Yeah, it's just a niche. We have one niche thing that we talk about.
Yeah, but it is something that really it can revitalize. I mean, Jesse could talk about how challenges really kind of changed your whole game, right, Jesse?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's no secret. I love challenges, and like, it tends to be, people like challenges and some people don't care about them, but there is a group of people that are obsessed with challenges. And for me, and I think it's like the same with Tim and Emily too, like I couldn't imagine the game without challenges. Like, I really couldn't. I really don't think I would have stayed in the game without challenges. Because I'm such a competitive person, but not that I need to compete against anybody else. I love to compete against myself. And they talk about this a lot too. It's not about competing against other people, and it's about geocaching, but I mean, challenges just add that extra layer of fun and direction to your game. And they do such a great job of really digging into that for people like me that love challenges.
I remember the very first challenge I came across, and when I thought, this is a thing, it spoke to me immediately. It fed the beast. Yeah. So over a decade ago, I don't have a clue. I'm coming up on 20 years of geocaching, so I'm not sure when that first challenge was, but I remember the feeling.
And that reminds me, I was at a community celebration today, and we were talking with one of the attendees for my CCE. He and I are going around. He will soon get his 300th CCE event.
Oh,
that
God.
he attended.
300.
300.
Yikes.
And then we were like, what's next? And we were talking about some of the challenge checkers that I use. And I was like, I've got 14 attributes where I've completed my fizzy. And he's like, what? That's a thing? And I was like, oh yeah, sure. I'll send you the checker. We can do that. And it is so funny because he and I have been competing, and he brought to me at the last event that he and I have each placed or hosted 11 CCEs.
Wow.
You keep adopting
we are the top of the world.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I couldn't sit that way. I apologized today. I said, I'm sorry, Steve. I had to one up you. I found someone else who donated me one. I've now got 12.
Oh, nice, Tim. Nice.
That's crazy. So you guys done incredible. Yeah. The other thing too is that we kind of have for the most part, lost Eric. He's been busy and not able. But Gadget Talk has done also an incredible job this year, and John has sort of jumped in there with Chad and kind of kept the ship going in the right direction. So, what are some things that you two guys have felt like has been successful for you guys for Gadget Talk?
Yeah, well, it's actually been a great year. We've had a lot of good guests on.
Yeah.
We've got quite a few challenges, and we've had guests accept the challenges, come on the show, show us their builds, which has been great. The whole point of the show and creating it was to kind of give people ideas of how to build something, and then they go out and create their own out of that, or their own edition of it. And so it's fun watching those challenges and giving those ideas and seeing how people change the build, even ways that I wouldn't even thought about changing it.
Right.
So that's been great.
Yeah.
To see. It's been amazing. Luckily, I've gotten a bigger shop, so we're going to be building bigger things. And more tools showing up, so it'll be a lot better. My only complaint is my co-host likes to talk about pizza.
Whoa, Chad.
That guy.
Yeah, Chad. Come on, Chad. It's supposed to be like one of those interview questions, like, what's your biggest weakness? And it's like, I talk about pizza, and it's like, well, that's pretty awesome, right? Am I right on that one?
Yeah. No, it's great. John's been a great co-host a lot. I have to have someone on there. I'm building stuff and not watching the screen. Someone has to watch the chat and interact with people. So John's been amazing to work with. It's been great.
Yeah, y'all have great chemistry. It's really, really good. So, John, what are I mean, I know there's times when, you're like, Chad's going through and doing a process, and you're like, okay, I'm trying to track I know there's a good process in here. I'm trying to learn this, what's going on. He does spell them out, which is good.
Yeah, I think we kind of counter each other and bring up like very good elements. And I know one of the things I love about Gadget Talk is just the community of people out there, and I think that's just so cool. Every show that we do, to have so many people like contribute, like generate unique ideas. One of the people who I thought was really awesome that came on Gadget Talk was Just Ducking Around. Talking about some of his like awesome mechanical like geocaches. And, that was so cool to me because somebody who's just so incredibly talented, and I think he was only hiding caches, right, Chad, for like a year, maybe,
Yeah.
And just doing such incredible work on that one, but just the unique nature looking at things. But I just love that because it's just, man, the energy I feel after those shows with interacting with people. I mean, I don't know about you, Chad, but just I feel like just like such amazing energy and such like creative energy after those shows. It's just incredible.
Yeah, I have to echo that. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I love our community.
I like watching other people build stuff, and then it motivates me to build something rather than trying to come up with all these ideas. When we were doing shows once a week, it was tough coming up with new ideas once a week. And so watching other people build it and getting motivated and energized that way, you're right, John. I mean, it's amazing. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, and burnt turtles, those guys bouncing ideas off each other is fun to watch. Yeah, and I love too when we hear from people like, who was it? It was Hugh McLeod, I think, right, Chad, who posted in Gadget Talk, and it was just like basically just saying like how much appreciation he had. And, just kind of thinking like in the past, like, making gadgets would seem really complex, and just, I think the way Chad was breaking it down was just so good for him to get started, So that's just such a cool feeling, because I just love it when people start to do something in caching, if it's like hiding their first cache, even if it's traditional, making a gadget cache, making something else that's new. So, I mean, it's just so awesome to see those like transformative moments for cachers too. I've really enjoyed that.
And a lot of the people on Gadget Talk, a lot of listeners, we all belong to Lilypad Chat or other groups, Instagram groups, and we bounce ideas off each other, and we're always posting ideas in there, and that's fun. I love being able to have a chat like that. What a lot of people do, and as hosts here, we probably all know, we have time before and usually after the show that we will sit there and talk another half hour, 45 minutes, which we should just be live, because that's when you get some of the best ideas and conversations out of it. Because I'm not pressure, in front of the camera. We're just bouncing ideas and just talking. And honestly, that's like some of the best stuff. So then that goes into lily pad chat, some of those conversations and stuff.
Right.
Maybe that's how you do your next show. You just say, in conclusion, okay, and play the exit, and then start talking.
John just needs to say, we're not going to go live for the next hour. We'll just talk. And
we'll just talk.
Oh man, I remember that show, Chad, when you were like buying your new, about to like.
Oh yeah,
muted.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
There, muted. Yeah, and it
There you
was
go.
just like
You're
you're like,
good
John, I gotta go. I gotta buy my house right now. And it's like, okay.
That's funny. And then for Tom, they had a whole different thing recently, a challenge, and that is, it's hard to do a show. Didn't know if you guys do this or not, but it's very hard to do a show if geocaching.com is down.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but we still
I don't
managed to
think
get
we all
over an hour
realize.
show in.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
you still made it work.
Chad and Charles and I both could talk to a fence post for an hour by ourselves. I mean, we had no problem doing a show for an hour. In fact, if you watch the follow-up show, which was this past Tuesday, we went almost 2 hours. And we only went over caches.
Right. Hey, sometimes that works. It is funny though how certain things can become sort of an extra challenge, and when sometimes when the .com is down, it's makes for a different thing. But
well, you know what? We're all human. Thank you to everyone who bears with us when we don't know what button to push or where to find the banner or the picture or the video. We're just doing our best. Thanks for coming along.
No, it's great. You guys have done tremendous this year, and it's interesting to, as we've done this now for a while. I mean, we've done it, 10 years. Jesse and I, you guys have come along and done a tremendous job. It's, I don't think we've ever thought about it. And I think somebody asked me one time, like, well, aren't you going to run out of things to talk about? I'm like,
come on now.
I haven't quit geocaching yet.
I was like,
I think
there's still lots of fence posts out there
too, that we are all geocachers first, and we're entertainment hosts second. So we can talk about this game we love on any topic for as long as we need to.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
Very true.
And that's where our community continues to come in. Feed us what you want to talk about. We're here for it.
So let's talk a little bit about today versus what's going to happen in the next few years. Where do you see the most exciting opportunities for geocaching to go? Do it's something I made sure and asked, and sometimes Brian gives us really exact answers. Sometimes he sort of has to beat around the bush a little bit. I wouldn't say beat around, but you know what I mean. We talked a little about AR and VR, but what are some areas that you guys think positive, maybe positive or negative, but what are some things you think they're going to have to both tackle and also have the opportunity to evolve into and expand?
Well, I think it's only fair to say that Brian can only say so much, right? Like, obviously he's running the company, and like John came up with this idea recently, or not recently now, I guess it's been a few months or whatever, but he's like, hey, let's make VR caches. Well, that's easy for like users to do, because we can just do whatever, we can find one thing. Like, he found a platform, we made a couple of them, a few people have been making them now, whatever, but like HQ, and that's the kind of talking about going forward. HQ can't just go, oh, we'll just use this little free platform we found and let 3 million people use it, right? Like, we're like, okay, maybe 25, 30 people will be using this thing or whatever. It's not a big deal. So I think, like you mentioned, the AR, I think now they can't mention a lot of that, but we know that AR, VR, AI, all those, all the tech initials will eventually seep into the game, but it'll be adopted by us way longer than they can adopt, way before they can adopt it, right? Because if ours is terrible, we just archive a cache. If they roll out something and it's bombing, that's not good, right? Like they can lose a lot of credibility for that. But
like the original challenge caches.
Right? Yes. I wasn't even going to say it. You knew what I was thinking
exactly
about.
What
one for the team.
Yeah, but I think if I'm saying what's coming forward, and he's already mentioned like they're using AI to kind of like use as a force multiplier for their workforce. I think we're going to see a lot of that integration, and that gets me excited because I believe there's going to be a lot of accessibility that's going to be increased. Mm-hmm. There's going to be opening up to even more people. And we didn't get time to talk numbers with him, but it's 25 years in. The game will not live unless we start getting young people into the game. And I've noticed at events recently, seeing more and more younger people showing up at events.
Great.
Which is
that's awesome.
That's exciting for me.
Yeah. Right. And I got to add, Jesse, you bring up force multiplier, and it's like interesting, right? Because with AI, how much should HQ do on its own versus let the community do? And I think that's a game changer, right? Because it's kind of like with VR and even like web-based AR, it's like so much of the community can do that now that then what is like HQ's pivot to adapt back to that? So, do they create those attributes after the committee's done it? And I think even like creating like gadget cache attributes. I mean, like how amazing would that be? If they could do that.
I think we have a special guest coming in.
Oh man, there he is. There he
guys.
is. Hey, Derek.
Usually Adams.
It's been
Welcome.
crazy. Hey, thank you.
Good to hear your voice.
Look who made it.
I know. Sorry, it's been kind of crazy. Kids were in a kids parade earlier today, and so both of them were doing different stuff in it. So it was good. Curtis was Captain Christmas for a pirate ship. So.
Awesome.
Oh, cool.
Oh man, I'd love to see pictures. That sounds amazing.
I probably have a few.
You think?
You're not a dad if you don't.
It's funny. We were talking back before, and I told Derek, I was like, it may not go according to plan with all the kiddos, but hopefully it did. Did it go as close to plan as possible? Do you think, or?
It did. It went actually pretty well. It's just, it was good. Then we went over to my dad's and had some pizza and everything like that with everybody. And then, I know we had 4 different types for you, Pizza Ninja. We had just a 3 type of pepperoni. Then we had a barbecue. Then we had a chicken fresco and a Philly cheesesteak pizza. So,
man, Derek, I'm officially starving after hearing all this.
That's right.
So. But I was sorry I'm late getting in here, and
you're good.
Trying to get everything set up from the house fire, trying to find my cameras again, and trying to find this camera's not working. Trying to get stuff set up. It just took me a little bit longer to get set up. So but it's been crazy.
When you told me about that, man, I'm glad you're in recovery. I'm glad nobody was hurt.
Yeah.
But I know it's a real process to try to get through that. So
it is, but it's also been a blessing. I'm in a brand new house. It's huge. So I mean, it's in a better area here in Memphis. So I'm really, the only thing is I've lost my shop. I'm jealous of your shop there, Chad.
Still getting put together.
So's the house. So we all moved around the same time. So it's just been kind of crazy.
Well, Derek, when I get to finally come back up here and see you, don't lock me in your garage for 3 days.
The garage is bigger, but the cars are going to be
I
in
think it was your choice to be there. I kind of remember.
I don't think it was. I think it was David.
You didn't see
it was
the
David
chain on
Mickery's
my
choice.
leg.
And Tom was stuck.
Yeah, one of the things I hated is that with all that happened, I had the guitar up on the wall from Cache Fest, and it is gone. I don't have it anymore.
Oh no!
The guys that actually bought the house said, "Hey, do you want it?" And I said, "Yeah, I just don't have any place to put it right now." And then I was trying to contact them, get it back, and it had already been gotten rid of. I think they put it on the side of the road. Someone here in Memphis has it. I just don't know.
Right.
There's a 12-foot guitar with everybody's signature on it. So.
Oh man,
I have room for it now, but good luck getting it.
Yeah.
we were just talking the second ago, Derek. I really love your insight into this as well, which is where or how geocaching.com is going to sort of traverse through and wade through the waters of AI and where they think they're going to. Do you foresee anything in the crystal ball as far as what geocaching.com could do with this technology changes? I'm wondering where you think they're going to end up.
It's kind of crazy. I just did a class for my company for AI and using it for business and everything. So there's a lot of different insights. Well, that's stuff we got to be careful with is, of course, the security aspect of it. But there's so many uses to maybe help with templates. I mean, we're talking about maybe a really great way of maybe using it is basically write your cache description that you want. And then go, hey, go to the AI. Hey, can you spice this up? Add a few this, just write your prompts out so it's really nice and clear exactly what you want. And let it finish writing it out, kind of polish it up for you. And this might be really good for even event pages or anything else that we're doing. And just let it kind of polish up, proofread it, see what it's doing, and then throw it back in there. But make sure that it's still you're using your words, but it's kind of cleaning it up. So it's like basically having your own type of editor that you can actually have do it yourself. I mean, I just reworked my resume using it, and I was like, okay, this is all my words, but can you actually make this sound a little bit more professional? Clean this up. I want this in 4 bullet points versus the 8 that it is. Clean this up, put it in 4. What does it look like? And it just really the way it worded a lot of different stuff, and that was even really cool. So if they use it for that would really work well because AI really works really well for making a template. And is it perfect? No, it's going to be constantly learning. But if you use it as use it as a template, I think it'll be okay. It'll be safe. But you just got to be careful with the security aspect of it. Don't put your personal information into it. Don't do different things like that. And I think you'll be okay.
Right. Absolutely. I was bringing Doug in. Hey, Doug.
But creating, like I said, creating the really cool, better cache pages, I think it'll be really great. Because, I mean, how many? Or, hey, you want to use it? Instead of putting TFTC, hey, creator, this is what I found. Make a really cool log entry. Use it to make your log entries.
Well, I'm excited about AI because, I mean, I don't know how many people, I think Tom did it. K-Blast's Adventure Lab that was AI driven down.
We had a whole show about that.
Think about, I've got a virtual up here that you submit your answer via an email. And if you've got the right code word, it gives you the next step to complete the virtual. Well, what if you AI'd that? And okay, if you answer it this way, you go down this path. If you answer it this way, you go down this path. And it's an interactive AI either to an adventure lab or a geocache. HQ doesn't have to be involved in that. And that's an evolution of the game right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good aspects that we could do with it. And just like I said, just be careful with different things of it. I mean, it's pulling from a whole bunch of different sources, so you always got to double check. I mean, and if we've ever created an image with AI, always look at the hands. I mean, things are getting so much better.
Right.
Look at the hands. I mean, somebody did.
Hands in a different area.
I mean,
I was trying to create a flash tag. It gave me 3 arms. I rejected that version.
Yeah. I mean,
have you ever thought about getting a third arm, Emily?
Say again.
I asked Emily, has she ever thought about getting a third arm? I mean, did it look good?
It could be expensive, so I haven't really considered it strongly.
The way you run the podcast, you mean you don't have 3 arms?
That's right.
Think how much more you could get done.
Yeah, I mean, there's really some really neat aspects of it. I think it would be really cool. Graphic wise, okay. So, how many of you have seen the video like the squirrels eating the hot chips? That's all AI. It's getting a lot better. The deep fakes is what you gotta be careful with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely has gotten better. Actually, I think too, and we're going to need to wrap up, but I think that the answers that it's giving these days is actually pretty accurate. Whereas, just even a year ago, when we did that show on AI, and it gave us, like, if you were to go ask it back then, like, what's the oldest geocache, it couldn't answer the question. Simple question, it couldn't answer it.
Right.
It gave some crazy answer, but now it seems to be more. It seems to be just becoming more accurate, and so that's a really good thing. Like you said, you still got to check them, like Derek said, but I'm finding that it's more. Yeah, but it's being, and I think I've seen it more, and maybe y'all could comment on this, but I think I've seen it more with earth caches, either creation or answering earth caches. I think it's been a game changer for those, for that cache type.
And you think we're not far from it really opening up to people to be able to create multimedia experiences in geocaches that could never have even thought about scratching the surface of that before. So it's gonna be a grassroots, user defined, new wave and evolution that we don't have to wait on HQ to do that. We as users are going to do that first.
Right.
Right.
And then Skynet will take over, and then Arnold will come here. So we're good.
That's right. Yeah.
There you
Maybe
go.
somebody will
Perfect.
create a video game with AI that we can geocache with.
That's right.
Oh, that would be fabulous.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Oh, I know some new gamers.
You know, we have to chase the geocaches around the board or something.
That would be cool. That would be very unique. No, I think he's retired. He's the retired guy. All right. Well, team, I want to tell you thank you so much. It's been a wonderful year. You guys and gal have done a tremendous job. Whenever I travel anywhere, people ask, or I even ask them a lot of times, like, what do you think? And so many of them have complimented everyone here. And I don't know if obviously they kind of know what I'm asking for, but I think the people I've asked, it's been very genuine that they have their thing they do. I ran into some people very recently, and they're big into something, gadgets or challenges or puzzles or whatever it is, whatever their sort of niche is, in a sense, they talk so well about whichever team. If they're really into challenges, they can't talk. I can't give enough compliments to challenge talk. Puzzles, they will rave about puzzle talk. So I mean, you guys and Gal have done a tremendous job of capturing the entertainment, edutainment as we called it, and it's been a tremendous year.
Yeah, happy to be here. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you. So don't forget Tuesday night challenge talk.
That's right.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Got a commercial in. All right, well, we're going to do a reset, and we'll get started on the next hour. So thanks,
Happy
everybody.
holidays, everybody.
All right.
Thanks.
Room.
All right, here we go. Oh.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk Network's 10th annual podcast of hope. This year, we are hoping to raise $15,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size.
I think you hit the video button.
Welcome to the Geocache Talk
I think I
Network's
did.
10th annual podcast of hope. This year, we are hoping to raise $15,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude. And it's not just about the incredible medical care, it's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of hope.
thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
All right, couple quick updates, and we're gonna get to that in a minute. So, John, give us an update, my friend.
Yeah, let's bring it up. So guys, we're so close to $8,000 raised towards St. Jude. So thank you everybody who's donated so far. We're 53% towards our goal. So we just have $7,099.45 remaining. And reminder to people, so if you donate this hour, you'll be eligible for some pretty cool prizes out there as well. So we're going to talk a little bit more about them, but big thanks to Doug Macrae for some of these very, very special gifts on that. And we still have some coins available too. Some coins have been selling on here, but we still have some of these really cool coins available. So if you want any of these, go to the geocachetalk.com Etsy store. What's that, Derek?
I said that thing's huge.
It is huge, man. This is like one of the biggest coins I've ever gotten.
That's not a coin. That's a coaster.
Oh man, it is incredible. And I do want to mention on here too, Cash the Line is actually giving us some pretty cool cards for the podcast of Hope. So we want to mention those as well too. So I'm going to drop the link to those in the chat. So if you go to clhq.net/news, you'll be able to see the article for the podcast of Hope, like cards on there. And Jeff May Cash Line did an amazing job on those. So you definitely want to check those out and get those while you can on that one.
Tremendous job on that. Cash Hunters, incredible game that he's been working on. Just willing to jump in and be part of that from Jeff is incredible. And a great idea to make Podcast of Hope cards that are actually part of the game. And they're not just a token card that's in the deck that doesn't do anything, but actually is part of the game. So thanks, Jeff, for that. So very, very happy with that. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about this hour. This will be interesting. Doug will give us obviously more updates as we get ramped up into it. But we are, as we've been talking tonight, we are keeping track of everybody who gives at least $25 an hour. And we are going to do some auctioning soon, giveaways. And looking forward to that as we get everybody logged in for that, and we'll give away. And it's funny, Doug. We've there we go. There's an update.
Wow, just crossed $8,000 on there. So
Nice.
thank you for everybody to donate. Yeah,
that is incredible. That's so awesome. So as we've been talking tonight, I used your thing. You said Doug was the IKEA version, and I think Chad has built one. He says it's not bad to build, and so he thought that was pretty good. So again, Doug, thank you so much for being with us tonight, and we got some good stuff to talk about.
You're so welcome. Before we get started on anything about Miss Pac-Man or anything about geocaching, I just want to talk about the goal here. We just crossed 8,000. We've got to get to 15,000. So I'd like to do two quick things. One is anybody that donates during this hour, we're going to put 2 entries in on the raffle. So if you donate, you got 2 entries into the raffle for the 5-foot-tall arcade replica.
Right.
Gary was saying it is some assembly required. Will Chad fly out and assemble it for you? I don't know, but most of you people could do it. It ends up with a 5-foot-tall arcade replica. It's really cool. The second thing I'm going to do during this hour is I'm going to match all donations 2 for 1. So if you give $25, I'll put in $50. And you'll get 2 raffle tickets for the Ms. Pac-Man game. If you donate $100, it becomes $300. So let's hit this 15,000. Let's make sure we make our goal.
That is incredible. Thank you so much. That is amazing. Wow. I'm blown away.
That's very
awesome.
generous of you.
Yeah. Joshua says he put one together and he said it was just a screwdriver. It wasn't too bad. So not bad at all. Well, tremendous, Doug. It's going to be a fascinating hour. So dive in. We were talking about Cache Odyssey earlier, and I do like the fact that you give me a hard time about the fact that it took me a while to invite you to be part of Cache Odyssey.
We'll talk about Cache Odyssey kind of towards the end. I have a quick update on the Massachusetts one, which is very cool.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Very cool. Oh, excellent. All right, perfect. Well, let's get the show going. So,
sure.
So let's get breaking.
Okay, so the first thing, let's do the origin story of Miss Pac-Man.
Yes.
And I think some of you may have heard it before, so I'm going to tell it a little bit differently from how it's been told before. And I'm also going to throw in 4 or 5 trivia questions, but have to set down 1980s rules on the trivia questions. That means no Googling, no ChatGPT. You can only use your mind and try coming up with the answers. Oh, wow. And for the 4 or 5 winners, whoever answers the trivia questions in the comments first will get a Ms. Pac-Man Geocoin. And if you win one, stop entering so we can let other people get a chance to win them. So without further ado,
I've also got, so Doug, I've got also somebody to help you out. We got Dawn Treadway's production manager. She's going to help. So she's going to keep track also of the winners to help you out. So you can kind of keep rolling, and she's going to track that for us. So go ahead.
Great. I'm going to start off with a video game trivia. Who co-founded and was president of Atari in 1972?
Oh, is this trivia question number 1, Doug?
This is trivia question number 1.
Let me bring it up right here. Okay.
And if you look at the guy in the polka dotted T-shirt, that's who I'm asking about. Dress shirt.
Wow, that is interesting. And Atari is such a great.
Jason Chopik has it. Nolan Bushnell.
Wow, that was fast.
Man, congrats, Tyrone Shoelaces.
While we're at it, go to trivia question number 2. These 2 people worked for Atari on Breakout, but they left saying video games should be played on a home system or an arcade. It should be played on personal computer. Who are they?
That's great.
See if they get these as fast. No Googling, no ChatGPT.
Somebody has their.
Okay, we got it. Jedi Trash Panda, Stephen Jobs, and Steve Wozniak.
Oh, good answer. Good job.
Yeah, good job.
They both worked at Atari designing video games before they got involved in Apple.
Oh, wow. Good job. Hodak got it. He's a little too slow, though.
Okay, let me begin the backstory. Slide number 3. Started off at MIT with a pinball machine I inherited from my brother. When he graduated college, he had no use for it anymore, so I brought it up and started collecting quarters out of it. The quarters multiplied very quickly, bought a couple of other machines, took on a partner, and off we went. Within about 1.5 years, we had 20 machines. Some were pinball machines, and some were these newfangled arcade video games.
I like the way you put that, newfangled.
And we collected quarters and more quarters and more quarters. I became famous because I did not want to necessarily carry all these quarters off to the bank. They get heavy. So instead, I wanted to get them back into circulation. So the trivia question is, in 1979, if you gave me $1, what would you have received back?
Oh.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I'll give you a clue. It was not 4 quarters. Not 4 quarters. No tokens.
No tokens.
5 quarters. We have the answer. A winner.
Tim Terrell. 1241.
Tim Terrell.
So we were so confident that all the quarters would just end up back in our machines that we would give change 5 quarters for $1. And it just got right back into our machine, and we did not have to carry as many quarters to the bank.
Oh, wow.
So onward. We then purchased 3 Missile Command games. Totally amazing, particularly for MIT nerds. These games had you protecting these cities from incoming ICBMs and saving the world.
Spent many hours playing that game.
These games cost $2,400 a piece. We bought 3 of them, and they were amazing in the first week. They brought in $600, or if you look at it differently, 2,400 quarters in the first week. If you do the math, that's roughly a game lasting 3 minutes and the machines being used 20 hours a day.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So 4 hours of rest for the machines, and games are only lasting 3 minutes. So we looked at it and said, this is really, really cool. Now, one more trivia question here. Quarters were coming in very quickly. Roughly, how much is 50 pounds of quarters in your backpack worth?
Oh, man.
Are you looking for the exchange rate in pizza, Doug, or an actual dollar?
In pizza is fine.
Pizza. Okay. 50 pounds. 50 pounds of quarters.
That's a lot of quarters.
It is more than $100.
Hodag guessed 100, but 50 pounds.
Less than 2,400. Our backpacks often weighed 50 pounds.
So Ryan's
less than
over
2,500.
No, more than one. Oh, you guess 150.
Less than 2,000. More than 275. Less than 1,200.
We're getting a
nice
high-low
round
game
number.
going.
1,000 Ravenclaw.
Yay!
Oh, nice.
Woo! Wow. 50 pounds of quarters is almost exactly $1,000. Very strange.
Wow.
So picture carting off 3 games pulling in $600 in a week, or a couple hundred pounds of quarters by the time you empty the other machines.
Couple hundred pounds.
Oh, man.
Somebody to talk about it like that.
But
50
Good
pounds
stitching
of
that
quarters.
backpack.
Yeah.
But the magic started going away.
No.
A couple of weeks later, we were down to only $400 in a week, and then $300, and then $200, and then we were as low as $100 a couple of months into owning these machines.
Oh,
and
wow.
we were been pulling in $600. What had happened? So we did quick analysis, timing with stopwatches, and seeing how long they're being used during the day. I mentioned the $600 was games lasting 3 minutes and 20 hours a day. $100 is still 10 hours a day, but games lasting 11 minutes. People had gotten better, and they're getting bored and not playing at 3 a.m. anymore.
Oh.
So that caused our inspiration of what we were going to do next.
Right.
We decided, 6 engineers attending MIT, that during our spring break of our senior year, we were not going down to Fort Lauderdale. We were going to design Missile Command 2, or what we were calling Super Missile Attack. We were going to address the fact that, 1, people were getting bored, so we added new features, and 2, the fact that gameplay was getting too long. 11 minutes was killing the quarter count. So we began working on design. We came up with a circuit that we could sell that could plug into the original Missile Command game and create version 2 called Super Missile Attack. And so we created a board. It cost us $30 to make the board once we had it designed. And we put this in the back of the trade journals, a full-page color ad, and sold these mail order for $295. We were very creative with our ad, telling them what great profits they'd make. And we sold over 1,100 of these. Pretty good spring break project. If you do the math, the profit is roughly $250,000 in 1981 dollars.
Oh my God.
Or in today's currency, roughly $1 million. Not bad for an effort we did over spring break and a little bit of the remaining spring term, which caused us not to graduate, but that's a different story.
Yeah. Yeah, still though.
So immediately we said, what's next? And our decision was, let's do it again. Pac-Man was next. Pac-Man was 5 times bigger than Missile Command. Its single maze and patterns bored people, and because they could memorize the patterns, they could play it forever. So instead, what we said is we'll create an enhancement kit for Pac-Man. And rather than just selling 1,100, which we had done for Missile Command, we estimated we could sell 5,000, and that would be $1 million profit back in 1981 numbers. So we got to start on that, and quickly Pac-Man became Ms. Pac-Man as an enhancement kit. A couple of name changes in between. We happen to be in the right place at the right time. We showed this enhancement kit to the North American manufacturer of Pac-Man. They were in Chicago.
Right.
As I said, right place, right time. They were just preparing pink slips for their factory workers.
Wow.
Because the Pac-Man production was shutting down, and they did not have a follow-on. They did not have a sequel to Pac-Man, and they did not have a new game. We stepped in, showed them this, and their eyes lit up and said, sequel. And it became Ms. Pac-Man.
Yeah.
What year was that again?
This is 1981. We showed up, and in early 1982, it was in production.
Okay, so little backstory here. I was living in Japan at the time, and we babysat a Miss Pac-Man console that went to the tabletops at our house, and we had several people from our church. A lot of the Japanese guys were over there playing this little console that we had at the house that we were babysitting for somebody, at least for 20 hours straight.
Right.
I went to bed. I was 6 years old, I think, at the time. And I went 7 years old. I went to bed, and when I woke up, they're all still sitting in the same place.
Still playing.
Still playing Mrs. Pac-Man.
Wow.
That's crazy.
So Ms. Pac-Man went on to sell 140,000 cabinets, making it the largest selling game in North American history. And I wanted to pose one more trivia question here. In 1982, the U.S. Mint produced 1 billion quarters. Approximately how many quarters were dropped into Ms. Pac-Man that year?
Oh, God.
Oh. That's a good question. Huh.
First guess is 500 million. It's higher than that.
Wow. 500 million is low.
500 million is low.
Is low. Ooh, wow. Dang.
750 million is low.
Oh, wow.
5 million? No. 7.5 billion. That is high.
Okay. Wow. But still, that's a crazy number.
Higher than 1 billion. Somewhere between 1 and 5 billion.
Higher than a billion.
There's a 1.3.
Oh, sorry. It is 5 billion. Did someone say 5 billion? I'm sorry. Yes.
That's okay. We'll find it.
Was Owen the first, or did someone do it at first? So anyway, the number of quarters approximately dropped in were 5 billion. They're all getting recirculated, or they're from previous years. So it was a kind of a funny question, because you first look and say, well, you can't put all the quarters into the machines, but they keep going around and around and around.
Yeah.
So 5 billion quarters were put in. Another great stat that came out is the machine outgrossed ET by a factor of 3 that year. ET was the largest movie.
Of 3.
Wow, that is amazing.
Holy. That's incredible. Wow.
That's wild. That's a wild stat.
That's crazy.
It's hard to even. I can't even imagine what 5 billion quarters looks like.
It's a lot of 50-pound backpacks.
I'm not going to ask a trivia question on how much it was.
Yeah. Divide that out. How many pounds of quarters is 5 billion?
Sure, somebody can figure that out pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's probably somebody out there doing it for us, but
that's funny.
Still incredible. Shows you how the technology of or just the entertainment spot hit. It really hit with that. The technology spot that it hit was amazing.
Gary, you were asking, how crazy the times were, and it was truly the Wild West. That we were going as quickly as possible. We grew within a year or year and a half, maybe, from 6 employees to roughly 100. We had 70 engineers, 4 artists, a musician, a sound person, support staff. We were just running full speed. Many people turned in timesheets with over 100 hours on them for the week. Do the math there. They're not sleeping much. They're not doing anything else. They might be eating pizza as they type.
Exactly.
I kind of like that.
It was really, really wild times. We were growing quickly. We were hiring more engineers out of MIT and Harvard than any other company. We passed IBM and Hewlett-Packard and others in 1982. Our space had to grow into a second floor, so we cut a huge hole between the 2 floors and put in a fire pole to get at least down. You took the staircases up, though some people did insist on climbing. It was not all that efficient. John, I think we even have a picture of the fire pole just quickly.
Oh,
16.
yeah. Yeah, okay, right there, Doug? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's our company in 1982, I believe, with the fire pole and the staircase connecting. Whole bunch of geeky engineers creating as many games as they can. All in all, we created 72 games during that time. And over the years, those games created over $1 billion of revenue.
Wow.
Not for us, but we got royalties.
Right. Yeah. How the royalties relatively work? Was that sort of old school where they had to kind of manually try to keep track of all that, I wonder? Or?
Yeah, so royalties were pretty much on a percentage basis, or a certain dollar basis per cartridge or per game. But what was happening is Atari was owned by Warner Communications. Warner Communications also owned Warner Brothers Records. They had locked up a huge amount of the talent in the entertainment business. And then suddenly Atari contributed more revenue to Warner than any other arm. So Atari or Warner was trying to figure out how to treat us. They had plenty of stars of their own already. And so, for example, if they wanted to meet with us, they were headquartered in New York, they would send a helicopter to Boston to pick us up and bring us Midtown Manhattan for meetings. If we needed to get to California and Clint Eastwood was not using his Gulfstream 5, they would make it available to us. It was just crazy times. We were rock stars, and they weren't really sure how to deal with 22-year-old kids that were producing such a huge percentage of their revenue.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. And how times have changed, because I mean, how many of these kids that are on YouTube now are making that like that? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what was strange is, you're jumping ahead, but that's probably good.
Oh, my bad, Doug. You just let me know what you need, my friend.
No problem at all. Gary wanted me to spill the beans on an inside story on Miss Pac-Man.
Yes.
And this is a story that has not been told much at all, but I'm going to tell it tonight. When we were creating the final version of Ms. Pac-Man and then having it hand carried by my partner out to Chicago, we all pulled an all-nighter developing and polishing it up and whatever. And we finished at 5 a.m. and the plane was not till 9. Any good engineer would know you don't go to sleep, you do something else. So we created an Easter egg, and let me explain it. The Ms. Pac-Man has animations or interstitial acts in between the mazes to give you a little bit of a rest before moving on. And they were kind of entertaining. And
They were.
By the way, in the end, they're very, very useful because the animations describe Junior and hence a entire family that later we would get paid royalties on and argue about in courts and everything else. Having a maternity suit on who owned the baby and the family and Saturday morning cartoon and all that. But we had 3 animations in the game initially. The first one was called They Meet. And we were introducing the fact that Ms. Pac-Man would meet Pac-Man and a heart would appear above their head. And John, you can bring that up now.
They've fallen in love.
And so they would run around the screen and then bump into each other and heart would go above their head. And then we had Act 2 where they start, the start of a family. Where they would chase each other around on the screen and one would get close to catching up to the other and then the other would chase them. And so we had a chase scene going on. And then we had Act 3, which would say what happened after the chase, the start of the family. They would hang there. A stork would fly in, drop a bundle of joy called Junior, which would bounce a couple times and then have this really tiny Pac-Man show up. And that later became a game called Junior Pac-Man. It became a Saturday morning cartoon. This screen, which kind of went in accidentally, ended up creating large amounts of royalties for us because it created the Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man family, not just 2 games. But the Easter egg that we did is we also created Act 2.5, which explained how they went from chasing to having Junior. And Act 2.5 would have Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man come on the screen, bounce around a whole bunch right next to each other, and I won't even tell you the title of it, but you can guess. We yanked that out at the very last moment, make sure it would not go into production. It exists in a few copies of the ROMs that we have, but Act 2.5 never got shipped.
Oh, wow.
That's funny, though.
Yeah.
Sounds exactly like something young people with extra time would do.
Yeah, well, we had extra time from about 5 a.m. to maybe 9 a.m. So
That's what I'm saying.
that was extra time.
That's funny. So that Act 2.5 actually does exist somewhere.
We have it in some ROMs up in the state of Maine in a secret vault.
Oh my gosh.
Now you're talking.
What puzzle
that should be in a museum somewhere for sure one day.
Yeah. Amazing. That's crazy.
So,
yeah.
So Gary, you threw out a question to me about the changes that we made going from Pac-Man to Ms. Pac-Man. And you said, what was the most important? The ghost AI, harder gameplay, bouncing fruits, multiple mazes. What really made the difference? And I wanted to say ghost AI, but I cringed at your terminology.
I know.
Well, first and foremost is, yes, that was the most important thing. If you go back to what I talked about on Missile Command, two things are critical. One is that people could not play forever, that their games were kept down to 3 to 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes.
True.
But second, that they don't get bored of the game. And when Pac-Man came out, people quickly learned that they could develop patterns, and they could literally play for hours, or some people forever. So that hurt the time. And once you play for hours, you said, I've done it. I'm not going to do it anymore.
Sure.
And so it really, really hurt the game. So the changing of the monster's ability to track you, to follow you, to cut you off, made all the difference in terms of, one, how long the game lasts, and two, whether it got boring. But I wanted to jump on Gary's terminology because it had two great stories behind it, just to let people understand the timing and what was going on in the market. The first is that the antagonists were not ghosts. They were monsters. And I've told the story before. One of the monsters I got to name after my sister. They're Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Sue. Sue was my sister, and I got to name a monster after her.
That's perfect.
That Ms. Pac-Man had 4 monsters when it shipped, as did Pac-Man. And then when the Atari home version of Pac-Man was done, the console, the 2600, only supported 2 characters. So Pac-Man became one of the characters, and the other character got shared among the 4 monsters, each being on for only 25% of the time, 1/30th of a second. And so they flickered and looked transparent. And rather than calling it a bug, Atari marketing stepped in and said, they're no longer monsters, they're ghosts. And so the term ghost got taken over, and they were intentionally transparent. So that's where the term ghost came from. Atari marketing explaining away a lack of a feature or maybe a bug.
Right, or bug. Not a bug.
The second part of your statement, Gary, is AI. Yes, the term has been around for a long, long time. I think it came out in mid-50s from John McCarthy. But the use of AI was not being done in video games at that time. That we at best had simple algorithms, but I even think the word algorithm is almost a stretch here. We had a total of 4K bytes to be working on the game and running the game. So my estimate is the, quote, intelligence of the monsters probably got roughly 200 bytes of code attributed to them. So there's no way any real intelligence could be done there. That we just created better mini algorithms that could make it more difficult and more random, such that it became more of a challenge.
Yeah. Wow. It's amazing. It was good thinking. I mean, you guys hit on some stuff that it makes sense now, but I guess it didn't make sense then until you guys were like, it makes more sense, like I said, makes sense, but y'all really hit on something with the changes. Those changes are incredible.
Yeah.
Well, that's like you said, right place, right time, right? Like you couldn't recreate that lightning in a bottle today.
No,
you'd be standing on your own shoulders, right? It was back then because when you were where you were, and you had the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, it's just awesome how everything came together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So another question one of you threw out was, how good was I at Ms. Pac-Man? And probably my answer is, not very. That one of my wife's best friends challenged me once to a match or a game of Ms. Pac-Man. And she scored almost double the number of points I got. But she let me use my right hand, and I'm right-handed. She sat on a bar stool and used her toes and still scored double the points I did.
Oh my gosh.
So I've learned not to accept any challenges on the game. I know how it works. I know all the code and whatever, but I am not great at it.
Wow. That's crazy.
That's not the picture, Doug, on slide 20, is it?
No, slide 20 was another question about one of the misconceptions about Ms. Pac-Man. The game has been credited for breaking the gender gap or the gender barrier and bringing women into the arcades for the first time. Now, it did do that. It was kind of one of the first games that women felt comfortable playing for the female character, the non-violent aspect of it and whatever. But I wanted to point out the fact that when we developed it, we were not targeting that. The original sequel was called Crazy Otto. It was not a female character until later. So that was not our intentions.
Yeah.
Once again, we stumbled upon it and it opened up video games into the female market, which was one of the things responsible for its huge success.
Crazy Otto, was that a nod to a diner by any chance?
We have scratched our heads. We've gotten together. The six of us have gotten together over dinner and go, okay, where did that come from? And we don't know.
Interesting.
We keep on coming up with these different theories and whatever, but we cannot put our finger on where it came from.
Interesting.
Maybe that'll be the trivia question for a future podcast of hope. You'll figure it out, and that'll be the trivia question.
And I win?
I don't think you're eligible, but everybody else is.
Okay, Gary, back to you a little bit. You had some rapid fire kind of questions about my geocaching.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. I always find this fascinating.
Yeah.
So I think you started off just saying the typical question, where did you first discover geocaching and how'd you get hooked? Mine started off a little bit differently from everybody else. I had a friend of mine who was on a nonprofit board with me. His geocaching name is Eagle Scout 1968. I was also an Eagle Scout, and he was talking to me at one point and go, "You would really love this geocaching thing. I should get you out there." And he'd go, yeah. It sounds a little silly and whatever. And so I did not go out at all. And then for my birthday, he gifted me a geocaching experience. And so we had plans. We would meet for lunch, and then we'd go out into the woods. And we'd find my first cache. So we met for lunch, and Boston got hit with a huge ice storm that day. And he decided at lunch we were not going to go geocaching. He did not want my first and probably last experience to be traipsing around in the woods in the middle of an ice storm. So we stopped. We decided not to do it, but he told me about it. And so I went and purchased a Garmin. And 2 days later, my wife and I flew to Aruba for vacation. And I look and go, wow, there's even a geocache, or actually many, here on the island of Aruba. So my very first geocache was loading in. I did not know how to hook it to the computer. So I loaded in by typing in the coordinates into my Garmin and running out and getting a geocache in Aruba. So my very first cache is in Aruba, and the cache is still there. I think it was called Aruba Postcard Geocache. GC Z6JR. We rented a Jeep and started driving around the island. We got 9 out of the 12 caches that existed on the island. In hindsight, I should have kept going and get the last 3 because I later came out with challenge caches that required you to get all the caches on in a country, and this would have been my first one. But I never did. I think Aruba now has 30 or 40 caches. I may have to go back sometime and try clearing it out, but that was my beginning.
I will be there in February. Maybe I can get your first cache. I can go and celebrate it and go get that same cache.
See if my name's still on the log.
Yeah, that's right. If it's not, I'm just going to tell everybody, look, he didn't find this one. Come on now.
What year was that? GSM X2 was asking.
2009, I believe.
Wow.
What did you say the GC code was? I'm going to write it down now so I can go get it in February.
Z6JR.
Z6JR.
Oh, is it still active, Doug?
I believe it's still active.
It is still active. Aruba postcard cache.
Oh my
God. Go find
Oh.
it. And I think it needs a little maintenance. I think the Tupperware is cracked, last I heard.
Oh, well, I guess I'll have to bring a Tupperware container with me just in case.
Sounds good.
Very cool.
Gary, your next question to me was, you've traveled widely. What is your favorite geocache, or what stood out as the most unforgettable?
Oh.
And this is always one of those questions everyone always asks, and you go, oh my gosh, I don't want to answer that. I've done some great hikes in the mountains. I've done some amazing gadget caches up in Gilby. I've in West Virginia. I've done some puzzles that took me 6.5 months to solve. Great scenery, great views. I don't know. And so I kept on copping out whenever anybody asked me that. And then I thought about one that really, really impressed me. And I've told the story to many people, and I couldn't find the cache. And so I started looking around. I finally figured out which one it was. But what happened was I was in Alaska on a cruise with my wife. And I'm sure some of you have done the jump off a cruise, and they tell you the boat leaves at 4 o'clock. Make sure you're back on it. Particularly in Alaska, where you cannot drive to the next port, you have to fly, and that's not going to be easy. So in any case, we had finished up an excursion, and I looked on my phone and saw the Thomas Basin Lookout cache. It is now archived, but it had 91 favorites. And I go, I'm going for this one. It sounds so cool. My wife, however, looked at the watch and go, I'm not going for this one. I am getting back on the boat. See you in the next port. Good luck. And so I go jogging off to this cache. I go, okay, I'm going to find it quickly. It's got a difficulty of 3. But no problem. Take my phone out, start looking around. It's in kind of this town square area, and I think the clue was the hint was think outside the box. I go, okay, probably some metal box or a telephone box. And I'm looking around, and I start reading past logs, getting really desperate. I'm not sure I'm going to get back on the boat on time, panicking. And the logs right before mine kept on saying, listen for a voice of an angel, or oh, the angel from above will guide you. And I'm sitting there throwing up my hands and go, this is ridiculous. What is this trying to tell me? And a moment later, from above, I hear this female voice go, do you need help? I go,
oh, wow.
Yes, I need help. I look up, and there's this elderly woman in a second-story window leaning out, and she says to me, do you need a little help or a lot of help? I go, I need a lot of help.
That's awesome.
I'm going to miss my boat. And she just points and goes, it's right over there behind that box. And sure enough, it's there. And I grabbed it, ran off, and go, yes. Apparently, the story behind this was that someone put the cache there with her as a shut-in. and it was providing her almost daily entertainment to interact with people. So she'd watch TV and then occasionally look out the window and see someone hunting around for this box, and she would start talking to them. So all the logs kept on referring to voice of an angel.
Oh, that is so cool.
Now, I'm going to assume that you made it back to the cruise ship.
Barely, yes, but I did. And I just went back and reread my log, and it just says, very simple cache. Went to GZ, looked for 5 minutes, threw up my hands literally, and out appeared the angel in the window.
That's awesome.
That's so cool. So unique.
You know, it would not have been a good story if you did not make it back on the cruise ship, though. That would not have been a happy.
Oh, no, it would have been a great story. I just don't know exactly what it would entail, but it would have been a great story, I'm sure. We've all done that kind of thing.
I've been close myself. Yeah, it was a little scary at the time.
So I want to point out real quick that we were doing this for the hour, but actually we do it for the 55 because we got to total everything up, and Don and I are both working on that. So at 9:55, we've got to give Doug a total. So you've got 5 more minutes. This is your 5-minute warning. So there you go. Well, okay, y'all keep going.
Okay, go ahead.
5-minute warning. Okay, I'm going to skip down a little bit. Next question I was asked. Biggest geocaching accomplishment of 25. I have finished year 2000.
Nice.
There are I have 115 year 2000 finds. Some of them are archived now, but I don't think anybody will be getting more than 115. Now, this is my chart. A real chart should have a 6-foot zipper and half zipper above me because they completed it a year before I did. But this is my chart, so I get to be on top. In any case, my last one was the cache called Rift Valley. It's in Kenya. It is at South 0 and East 36. In the middle of these fields that is very difficult to get to with all fencing and canals and everything. And I was in Kenya for a safari, hired a driver to take me out to this cache. He spoke the tribal language, which was important in terms of negotiating access to it. And then I had to pay an access fee, which amounted to $7. But it was a voluntary access fee. But I got there, got my Garmin giving me the right numbers, and this completed year 2000 for me and one of my big caching goals.
Awesome. Congratulations, Doug.
Incredible. That's a great goal, too.
Yeah.
And so next goal for me, whether this is feasible or not, whether it's feasible for anybody or not, we will see. There are a bunch of maybe 10 of us crazies in the world, all shooting to get all countries. And this has been something that I don't think I'm going to be first at. Meridian or Bummelbaren, both Germans, are way, way ahead of me. Bummelbaren has a unfair advantage. She is the one that leads the Cache Horizon German geocaching trips. And she chooses which countries they go to, so she keeps on choosing new countries. But I've got one way to keep up with her somewhat. I've started going on the Cache Horizon trips with a whole bunch of Germans as a way to get new countries. So I'll be going with them next year on their Stan trip, which goes to Uzbekistan, Turkestan, whole bunch of the stands. We do not go to Pakistan and probably do not go to Afghanistan. But I think we get 6 stands in and even get to visit the oldest cache in Turkmenistan, which is called the Door to Hell. It is at the very edge of a volcano. We get to spend the night there watching the volcano light up the sky. So,
wow, Is this it, Doug? The door to hell?
That is the door to hell.
That does look like a door to hell. Can confirm
Yeah, it
for the
does.
audio listeners.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And then skipping down, this is going to be number 31, John.
Yep.
The other thing I've been putting on my radar is I'm proceeding ahead with Cache Odyssey. I've gotten 30 of them and would like to finish them up. I did not quite have the same ability to do them all as quickly as Poan, but it's on my radar and I would like to finish them. And then, as I mentioned before, one last thing, Cache Odyssey, Massachusetts, which is a keg at the Harpoon Brewery in Boston, now has a new addition. Harpoon, for the season, has built a Christmas tree out of kegs. And
oh, wow.
if you look to the right, a cacher just sent this to me. I have yet to see it. But the news is I do not need to change the difficulty rating because my keg is not in the pyramid. It is off to the side still. So if it had become, one of the top ones, it might have become a D5, and that would have violated the Cache Odyssey guideline that had to stay at D1.
Yeah.
Wow. That's cool. I can't imagine being the first person trying to find that after it went up there and thinking like, oh my God, which keg is it?
Yeah.
So let me just finish off my quick talk. I see the time here. A little bit about St. Jude's. The reason I am so excited about raising money for it, matching, trying to get people to give, my heart has always been there. My oldest daughter-in-law is a pediatric oncologist, doctor at Children's Hospital. And I am just totally amazed at her and other doctors having an unbelievable heart to be able to work day in and day out with really, really tough cases. And I just watch her every day. She lives about 10 minutes from me, just having the attitude of, I want to do whatever I can for these kids. And it's rubbed off on us. And it's not just in terms of giving, both to St. Jude's and other places. But we want to pass around the message to people. And we also use our gift of hospitality. My wife and I view that we have a nice house in Boston, so we share it. People come into Children's, and some families stay with us. I think we've had 5 or 6 families over the years, and when they stay with us, they often are coming back a month later, and a month later, and a month later for further checkups or further treatment. And it has been one of the most honoring things my wife and I have gotten to do, to be involved with them. So whether it is looking for ways to get engaged, whether it's helping out financially, I encourage everybody to take a step back and help out others.
Awesome.
Yeah, we couldn't say that better. That's just such an important message.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Well, we got some new totals, and I've got a total for Doug of what we've done this hour. So, John, do you want to pull that up on your end?
Yeah, let me pull it up, Gary. So our new total right now is $9,325.81. So that puts us 62% towards our fundraising goal with $5,674.19 remaining.
And this hour we raised $1,450. That is awesome.
Fantastic.
So
that's
great. We're getting close.
Yeah, we're getting close. That's awesome.
We're getting close. We got one more hour, but we did want to at least get that updated.
Yeah.
The thing also is that we're going to go through and we'll figure out the winners if you gave anytime really between now and the beginning of the podcast. If you gave $25 or more, you'll be entered, and then we'll get that information to Doug as well, and we'll get the grand prize picked for that. So for the big prize for the Ms. Pac-Man games. So that's amazing. So
Gary, do you want to quickly explain to people how what kind of show up? Like, we're going to send them all to them and all that stuff, but like, they got to send in an email. We got their name. We'll reach out to them. They'll give us an email. Can you kind of explain that process real quick? And while we're not going over it on the show live.
Sure. Yeah. So, So basically what's going to happen, and we've kind of done it before and for all the other giveaways, and we'll still do it the same way, but we'll contact them by email, and we'll tell them what they've won. And then I'll give that information to Doug, and Doug could get with them as far as a mailing address and get all that done. I also take the information that as they've won, if there's any prizes that are here, because I've got a couple prizes that we were giving away as sort of a lower, I could call it a lower prize, but they're a lesser, lower prize. I snagged Doug and Gigastock and got him to sign a couple arcade Ms. Pac-Man games. So that's pretty cool to have
that'd be great in somebody's
Doug
collection.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, can you imagine? So anyway, that was kind of neat. So we got a lot of different prizes to be able to give away. But yeah, for those, we're going to do those two in the grand prize. So that is awesome.
So when are you going to pull out the raffle, Gary?
We're going to do the raffle tomorrow. Is that
okay?
Does that work out okay for you?
Good.
Okay. That's just for that part. Now, as far as the total for tonight, we've got one more hour here in a minute. We're going to get. In fact, let me bring in part of the show for the next show. Let me bring in our Coins for Kids crew. So there's Jason. Hey, Jason.
Hey, what's up?
Neil Moore.
Howdy.
There's Zip. And let's bring in Patrick.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Patrick. So that's our Coins for Kids crew. So Doug, you got a lot of great comments coming in, and it is amazing. Thank you so much for that. And it's been wonderful. So it's been good. So I'll get you those.
Good night so far.
Yeah, I'll get you that info tomorrow, Doug. I'll take care of the two winners. I just need I'll get the grand prize winner to you. Yeah, and I'll take care of the other two. So.
Okay, and did someone write down the 5 trivia winners?
Yes, we have those.
Great.
Yeah,
we'll get those to you as well. Yeah.
Dawn has them. I will send those to you as well. It was Jason Chapek, Jedi Trash Panda, Tim Terrell, Ravenclaw T, and Owen from KC. But I'll send those to you, and so we'll get those set up for you as well. Perfect.
That's great.
It's been fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on again. That's awesome.
Thanks for the really cool stories, Doug. That was really cool insight.
Yeah, those are cool.
Absolutely.
2.5.
Buried in a vault somewhere. It's almost like he could do a national treasure. We could another national treasure 3.
My sense is Doug's probably hidden a puzzle with the GPS coordinates somewhere that we just have to figure out.
That's right.
That's what I'm thinking.
Perfect.
Very cool.
Yep. Thanks again, Doug. Appreciate you, buddy. We'll get you the info.
Yep.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you again, Doug.
Enjoy your time, Doug.
Finish strong.
Have a great
We have to get above this 15,000. We can do it.
Yep.
We can do it.
We can do it. We're there. We're almost there. Awesome.
All right.
All right. Let's get a reset, and then we'll do another update on where we're at. But our final reset tonight, and my voice is trying to stay with me. Here we go.
You got to make it for one more hour, Gary. You can do it.
Geocache Talk Network's 10th annual podcast of hope. This year, we are hoping to raise $15,000 for St. Jude Children's Hospital. These donations directly fund life-saving treatments and groundbreaking research. Your contribution, no matter the size, can bring hope to families facing the toughest battles of their lives. Imagine a place where families battling life-threatening illnesses never see a bill for treatment, travel, housing, or food. That's St. Jude. Every dollar you give helps these kids get the care they need and the hope they deserve. We've heard countless stories of courage and resilience from families who found a lifeline in St. Jude. And it's not just about the incredible medical care, it's about the community of support, the warmth, the love that you can be a vital part of. Now let's join our hosts of the Geocache Talk Network's podcast of hope.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.
All right. Well, welcome, guys.
Well, thanks.
Good to see
Thanks
you
for
all.
having us. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I've got some another couple of quick things I want to show. So and then we'll get cranking up. So let's start with this one.
Chemotherapy treatment can take months, even years to complete. To a child, 2 years can feel like forever. So when patients at St. Jude finish chemotherapy, we celebrate with a no more chemo party.
1, 2, 3. Our patients have the cutest SMILEs. Our patients have the sweetest HEARTs. Oh, we love to see you every day. But now's the time you get to say, pack up your bags, get out the door. You don't get chemo anymore.
Everybody's got something in their eye, right?
Yeah, it's windy.
Oh,
It's windy in my living room.
How can you not?
Yep, get the eyes out there. All right, one more of those, and then we're gonna jump in. And
You're killing us, Gary. You're killing us.
I know.
I'm Hazel and I am 9 years old. I use my creativity to make some art. I have this one. It took me a while and there is a big heart, some cool designs at the very bottom. We did it at the hospital and it makes me feel happy that I finished.
Hazel is, just a free-flowing spirit. Every time she's doodling, she's writing, be magic, be kind, show bravery. So it's sweet.
I said love. I just was doodling right there.
Hazel was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia at the beginning, and when we arrived at St. Jude, her body wasn't responding the way that it was supposed to right off the bat. So after more testing and because of the wonderful research from St. Jude, they were able to give her a target therapy that specifically targeted those cancer cells. So Hazel is proof that the research that they are doing is working.
You have to be creative with art. You have to use many colors and not just a gray crown. Like this one. It's the world of colors. We kind of made this. We used our hand and cut it out and we decorated it.
Sky's the limit. I want her to go and just see the world and enjoy it. St. Jude is everything. It's made our child whole and happy and smiling daily, and we are forever grateful.
Thank you.
I know those are happy videos, but still, just damn. I mean,
yeah,
it's, gosh, I don't know how you can. Well, first of all, if anybody's ever been touched by St. Jude or been around it or even have something, your lifelong 0% chance you're not a lifelong
Absolutely.
supporter, right? But
Yeah.
even if you haven't, I mean, if you've ever just even looked into it at all, and if you haven't, look into it. St. Jude does such awesome work, and this is the one time of the year we get to be serious about stuff. And yeah, I can't imagine not raising money for St. Jude.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad enough when your child is just sick with just even a cold or the flu.
Oh God, yeah.
I can't even imagine having to go through all that. And what St. Jude does is just absolutely amazing. I mean, I live here in Memphis, so I see a lot of the stuff that's going on. Seen some of that artwork at different places. That's been advertising and stuff, and it's just you see that. And a place that I work at, all the airplanes has a name of the name of the plane is a child of one of the employees that's from St. Jude. Every single name, and if that's something that's another big company here. I work for FedEx, so that's about all I can say about it. But the name on the plane is an employee's child at FedEx, and every new plane they go through a whole process to put that child's name on a different plane.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, when we lived in Memphis and Christy worked at St. Jude, I was a supporter of St. Jude before, but the day that I stepped foot in that place and really looked around, there was no chance of not forever being just a huge fan of St. Jude.
Yeah.
So I've got a quick update. I want to show a video that'll get us sort of started.
Whoa. Gary, we have a big major update on our fundraising goal, by the way.
Give it to us, man. Go for it.
Big major update on our fundraising goal, guys.
Hey.
So
Holy cow!
Oh my God!
We did it!
Our fundraising goal.
Cake. Everything is cake.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I mean, how incredible is that?
We did it.
So we're
awesome. That's awesome.
So thank you to everybody in the community for making this happen. This is incredible.
Oh my God! Now you realize what that also means. We passed. Dawn's in the other room screaming. We passed $100,000 that we've given.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
That is awesome.
Is that incredible?
Yeah.
It is incredible. We've given that much.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
For sure.
All right.
Good job, everybody. Good job.
While I cry for a minute, let's watch this one.
Today is December 29, and I have decided that I am going to raise some money for charity. And this is how I'm going to do it. Now you're all going to think I'm nuts. You open the cash, and there's cash in there. Not a lot. Maybe a couple pennies, maybe a couple dimes, a couple quarters. I'm going to take that change home, and I'm going to put it in a jar, and I'm going to save it for a full year, and then I'm going to donate it to St. Jude's when Geocache Talk does their podcast of hope. We're going to start this right here, right now. I got Hailmeister here with me, and we're going to open up this cash right here. If there's any change in here, we're going to take the change, and I'm going to throw some swag in, and then we're going to put that change in a jar. Let's check out that second bag.
All right, what else we got in here?
Oh, I hear jingling.
Pencils, and there's some change. There's a quarter right there.
Nice.
Let's see what we got. Let's dig it out.
Lay it right out here in my hand.
There's a leaf. No, you don't,
leave that alone.
There's that.
What is that?
That's a quarter.
Okay.
That's really nasty.
We'll have to clean up. Oh.
In the first place. Okay. A couple pennies.
So we're up at 27 cents.
Wow, you got a nice haul here. All right, we got another penny. Oh, look at that.
Another nice quarter. Shiny quarter.
Yep. Let's see. Wait, another. Man. Holy cow. There's another penny and another quarter.
So we're up to 79 cents right now.
Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Oh. Here's some more. Okay. Another penny. That's
80 cents.
And I think we're all tapped out here. Yep, since you can't count the Buffalo nickel. So we'll put that back.
All right, so we ended up with 80 cents right here. There it is, 80 cents, at least we think. Because we're out geocaching, and Eric found a penny in this cache. It's only a penny going into the hashtag Coins for Kids jar. All right, good way to go, Eric.
You gotta be kidding me.
Coins for kids?
Coins for kids. Coins for kids right here in Colorado. Let's see what we got. 26 cents.
Yes.
Mr. Neil Moore. Mr. Neil Moore.
Yes. Yes.
The sound of coins for kids in Colorado. How much have we got this time? Hey, Moss, you're going to have to count it for me. What is that? 1 cent? 1, 2, 3 cents? Is that what's a dime?
10 cents.
10 cents. 13 cents.
Nice.
13 cents.
Woohoo.
Seriously? Coins for kids? It makes sense.
He fumbles, but he recovers.
Tumbleweed out of the way. We didn't even know those are coins for kids in it. 5 cents isn't it? That's 10. 10 cents. 10 cents. See? Another tenner.
Yay!
Mr. Moore, Mr. Moore.
Hashtag coins for kids.
I've got to work this out again now. All right. 25 cents, I think, and 1 cent. 26 cents. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
It all started there.
And the video's a few years old now, and I still love the fact that Craig didn't know what our money was worth at the time. We're gonna have to keep showing that video
That's
forever,
awesome.
just to embarrass him for the rest of his life.
Oh man.
So, first question is going to be, what were y'all thinking? What Jason and Neil? What got into your brains that made you think that coins for kids was a good idea? Which it was. It still is.
Well, I guess, up to that point, I'd be out geocaching with my friends, and, you're on a power run or you're just a day of geocaching, you're hitting all kinds, micros and regulars and larges, whatever. And I kept just coming across coin, people they want, there's a neat piece of swag. So I don't got no, so they throw their change in there, and you'd always find that.
Yeah.
And you'd see it in there and you'd just leave it. It's like, I'm not taking the coins out of there. Maybe some kid wants them or whatever. And you see these pennies, they're all corroded and green. And, you reach in there and grab something out and your fingers come out green and stuff. And I had just probably a couple months before Jason and I had went out, I was on a little caching day with some friends down in Indiana. And I opened up the cache and there was 4 quarters in there. And I'm like, I could take those 4 quarters and go to McDonald's and back then get a large diet, and I thought, no, that's kind of selfish. But it's like, that money is just sitting there doing nothing. and I said to my friend Nate, I said, I should start taking those coins out, just putting it in the jar, and then at the end of the year, just donate it to St. Jude's through the podcast. I think that I don't remember what year that was, but I think you guys had only done a couple, 3 of them at that point. Well, then Jason came up. I mean, that was a cold day in January or December, where
we're all doing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was about 5 years ago. It was about 5 years ago.
Was it? Yeah.
Was it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, 'cause I think it's right around Mingo Madness is when that was all happening.
Okay. Yeah, so we were out caching, and I'm like, I had this idea of just collecting up, because the podcast, I hope it happened, 3 weeks prior to me starting that. And, and I thought, how do I, I donated, in whatever. And I thought, how do I donate more? It's St. Jude is such a worthy cause. How do I add to that? How can I add to that? Well, let's do this. I had the idea, so let's just start doing it. Let's just do it. And I decided that day, that's what I'm going to do. And since I was doing videos then, I don't know how much I'd call myself an influencer, but basically that's what we are, or I was at the time, was an influencer. Well, let's use the influence to get people to find a way to give, whether it's the coins out of the cache or the coins that you have. You stop at the gas station, you get a pop or whatever, you get some change back, you throw it in the cup holder, throw it in the bottom of the console, and in the summer you clean your car out and you pull out all those nasty green pennies, whatever. And now that we're not making pennies anymore. Yeah. So that's kind of how it all started. Excuse me.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm just getting over what Gary's got. So
yeah, I got it.
So I just, since Jason was there, I hauled him along with me, and whether he wanted to or not, he's involved. So
I'm glad to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jason, I'm not going to accept the argument or the excuse that you just got roped in this because of deal, but what kind of drove you? And then I'm going to get Patrick to talk about his experience as well. But what kind of got you? He told you about this. What were your thoughts, and what was some of the things that you guys talked about?
Well, initially that day, I believe we were somewhere over by Neil's house or somewhere in the neighborhood anyway, finding caches that day on the video. Initially that day when he made that statement on his camera, I'm standing there watching. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, got to start somewhere, I suppose. But I don't know how much he's going to get or what this is going to lead to. But okay, let's go with it. And Neil being a good friend and fellow vlogger and stuff, I'm like, heck, if nothing else, this is something I can make videos on. I mean, I'm always finding coins and caches too, so why not? So
a lot of Bob Billy fans out there. Make sure to tell Bob Billy, give him a big shout out for us if you would, please, Neil.
That's right.
Yeah. So I mean, sometimes people can't. They're not in a position to donate their own money, so perhaps maybe you can donate somebody else's money. You find it in find it in a cache and find a good use for it. So, right?
That's good. Yeah, I got another video I want to show, but I want to get Patrick to talk about when you found out about what they were doing. What made you do this?
Yeah.
What drove you to be part of all this?
The fact of the matter is that whenever you look at funding at large, you think, wow, that is more than I can do. That is overwhelming. But when I heard about what these guys are doing and, picking up some change out of caches that I'm doing anyway, that I can do.
Right.
Well, then all of my friends started saying, hey, I see what you're doing. Guess what I've got for you? I was caching too. Here's a bag of change here. And it's one of these phenomenons, like, if you're shopping for a certain car and you see it everywhere on the road, it's because it's on the forefront of your thought. Well, I started seeing change everywhere. And one thing I've noticed here lately, one of the I guess upsides of the current economy is people don't value change anymore. What can you buy for a quarter? What can you buy even sometimes for $1? So, you're talking about cleaning out your car. I've seen literally people will dump piles of change when they're cleaning out their car because what are they going to do with it? Well, I'll gladly take that.
Yeah, exactly.
And so this is this year's haul.
Wow.
And one thing I'm seeing, a lot more dollar bills. And so I think people are adjusting for inflation. And so I'm seeing a lot more dollars. There's a 5 spot in there. So I found a dollar just in a cache last weekend with my son. Sometimes they're a little moldy. You got to kind of dry them out on the dash a little bit, but yeah, they still spend. And so I think it's the idea that everyone wants to help, but not everyone knows what that looks like. And that by doing something very small, that they feel like, hey, I can do that. And everyone collectively doing their own little part, you see a lot of movement and a lot of momentum.
Yes. Yeah. That's
incredible. You nailed it. That's for sure.
I got show another video. It kind of shows too, I think in the video, kind of what you guys are talking about is something I think we'll be able to capture and be able to sort of talk about more with that. So here we go.
In the cracks and the corners of the world, they hide little treasures of hope where dreams collide. With every step, a journey starts. Coins for kids with open hearts. From the forest deep to the city light, every coin a promise, every cent a spark. Healing hands in the shadows dark. Coins for kids, we gather round, shining hope with every pound. To St. Jude's, our gifts we send. In every coin we find a friend. Podcast of hope, each word a call. Let's rise together, one and all. The change we find, the love we share, a brighter world we can prepare. In jars and pockets, dreams take flight. Through selfless acts, we spread the light. The smallest coin can make a wave. Through tiny hands, the world we save. Year by year, the kindness grows. In every geocache, the glory shows. With every coin, a promise every cheer. Coins for kids, we persevere.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny too. Go ahead.
I was going to say it amazes me that I guess it shouldn't amaze me that people and
they get started up, and
they found their own way to collect that change that people don't want, and I can't always remember people's caching names or whatever, but like the one gentleman has a very large walk-in shed or something that he's it's like a TV hotel, and he's got that jar with the logo on it in the cache. And then Team Phoenix in Indiana, for all most of the caches at Geocache, they've got a little container in there for people to put their coins in, and they collect that up. And when they have an event in their area, they have a jar there. And like Patrick said, I have people that will come up to me at an event and hand me a baggie full of coins. And I know some of them, they'll put a $5 or $10 bill in there with it, and it's, because I haven't done that much caching this year. I've only been to a couple events. I haven't had it that much this year, but I went to Midwest Geocache, and Scrabble Hounds was searching everywhere for me, and I never did connect with them, but they got me 2 containers of coins, and people will find a way to get that to you or collect for it. So,
right.
Very resourceful community.
Would like to make mention of the Facebook group that we have.
We joke about a quarter, but yeah.
Sorry, Gary. Sorry to interrupt there. I want to make mention of the Facebook group there and the different pictures and stuff.
Yeah, that
people have been putting on there.
No, you're good. No, you're good. Yeah,
we got people have been posting on there throughout the year, including the Happy Hope. He said he's going to put $1 in for every time that somebody found his Cache Odyssey was Wisconsin before it was moved down to Milwaukee, and so that was $23 in total. There's 23 finders on that. Flowers 22, Patty Owens Phillips had a fistful of coins from the Alabaster Caverns in Oklahoma. She posted on the Facebook group. Found more in the Explorer Mercedes Texas Geo Tour, and a couple bucks in Massachusetts she found as well too. Friend Demaji here that lives locally to me. She took a road trip to Mingo and brought home a fistful of coins. That was really neat. Emily Renee took a trip to Utah and found a few bucks. She posted. Traveling Armadillos here posted quite a bit on there. $2.73 on a trip to Topeka, Kansas earlier this year. $1.54 to a trip to Iowa and Kansas again. And he even found some in London, England, and had to convert them to American dollars there. So that was really cool. Tommy Higgins, I'm not sure of the geocaching name for Tommy, but he found $3.03 in Augusta, Georgia, when he had just enough time to find a few caches while he was there for a basketball tournament. So that was a pretty good find on that one. Rick Berg, 78 cents, found an Easter egg that nobody had found in an Easter egg hunt. I guess it must have been a community thing, and none of the kids found it, and it had money in it. It must have been out cashing. And he was like, well, what's this Easter egg? And it had money in it. So he's like, that's coins for kids.
Is that a ghost cache?
Yeah.
That could be a ghost cache. And I was recently out with Burnt Turtles, who I see here is in the chat room, and Geo Tribe 5. We were caching in Wisconsin just about a month ago. And found some kids there as well, too. So like Patrick was saying, it starts off with just one person that says, I can do something small, and everybody else does, well, I can do something small, and then become something big.
Yeah.
That's what we have.
So I know all of us, when we're caching or when we're trying to teach somebody what caching is, they go, so is there actually cache in there? We can always say yes, but it's not for you. It's for you.
Yes.
Funny. Yeah, that's that. What y'all are doing is really a grassroots movement, and that defines geocaching perfectly, right? Like when you put a cause together like this, Podcast of Hope or Coins for Kids, or there's been other fundraisers in the past, and you think, oh, we can never do something like that. And when geocachers decide they're going to do something, they get together and they do it. And we see that every year here. And I wanted to say, like, people think like all I've got is a few coins, like you just said, all I've got is a few coins. But when we're talking about St. Jude, they use that money really well. And if you go on their website, you can see. I was looking at it just a minute ago, and they show like they do a good job of explaining what y'all are explaining now. $5 for St. Jude, because they're doing on a big volume scale or whatever, that helps pay for a no more chemo party.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't keep a straight. You can't keep your face straight when you're watching one of those parties, right? Or you've seen a video of one of those parties, and that's $5. Now, obviously, they're doing that because they're collecting a lot, right? They're collecting a lot, but they've broken it down now where they can do that. And if you go through their website and you think, "Why I can't make a difference?" You can. These coins can make a difference. This little bit that you can donate can make a huge difference. And look what it added up to tonight, right? Look what Coins for Kids have added up to tonight, and that makes a huge difference every year. So this grassroots thing is huge. It's huge for geocachers. I hope it continues forever and keeps spreading like this because it's making a difference. For anybody that doesn't think it is, it's making a huge difference.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, too, we put the link to the Coins for Kids Facebook group in the chat. If you're listening to this, you can just search Coins for Kids. So it's hashtag Coins for Kids. And I just love all the cool things you guys do on that, like year round for St. Jude. I mean, that is so incredible. I always love seeing all the pictures and everything else because, man, we do the podcast of hope like one time a year, but I mean, you guys are going the whole year round on this, and that is just incredible.
Yeah. And even this past year, like I said, I haven't been that active. Life has been crazy the last couple of years, but when I see somebody, because I'm the admin of the page, so when somebody posts something, I get a notification that, hey, so-and-so, usually it's Patrick posted a picture. Hey, Patrick posted a picture. Hey, Patrick posted, or Patty posted a picture. Patty posted a picture. Patty posted a picture. But I look at those and I try, I may miss some recently, but I try to always, comment, great job, or, you're a rock star, something to encourage, hey, I notice that you're contributing, and I appreciate that so much. And it does. It makes a difference. Every penny, every nickel and dime, because like when Doug was talking about his pinball machines when he started school, it's like, you're thinking, oh, they're, this kid just put 4 quarters in. Doug was hauling backpacks of quarters to the bank because every kid was going in there and putting those quarters in. It's like, maybe we need to get a Coins for Kids pinball machine, and there's just different avenues, creative avenues that people could take to raise money, and this was just one of those weird, crazy ideas that we're not donating hundreds of thousands of dollars, at least Coins for Kids isn't, but it's something. It adds up. It all adds up.
Do you remember what the amount was that first year?
The first year we did Coins for Kids?
Yeah.
1,000.
Was it 1,000?
Or Coins for Kids or podcast?
Coins for Kids.
No, Coins for the first time. The first year I was on, I think I donated 120. Was Jason? Were you on the first year?
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember what I donated, but
I want to say it was like $250, maybe $300.
Yeah.
And I bet it's 10 times now.
Yeah.
More than that at this point.
Yeah.
And just it started with 1, and it's just now that a lot of people are doing it, it probably is 100. I mean, it's just snowballing.
Yeah, and it's hard to say who's donating what because there's no record of it. It's
right.
And like with me, whatever I collect, I count it up, I take it in, deposit it at the bank, and I round up, or I might collect $30 worth maybe, but I donate 50 or whatever.
Yeah.
Which is what most people do. It's like, oh, I collected this much, now I'm gonna just round it up or whatever.
Yeah, I remember last year Jason asked me what my final total was. I said, well, it was $60 roughly, but I mean that was also, we cleaned out my father-in-law's house and found pennies everywhere. I literally, you saw in the video, I had a bucket of pennies, and I cleaned out my wife's change drawer in exchange for a trip that she had been wanting. So she had been saving up for it, and I finally cashed in on that. And but what I do is I match whatever I find. And so last year I found roughly $60. I matched that, and then that is my donation. Because I want to give. I don't want to just give other people's money. This is something that means a lot to me, and so you put your money where your mouth is as well. And so I think you're right, Neil. I mean, it isn't just what we find, but what we contribute to that as well.
Yeah.
Well, they say you eat the elephant one bite at a time. So
right.
Same thing here.
Again, there's no small donations to St. Jude, right? They're just not. Yeah. They use every penny, everything that you find, every penny that you send in. And while we may not be able to track exactly how much Coins for Kids is actually raising, we know it's doing. We know it's making a difference. Yeah, it's doing something, and we don't care whether it gets tracked here or not. Send it to St. Jude. We're happy about that. This is not a competition for anything. This is the one time where we're just trying to get whatever we can for them. And speaking of which, we still have more prizes this hour. So don't just sleep on the fact that we meet our goal. We still have prize we're giving this hour.
Oh, yeah.
Still donate any little amount you can this hour. It's good. It goes into the thing. I think, Gary, don't we have some more cards from Cash the Line for part of that? We have other prizes, coins, and everything else we're doing this hour. So your donations they don't get unrewarded. We're still, even during this hour, I know we're celebrating, and we're kind of reminiscing about everything that's happened, but still keep giving. This is still another hour. We still have another 22 minutes. So
yeah.
So if you've got anything left to give, this is the hour you still entered into more drawings. We still have a bunch of stuff. I know we've given away some big prizes or whatever, but to go along with Coins for Kids, any little bit helps. So
I'd like to hear Patrick's.
One thing too, if y'all notice.
Did it go away?
Sorry, I know I got a lag. I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'd like to hear
Sari's
Patrick.
lagging.
All right, so
Yeah,
Gary, you're
ahead,
lagging
Neil.
a little bit. We want to get Patrick going again, so let's get him going.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
What were you saying, Neil? Go ahead.
I'd just like to hear your personal experience with St. Jude.
Yeah, St. Jude, years and years ago, I was on a family vacation with my parents, and we were on one of these kind of all-inclusive tours where, you hop on and off a bus. And I, was, a typical teenager, this was something mom and dad wanted to do, not at all what I wanted to do. And we made a stop. We made a stop at St. Jude's, and we walked the grounds, and we met the patients there, and many of which were right around my age. And I mean to tell you, it really resonated with me, even to this day. And now I look back, I'm a father of 3, and I think, man, how lucky am I that I've got 3 beautiful, very healthy kids, but knowing that that's not everyone's situation, and that so this is something that has long meant something for me, something to me. And so when I heard about, using my hobby, which is, just kind of for fun, kind of, something silly, but to really make a difference, it's something that I knew immediately that I was all in. So I get the word out. I wear my lucky shirt. It has never let me down. I don't think I've ever worn this and not found something to contribute to St. Jude's. But also, whenever I log the cash, I tell them, hey, I found 27 cents for Coins for Kids. I found a couple of years ago, I found a $20 bill in a cache. And what's odd is no one knows who left it. It wasn't in any of the previous logs, but I logged that I found it, and that it was going to Coins for Kids. And the CO messaged me immediately. He goes, that is fantastic. What is that? And, and that's what you do. It's these, again, small incremental things to get the word out. Facebook posts, things that we do anyway. I host events, and I wear the shirt, and I've got the jug, and but that is what we do. We get the word out for this very important cause.
That's awesome.
Now, I saw the sticker that you had on your jug. How do we get? Has there a way that people can order those stickers so they can put that on different things? I'm just curious. I just saw that.
I don't know how Patrick got his. Maybe I sent it to him, or I don't know. But I do have the artwork on my computer at work, and if you want a sticker, I've got some sitting on my desk at work. So. And I've put that out on the Facebook page too, that if you want one, just email me and I'll send you one. if you want a little one or a big one. If you want one that's 2 foot, 3 foot long, I'll make one for you.
Neil, I did get that from you, and oddly enough, the giant jug that it was on was found at a cache. It was so that was a giant gallon of wine that was found near a church. I'm sure it was for communion purposes.
Yeah, of course. It's funny because I found a jar. I think the one I've got is taller than that. It's taller, and I found it near a geocache. And I pull out. It's sitting in my garage. I had to clean it out. There was pennies in it. I think like 18 cents worth of pennies, but mine's Smirnoff. It's like a hot glass right on it. It's Smirnoff.
So I think I've seen in here people wanting a booth for different Geo Woodstock. I think almost any mega should have a booth for Coins for Kids where people can come in and turn in their coins.
Yeah.
For Coins for Kids, and that would actually be donated from that mega. That might be something. I don't know. Some of us work on a few megas. Maybe that's something that we could add in there just to a station for that. That would be a great way of also giving back.
Yeah, I've always just kind of assumed that things like that weren't. I guess HQ doesn't frown on that. I know they just don't support any one.
Right.
I know
and HQ can,
here, but to if you're going to do one, you got to do them all, right?
Right.
So I understand they don't let you put stuff on your cash page promoting charities, but it's up to us if we want to have something at an event.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that cashers can't do it. It just means that the website can't support it. So
right.
Yeah. And that's a great idea. I mean, people going to different events. I mean, you got Tom Brotherman who already volunteered. So,
or maybe even just a side event. If you're at a mega, you have the little side events. Just have a side event on a Thursday or Friday, whatever.
Right. Cashers can do what they want. HQs can't support an agenda. And I'm actually a big fan of that because I would hate to. Every cash page I go to is asking for money, right? Like that would ruin the game for kids and everything else too. But that doesn't mean we as cashers can't do it. We as cashers can set up Coins for Kid jars and everything else we want to do, but you just can't use the official platform for it. And it's not like they're against it. They just can't do it because then they have to get in the game. Then they become a charity, right? Like they can't.
Yeah, a great example of that was, again, you saw in that video earlier, those really fantastic caches out at Midwest Geobash, that they had a dedicated container inside each of those caches labeled Coins for Kids. So as people are coming through, they're either dropping it off, or in my case, I'm coming through and swooping it up. And then I met with Neil and Jason there on the grounds and handed it over to them in person there.
Right. For the different events, I'm just thinking of like a drop-off point, so people can bring, hey, I'm going to this event, I'm dropping it off, and then the CO of that event make sure that gets turned in for there.
Yeah, I know if like with Midwest Geobash, when I go, I mean, people tend to search me out or Jason. Granny Davis from Indiana, she searches us out and runs us over with her bike and hand out coins.
Well, that one year has been 2 or 3 years ago now. I think she was up at the events there at the Area 51, and she was walking around just saying, "Hey, I'm collecting money for Coins for Kids. It's for St. Jude. In case you don't know, you got $1 or something you want to give me?" And she walked away with a fistful. I think it was like $140 or something.
Whoa, that's
just
awesome.
from that night.
Yeah. Hit them while they're drunk, right?
Yeah.
That might have been part of it.
I may have donated I may have donated to her. I just don't remember. So
then you had fun. Then that's what that means.
Yeah.
Fun and donations. Those are two good things that go together.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, Neil and I were talking before this event. Neil, do you think right now is a good time to?
Yeah, we're kind of winding down on time. We don't want to run out of time. So
yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna share my a picture with you, John, or whoever's running the the show here. Hang on a second. Let me.
Yeah, if you want to share something with me, or if you want to do a screen share, either way.
Yeah, I'm screen sharing a picture. Here's what we're thinking as a mascot for Coins for Kids in the future here. I was thinking earlier that a squirrel would be a good mascot because why? Well, because squirrels are good at finding things and hiding things and keeping things. And here we have a geocaching squirrel that's obviously been working out and has a six pack.
I was gonna say,
I think Jesse posed for the drawing.
Yeah, he's got a GPS laying there, and he's got Coins for Kids. He's squirreling away for the podcast of hope, and so we're looking for names, and we're probably going to have a naming contest at some point on the.
Oh, I love it.
That'd be cool.
Page, yeah. Love the squirrel.
So yeah, that's going to be our geocaching squirrel going forward.
Wow.
Yeah. We can work on that a little bit and develop it a little bit more to. Mm-hmm. Maybe give them a shirt that has the Coins for Kids logo on it.
Cool. Hide up all the muscle. The shirt would hide up all the muscle. It'd have to be like a V-neck or like a tank top then.
Yeah. Hey, there's nothing wrong with V-necks. Just saying.
Oh man, Jesse only wears V-necks if he has.
That's why I said it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jesse, if there was like a life-size mascot costume. It'd probably look pretty good on you. Just saying.
We're thinking the same.
Hey, I'd dress up in that costume for Coins for Kids in a heartbeat.
Oh man.
You could walk around with Signal at the event.
Oh yeah, there you go.
It'd be Signal's bodyguard. Look at all those muscles.
I love it. I love that squirrel. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Well, and having the contest, having the squirrel, that's a great thing to put on shirts. That's a good way to keep Coins for Kids alive all year long.
Yeah. Like I said, this past couple of years, this last year has been kind of rough for me as far as life going on.
Squirrel and changer.
Phew, that's a. We just go with Arnold. But it's if you're not out there doing it, it's hard to promote it, and that's what I love about people like Patrick or Patty or Granny Davis, Scrabble Hounds, Sugar Baby. They're all Coins for Kids ambassadors, and when they're posting pictures, even the one or two people that maybe they've only posted one picture on the Facebook page or whatever, that takes pressure off me, because that way I don't feel like, oh, I got to make sure I do this or do that. But I got all these other people, and that kind of promote it and keep it in front of people, So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So. And I appreciate Jason and his creativity and coming up with this squirrel and his artistic AI abilities are awesome.
I love it. Well, it's whatever we can do to keep Coins for Kids alive and in the minds of people throughout the year, not wait till December, throughout the year. I think that's going to be important. That's the grassroots that's going to keep the money flowing in.
Yeah. I'd just like to say a little bit personally. I posted recently on my Facebook, for those who are Facebook friends with me, that I'm 3 years clean. But that, Jesse, you mentioned that every little bit goes towards something, and they have these no more chemo parties, cost $5 wherever. And I hate saying this, a cancer survivor, I had prostate cancer, the easiest cancer to go through, I guess. But it's still, I went through, it was 8 weeks, 39 radiation treatments. Not a big deal. Bob Billy did a video on it. It was crazy. But anyway, when I finished that, so for 8 weeks, I go in, I put on a gown, I sit in the waiting room
with other radiation and chemo patients waiting for their treatment. And I might only be in there for 15 or 20 minutes, but you see all these other people that are going through treatments. You talk, you share, you make some short-term friends or long-term friends, whatever. And then at the end of your treatments, at least where I went, your last treatment, you go out and they've got a big bell right there, and you get to ring that bell. And when you ring that bell, everybody cheers. You know, I mean, they don't all gather around. You ring the bell, and people are everywhere else, and they're cheering, and it just kind of makes you realize what you've went through with all these other people. So these little no more chemo parties, which we saw the video of, that makes me get emotional, because for those kids, I mean, such a short life at this point, are celebrating. They have got to be scared out of their mind. Yeah. They have no idea, when I was going through that, I was 60 years old, and I'm thinking, if this gets me, I had a good run, as a kid, that has got to be absolutely frightening. And anything that we can do to help ease that fear, or ease their pain, or make them forget about it for just a few minutes, if $1 will do that, do it. So congratulations, Tex.
Yeah.
I thought it said tax orgy, but kind of does. But anyway, congratulations.
Yeah, I think one of the things to really keep one of the things to really remember is that these are kids first. I mean, that regardless of what they're going through, they're kids first. They're going to want to play. They are going to want to be around other kids. They are going to want toys. They're right now they're getting ready to celebrate Christmas, and so that is the thing that we keep. We've got to really kind of keep in the forefront of our thoughts, is that first and foremost, these are kids, and what would any kid want this time of year? Well, they want to be with their family, they want to be loved, and they want the little things that kids want. They want the toys. They want these little celebrations. And so this is, we can't take the pain away, but we can provide the things that kids want. And that's what we do.
Right.
Yeah. And as we're wrapping up too, I want to, because it's hard as an adult, right, to think about kids suffering and family suffering and everything else. But for some of y'all already know, because you've been to St. Jude, and Derek, I know you've been down there too, or whatever. But like, it's hard to watch one of these videos, and it's sad, and I think we're thinking about this, and that's what motivates us. But I just have to say that that's not what it's like for the kids there, and St. Jude does an awesome job of that. You are not allowed, like Christy was a nurse there. You are not allowed. One thing, I still tell the story. I tell it every year, but like when they're going through training, the kids have the little tricycles. They go through the hallways and stuff. And the question comes up when the nurses are there, what happens if a kid runs into me with the tricycle? And the answer is, well, you were in the way. This is the kids' time to play and have fun. And they make it that's why they do those parties and have the balloons and everything else. They're still trying to let them be kids. Like the adults need to worry about, how do we save these kids?
Right.
But the kids still get to be kids. And that's where St. Jude is not just a hospital. If you go to a hospital, everybody's been to a hospital, right? Like we're all old enough. Yep. Everybody's been to a hospital. It sucks. It sucks going to a hospital. St. Jude is not like that. They do an awesome job of making that kid get to still be a kid while they're there. And so it's happy for them. And the other people are sad, because they think what they're going through. But they do such an awesome job of making the kid, like you just said, it's almost Christmas time. Kids want to be kids. And they let them still get to be kids during that time when they're going through something that's just horrific and just not fair. Yeah. And above everything else, besides the fact that they give away the research and they, that their goal is not to make $1 billion like some hospitals do, right? Their goal is to cure cancer.
Yeah.
Like, you can't get more noble than that. And at the same time, let kids still be kids while they're there. Yeah. Like, I want to make sure we end on a happy note, right? Like, we just raise money. It's great. It's not gone, but the kids get to be happy while they're there. And there is no price that can be put on that. There just really isn't.
That's right.
But yeah, it's just they're awesome. The work that geocachers do and everybody else does, and they come together this year. I'm so amazed every year, and I wanted to make sure, because we can get down in that despair thing, right? But we got to remember that the kids get to be happy during this time.
Yeah.
You said it perfectly. It's Christmas time coming up. They just want to be kids and play with other kids.
Right, and I just want to point out, and John, if I don't know if you can bring up the graphic for saying how much we've actually earned, but we are almost at $16,000.
Yeah, let me bring that up. That is awesome.
Yeah, we're just a little shy of $16,000. I mean, that would just be awesome in the last minute or so if we could kick it over. But I mean, we've already met our goal. We've already been over.
Yeah.
Geocache Talk's already given over $100,000 since we've been doing this.
And you can continue to give.
And continue to give. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, hey, maybe you get paid Monday or whatever. You can still donate through this till this week or whatever. I think is how it stays up for a little bit longer.
It stays up forever. Yeah,
it stays up forever. So you can continue donating. I mean, if you wanted to donate a little bit here and there all year long.
Yeah, absolutely, please do.
Do the same link. Go to podcastofhope.com and donate what's coming up. So I mean, this is just awesome, and I just really do appreciate everybody that's jumped in. I want to thank the guys here, John, Gary, Memphis, for letting me come on. I know I've been kind of on hiatus for the last few years since everything, and just with my schedule's just crazy. I'm a night person now, and generally when y'all are sleeping, I'm working. So it's so that's why I can't be on doing a lot of stuff. And my videos, Neil, I'm right there with you. Used to be doing videos every week. I was doing. Yeah. And this is, I don't think, I mean, I use my camera for taking pictures now. I don't use it to make videos. I'm not on this side of the camera anymore. But I just really do appreciate it. I miss it. I really do. And I just really appreciate you guys letting me come on for the last couple hours and just being part of it again. And but more importantly, I thank everybody for what you all have donated for St. Jude. It really does mean a lot. And as a parent, and a lot of y'all are parents, I don't know what these parents are going through. And this just gives exactly what we call this, the podcast of hope. It gives these families hope that people are out there supporting. I mean, I know I've had to go I spent a night in the hospital because I had a heart attack scare at one point, and that was expensive. These kids are there for months at an end time. And it's just like mind blowing how much this would actually cost. And they don't have to pay a penny.
Nope.
Yeah.
And it's just because of what y'all have been able to donate through this. And this is absolutely awesome. And I just really appreciate it. Coins for kids, hope for kids. It just makes sense.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome. Can you hear me okay now, or am I still lagging?
Yeah, we got you.
No, you seem loud now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to say thank you guys so much. Means a lot. So yeah, there you go. Hey, Bob Billy's here.
There's
hey,
Bob
buddy.
Billy. Did
All right, everybody. Thanks for
been out
donating. I
geocaching?
love it when y'all giving your coins and everything. It's great. Thank you very much.
Oh man, seeing Bob Billy made my day. Seeing Derek made my day. Seeing the geocaching community come together to help St. Jude made my day. So
absolutely.
Thank you guys, and thank you all for doing it. It's been incredible today.
Yep.
Good job, everyone.
Yep. All right, we're wrapped up. I'm gonna shut it down. Thanks, everybody. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you for being with us tonight and supporting St. Jude kids like me.